It is 7 minutes, leaning on 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. We're off and rolling. Lord of the Jacket, he's got TV handled, and there's old Super Pete. He's your early intern here for the Kickoff Hour. He's got things going as far as show prep, screening the phones, getting things happening for us today. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now. But until then, it's the Good Time Gang, and we'll get you through the Kickoff Hour and get this Thursday started for you. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Doing?
Good.
What's happening, everybody?
I'm fired up, and I want to do some QFTAs today. We got to knock
Bring it
some of
on.
those out.
Let's do that.
And it'll be fun. It's a fun zone.
Yeah,
So,
I like that.
how are y'all?
Good. Everything is good. Just you look up and it's another day.
I know.
You try not to get caught in that.
Thursday.
Were you able to sleep on your Helix
I was.
mattress last
Absolutely.
night?
How was that
really?
smell?
Hey, it wasn't bad at all.
Wasn't bad.
It looked good in there, too, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
For those of you that are just joining us going, what are you talking about? Lisa and Greg are doing some upgrades around the house after being in there for many years that needed to be done, and they had to get out of the house for that to be done.
Yeah, that's fine.
And because some of that, when you're staining or putting new stuff down, it's all kind of
Construction area.
Yeah, and so y'all
When
been out
they
of
hang
the house a
plastic
little bit.
and all that,
Yeah, that's
that's
not
fine.
good. Yeah. But
no,
with your
yeah.
daughter living around the corner,
Yeah, that was very
that was easy for y'all.
Convenient.
Yeah, and
Right.
plus she's got a swimming pool, and you've enjoyed every afternoon.
Yeah,
How's that
Wrong with
dip
that?
in the swimming pool?
it's good.
Does it make you want to get a swimming
No.
pool or just go by there more and take a dip?
Yeah, because swimming in them's fun. Keeping them up's not.
No.
You
Are you
got
gonna be like, oh, there's Dad again? He's getting in the pool.
I try not to.
Okay.
I sprinkle it.
All right. Well, I know you feel at home though with your web feet and everything.
Yeah, I'm fast.
Yeah, I bet you are. You're
Quick,
I
son.
bet you get from one end to the next.
Like
quick.
Aquaman.
But you were able to actually
Yeah,
lay
I
down
was
last
at
night.
home, yep.
I felt
No,
weird,
still
didn't it?
got it.
Oh, I'm back at home.
Piano's still in the bedroom, but yeah.
Ooh, how we moving that?
Well, I might have to get some professional because
Who moved it out of there?
We did, but yeah, that was on the old floor.
Oh, so you didn't care,
can't,
boy. You were
so,
just
yeah,
scraping,
I
weren't
can't,
you?
I can't.
Does it have
I
little
can't
wheels
take
on
it.
the bottom of it?
It does, but this thing's
You don't wanna
100.
do
This thing's
that.
100 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want the leg
Get
to
some of those
break.
sliding pads.
There's people that I tried that. Didn't work.
So you just need to move it to one room to the.
yeah,
Well, you mean it didn't work?
it don't
It's
work.
too heavy?
Yeah, it kept coming off the wheels, and then.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But I mean, I'll work.
Greg
it
ain't
out.
gonna
When
look-
you
you ain't gonna be
say
mad at me
when
about
you
it.
say, how'd you get through a door? You
It's
said
an
it's in a.
upright. It's an upright.
Oh,
piano.
okay.
You know, the
okay.
uprights.
Yes.
It's one
Okay.
of those.
Gotcha.
He's talking down to you a little bit.
Well, I
No.
wasn't sure how.
Yeah.
When I thought piano,
Yeah, you were
I didn't
thinking
think
baby grand.
Yeah, I didn't think going through a doorway. But okay, gotcha. So do you need a bunch of buddies to come over and pick it up?
We have to in the end. But here's the point: is they're going to paint too, so I might as well just leave everything out there. until they
Oh
get
yeah,
painted.
until it got yeah.
So.
Well,
And plus, at night you can wake up and play a song.
that's true.
There's nothing wrong
that's
with
true. Or hit a key on accident when you're trying to be quiet and it wakes
or
Lisa
hit
up.
your toe on the corner and scream.
Yeah.
Is that one of those things you wish wasn't in the house?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's special though, and it has a history.
It
and
does.
yeah.
It does.
So it needs
Yeah.
to be
Lisa
there.
got it rekeyed and tuned and all
Oh, there
that.
you go. I know you were trying to find that person. That's
Yeah,
good
that
y'all
was
found.
fun.
When's
Hey.
the last time it's been played?
I played a little tune on it when I go by it.
Really?
Do
Do
you
you
talking about
really?
a real song?
Yeah.
I just know a few little things.
So
You do?
you'll stop and just hammer the
Yeah.
keys down a little
I'll
bit?
give you the dark side of Eddie and the Cruisers.
Yeah.
I got that.
Yeah, that's something I
Dark side's coming
apologize.
down, nothing is real. Yeah.
I could sit down and play We Three Kings if you
See,
need me to.
there you go.
But that's something I know some of you are. Here he goes again.
I had a little Benny and the
Yeah.
Jets.
There we go.
I feel bad. I want to be able to play the piano.
Your family
And-
owned a music store,
right? And
I'm
my
gonna leave
mom
it
my
there.
mom taught piano lessons at the house.
Yeah, well, just
Yeah.
ignore it.
But I was too cool and had my little red mullet
I was
running around.
sharp. I was out drinking beer.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I was not. You just made that up. Hey, Dad, how you doing? Mom.
Your dad texted me yesterday or day before the nicest text
Really?
about the new opportunity at JSU.
Wishing
and
you
all
well.
that.
Hate you were
Yeah,
leaving the
such-
show and stuff.
And they
Such
texted
awesome.
me and said he didn't know what you were doing.
Such an awesome.
He says ridiculous.
He's such an awesome man.
So,
the encouragement that comes from that man is unreal.
Yeah, he is. He's such a blessing. boy. So yesterday, Cook's Pest Control came by. We love Looky.
Here they come.
Yep. And they had been there the other
Centricon.
day doing the mosquito spray, but this was the actual pest control,
Yeah.
whatever.
What
And
about the Centricon when they check in?
How about that?
I like
And Ed, my technician, we
yeah.
talk about Ed. He was very confused about what was going on with Helmsy because he's in and out of the truck a lot.
Yeah.
He goes, "Hey, talk
Lot
to
of
me,
people
talk to me
are
about Helmsy." So he's leaving, and I was
here we
like,
go.
I keep telling everybody he's leaving.
yeah, and I looked at Ed and I said, "Ed, are you messing with me?" Because that's now the joke. Hey, because they know he's not leaving, but they ask.
That's it. I know.
And
then they
Ed's been
confuse
out
other
working. He
people.
didn't have time to listen to them.
And I said,
what's
"Hey,
happening.
real quick, don't have the energy if you're messing with me." and are you?
Yeah.
He goes, "No, I'm being serious. I'm in and out. I heard he was leaving."
Just say he's leaving and move on.
right. He said, "Because
I
I
do
I
that,
can come in and give you that hour."
I think I'm gonna tell people I'm leaving, and then just confuse me more when I'm here every day.
That would be
right,
good.
Yeah.
Right.
He's still there. Thought he was leaving. He is.
I think even on campus, I'm gonna start telling people.
Right, yeah.
Hey, I'm out. Yep.
Have fun.
I've been done with it.
Yeah.
My last day was Thursday.
Yeah.
That wasn't me.
Yeah. But it's funny when people are in and out doing work because a lot of folks, even though some of you are you can do that because of your work schedule or you're in the truck or whatever, you can listen nonstop from beginning to end, and we love y'all. But some people are in and out, so they hear bits and
That's
pieces.
the way I used to be before I came here. I would be in my work truck and I could listen between jobs.
Yeah.
Then I'd actually have to get out and do something.
Yeah.
So when Vicky Quest, I stayed in the truck because I wanted to know how it was going to end.
Hey, what a day! What a day!
That was a good one.
Good night. What a day!
My favorite.
So he had missed a little bit, but I explained that you weren't leaving.
Well, thank you. For
Yeah, I
that.
thought he was leaving.
Until
Shut up.
Monday, and then that was your last day.
Yeah, not leaving this one.
But it was funny because he was like, "Okay, so he's not, but he's doing right, correct,
Yeah.
yeah."
Thanks, Ed.
But hey, go Gamecocks!
Go game.
He was all about that.
Yeah,
Fired up.
absolutely.
All right, we'll take a break. We're off and running, and we promised, excuse me, because the last couple of days we said that we would get to a lot of the questions that y'all have sent us, and we haven't done that really. And so now we just got a stack over there.
Yep.
It's in between all of Helmsy's tennis emails. He's trying to find them. And we'll get to those here this hour, plus a whole lot more. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why we say you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Yes, you can post for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba, linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday in July event has arrived with limited quantity deals on top tech to power any passion. Save on select XPS PCs and more powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, get savings on select monitors and accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It's the kickoff hour, and we're rolling. Rick and Bubba will join us, and this week's RBU is going to be pretty neat, I think, because there's a lot going on with Major Scott Husing and his book, Echo in Ramadi. It's the firsthand story of the U.S. Marines, Iraq's deadliest city, and the combat and his story of that tour and everything around it. He's got a book, Echo in Ramadi, about his time as commander of the Marines in Iraq. It's a New York bestseller. And then they've also got Save the Brave. He's an executive director of that. And, you know, the veterans, a lot of them are just forgotten. And they have an amazing outreach program to build strength of character and help with suicide prevention when it comes to veterans, with post-traumatic stress, ways to connect in safe places. They do a lot of work with that. And one of the things they do, and they come alongside to sponsor, is Ride for the Brave. It's a motorcycle ride from California to Georgia. And it comes through our flagship market in Birmingham. They've got a big chapter. The Regulators Motorcycle Club, the Cahaba chapter, is hosting a big event here, and so he is riding from Cali to Georgia, and it's all to help with some of the awareness I just spoke about. So we'll talk about that, and as I mentioned, his tour and being commander of the Marines in Iraq. There's just a lot there, and so look forward to talking to Scott Husing this week in RBU. That's today. Plus, we've got some updates. Bubba just came in and talked to us about the latest Mission Impossible he went and saw with Hunter last night, and so we have an update from that. Just a lot going on, so we thank you for being with us. Now, when it comes to questions from the audience,
QFTAs,
we got to get into that because
they're stacking up.
We just keep promising and we don't do it.
They're stacking up.
What you
Stack
got?
it up.
Here's one.
All right.
Do you have any neon signs at your home?
No.
Have you ever?
A neon sign.
You know those that
I know
light
what you're
up?
talking
You know what I'm talking
about. Yeah, they
about?
look
Like you
glass
see at
tube.
bars and
Glass
stuff.
tube.
Yeah, I don't.
Any of those? Ever had any of those? I've never had one.
No,
I haven't.
no,
Okay.
no.
Always wanted one.
Yeah,
Um,
In like a man cave.
yeah.
yeah.
I don't know what it'd be of, but yeah.
Do you have any kind of thoughts on that? What
No.
it'd be of?
I don't know. I'd like to look at a bunch of different selections and then make one. How about
I think
that?
my sister has an old. She loves collecting Coca-Cola stuff.
Yeah,
and
Coca-Cola
I think she has.
collectors are serious.
I think she has a smaller Coca-Cola one. I think.
Okay.
By the way, speaking of collecting things, this is totally off subject but funny. I walked into an office yesterday on campus at Jacksonville State, and there was this huge mule deer sitting in a chair.
Really?
Sitting in a chair.
Sitting in
Sitting
a
in a
chair.
chair?
Yeah.
What do you
Mount.
mean?
It was a big, huge mount, and it was sitting in a
the
chair.
mount was okay. I thought they was mounted the mule.
And I said, hey, where was this harvested?
Right.
And he said, Montana.
Oh.
And I said, why is this not on your wall? Why is it in a chair? And it is so big, he can't put it in his office.
You're kidding.
Because the antlers hit the in between the ceiling.
You can't
and,
put it down.
And where the only place he can put it, the chairs for like when people come in his office is sitting there. And so if they put it too low, they're leaning their head back into the deer. And I said, what are you going to do with it? And he goes, well, it was my granddad's. And I got it from my grandmother, and I don't know what to do now. My wife didn't want it at our house, and so it was kind of like Adler's situation.
Yeah.
With the coyotes.
Right.
I know that was off subject. We're talking
Then the
about
guy
collectibles.
said, hey, new guy, move on.
Well, I really kind of, you know how I'm about. I was like, I could put it in my office if I nearly went that route. You know how I'm about
not that again.
I almost offered
Don't
that
do
up.
that.
Like I could put it in the tennis office if you want us to.
I don't know, boy. You and those things.
When's the last time y'all have had s'mores? Like actually made s'mores?
I can't remember.
Campfire?
Was it? Did we do that
I
over
don't
at
know
Rick's
if I've
house?
ever made a s'more.
Did we do that over at Rick's?
I
house?
didn't. The kids may have.
Yeah,
but I didn't.
I think
they did,
first time.
Speedy.
I think that was
they
the
did.
first time I was ever. I mean, not the first time. The last time I was around it.
I don't think I've ever made a s'more in my life.
Greg.
I really
Now
don't think I have.
that.
You need to
I've
stop.
had
I've heard-
marshmallows.
What in the world?
I've eaten marshmallows
Okay.
on the fire. Catch them on fire and blow them out.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever had a s'more.
We did, Speedy, you're all over this. We did this at Rick's because I remember Adler talking about, and he could make a s'more. He could do it really well.
Yeah, it's like he showed out a little bit.
Yeah.
That was it.
My generation, we didn't care about s'mores.
I didn't personally make one. I observed some being made. You know,
ever ate one?
at the Rick and Bubba
Have
staff
you ever
party.
ate one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't never had one.
Greg Burgess.
Usually when
you
we have
have
a-
to. You're
I
just
don't remember it. I don't remember it.
I can say in the last couple years we've done that for sure.
All right.
What is the biggest animal you've ever touched?
Elephant.
yeah, rode it.
Yeah, I rode one too.
Yeah.
You did. I saw you ride one.
Yep. Got up on it and rode it. And then that time we fed that
You ain't
grizzly.
gonna beat
Remember,
an elephant.
remember feeding the grizzly?
No,
I
you're
do.
not. There's not a bigger animal.
There's
I don't
not.
think.
No.
You're right. Now we did feed a grizzly marshmallows.
Yeah, and I tried to think not scared.
Remember they said,
You
now
know?
fold your fingers back.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you
well,
want
you don't
grab-
want. Yeah, can't believe we did
Oh,
that.
I gotta Google
That was
something.
stupid. Wasn't
That
it?
was very stupid.
Yeah.
What is?
I mean, what were we accomplishing by doing that?
I don't know.
Why'd we stick our hand in there? That was not smart.
We,
Why would we do that? If we did the story
when we
about
messed with
hand bit off because God feeding, we'd be like, why'd you do that?
remember when Adler was filming and we kept messing with him at the petting zoo over there, like
Yeah.
sticking animals on him and stuff.
Yes.
So,
But you know, animals can sense if you're scared.
yeah.
So I tried really hard not to think,
did too.
not be scared.
It's
Like-
hard.
Like think mean.
Grizzly
be
bears
mean.
are scary.
But yeah,
I know
hey,
that.
I will tell you this: the elephant was kind of neat to ride.
Yeah, I rode one when I was a kid at a Lion Country Safari around Atlanta. You got to ride it.
Yeah.
Can you name the top three? Just give me three animals that are the largest in the world.
Animals.
Oh,
I
that
just
are-
googled it. I didn't know.
A whale.
Whale, by the way,
Yeah.
is the biggest.
Yeah, whale.
It's the blue whale. So unless you've touched a blue whale or a North Pacific right whale,
Yeah.
then That's the two
What about the
biggest.
sperm whale?
And to
Those
your
are big ones.
and to your point, elephant's
I don't know why
neck.
they
Yeah, I
call
never
it.
rode a whale though.
Elephant, and then
You don't have to ride it; it's just touching.
Okay,
So
all
if you've
what's
touched
third?
one,
Giraffe.
Giraffe's a big one,
He's
but that's
tall.
just that.
No, so
It's a neck.
the
you know.
African elephant is number 3. You got whales in the 1 and 2 spots.
Okay.
And if Bill Bubba Bussy was in here, he'd be going on a rant right now on
Why?
whales because he thinks if you swim in water, you're a fish. You're not a mammal.
Oh, okay.
He has a rant with that.
So
that we're even discussing. That.
Giraffe is in the top 6. It comes in at number 6. Do
big
you want to
animal.
take a shot at what the 2 before that is?
I'm looking at giraffe. I'm trying
we
to think
said
of
elephant.
something.
Yes, elephant's on the board.
Is a hippo? Is that there?
Yep, that's number
Really?
5,
I didn't
and
think hippos that big.
rhinoceros is 4.
Okay.
Oh, rhino.
Yep. There's the rhinos. There's Rick's mascot.
The saltwater crocodile's 7.
Ooh, a croc.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And how about
salties
this?
get
How about
big.
this?
Yeah.
I didn't know they got this big. The leatherback sea turtles are number 8.
Really? You talking about the leatherback?
The leatherbacks.
Different sea turtles.
Wow. Let me get back to the question.
All right. Thank you.
It's educational for me.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
I think
good stuff.
I know we've
Forgot I
talked-
rode an elephant. Forgot about it.
I know we're not ski
Wasn't that long ago.
and snowboarding people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I would like
but,
to be.
But have y'all ever skied or snowboard?
Never.
I have skied when the show sent. Let's see, the two of us went. Don Juan went with me, and we went to Coca-Cola, representing Coca-Cola for radio to cover the Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City, and we went skiing.
How about I'm 45 years old. I've never skied nor snowboarded.
I haven't either. And I be honest, I kind of feel like a failure.
I do
'Cause I
too.
know people who take trips to go skiing
yeah.
and they
Yeah.
talk about how awesome it is.
I know.
And I'm jealous of it.
Remember, that was the best of where we were on the kiddie slope, which basically is hardly not a slope. It's almost
Yeah,
flat ground. And then all of a sudden we got caught up in it, and they took us up to the tallest
And you had
peak.
to come down.
Yeah, that was not fun.
Head over heels.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cooks Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You think there's no time to cook this summer? Think again and think HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers everything you need to whip up delicious meals right to your door, complete with pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof step-by-step instructions. They take care of the meal planning so you can spend more time having fun and less time stressing about dinner. With 40 options to choose from every week, you'll always find recipes that suit your lifestyle and your schedule, including fast and fresh recipes ready in just 15 minutes or less. And summer entertaining is a cinch with mouth-watering selections from HelloFresh Market, like a crowd-pleasing backyard bratwurst bar or tangy key lime pies. You can even skip an extra grocery store trip and choose from over 100 sides, snacks, and more delivered with your order. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, it is, 25 minutes now till top of the hour. We've got Lord of the Jacket. He's your intern for TV today. He's in there rocking it. We thank him for coming in and switching today. Super P, he's pulling show prep, taking phones as well. Rick and Bubba join us, as well as Adler right after top of the hour. Today, we'll have an update from Bubba. How many slices of pizza does the latest Mission Impossible get? And he will discuss what you'll want to do after returning to go see the movie when you get home. We'll have an update from that. We have a lot going on today. RBU this week with Scott Husing, his book Echo and Ramadi came out, I believe, in 2018, I believe. But it's about his time as commander of the Marines in Iraq. His foundation, Save the Brave, sponsors a ride from California to Georgia. And it's really cool how this Ride for the Brave is a motorcycle ride that begins on July 18th from California, ends in Georgia on July 26th. Ride for the Brave ride connects the nation's warriors 1 mile at a time. We'll talk to him about that. As I said, his time in Echo and Ramadi, the book, have a lot to discuss with him. It's going to be a great conversation. We look forward to that. That's this week's RBU. All right, so we kind of jumped in.
As that plays out, by the way, and you try to get that information, it is in show notes right now.
Okay,
and
perfect.
It will be there for the next couple of days.
Thank you, bud.
As RBU comes out.
There you go, because there's ways that they want to let everybody know, the veterans as well. If you want to join the ride or be a part of some of the stuff that's going on, there are links where you can get active with that. So and maybe pick up and ride with the guys if you want to. So and it's like there's different meeting points and stuff. It's really amazing what they do, and this is not the first year they've done that, but we'll discuss it with Husing as well.
When is the last time y'all have actually used sawhorses?
Oh wow.
First, let's start here. Do you own sawhorses?
I've used chairs like a sawhorse.
Yeah, not an actual sawhorse.
Just the other week.
Yeah.
Like lay something in.
Buddy of mine has some sawhorses, and because he does a lot of stuff, he fixes things.
Mag Daddy's got some.
Yeah.
Of course.
I don't think I need any sawhorses.
I don't think
either.
so. They kind of get in the way. I know there's some collapsible ones that you know you can hang up or whatever, but as far as like sure enough good sawhorses,
I can't remember last time I've used any.
Yeah. How about the folks? How about the construction workers that just use a pile of wood and you just make one?
Yeah.
Let's make a couple.
Have you ever had a car when y'all were growing up? Did y'all ever have a car that had the wood paneling on it?
Yes, we had a station wagon.
Okay.
Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser.
There you go.
My parents, not me personally.
Right.
Yeah.
That was never in my world.
But I drove it a lot. Like back when I was growing up. See, nowadays, and even my kids coming up, every kid gets a car.
It's ridiculous.
None of us had a car. We drove what our parents weren't driving.
Right.
And it usually wasn't very nice.
Right.
But you didn't care. Nobody was like, hey, man, it don't matter.
No,
It's
just
a car.
got to get there, buddy.
But I used to load up all my buddies in that Vista Cruiser, and we'd stack that thing full, and we had a ball.
Did y'all ever have the clapper growing up? Or
No,
either in the 80s, 90s, whenever
I
that
love
was
the
out.
commercial.
Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Clap on, clap off.
Yeah.
The old lady laying in the bed clapping.
Yes.
Yeah,
Honey.
We never had that in our house, and I felt like we were poor.
I
Because
thought it
of
was a cool thing.
I did too. Like I thought if you had the clapper, you were rolling in it.
Oh, you kidding me?
You got that in
You
a
can't-
swimming pool.
you
I
can't
didn't
hide it.
realize as a kid that was just simply some little thing you plugged into the wall, and it wasn't that big a deal.
No, it was one
And it was pretty cheap too.
It was
you know.
Ronco Incorporated. You remember the guy
Yeah.
made the Pocket Fisherman and all that? It
Yes.
was like those.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pocket Fisherman.
Weird question here. Doing QFTAs, do you put the whole fork in your mouth, or just take a bite with a little bit of the fork in your mouth?
Just a little
I've never
bit.
paid attention.
I haven't either. This question kind of, I was like,
Well, it
what?
depends on if you heap the fork up with a lot.
Yeah, I don't pay attention how much
I
the
will
fork
say
goes
this.
in my
I don't
mouth.
think I eat. I don't
Just
think I
leave-
stick the whole fork.
I think
in
it's
my
probably
mouth.
half of it, maybe.
That's what
Let's
I'm
lead
thinking.
you to another question.
Got to get the food in there.
Yeah.
Do you use forks more than spoons? Even though spoon would probably do better on, say,
I
mac
do
and cheese.
I do find
mac
myself
and cheese.
yeah.
You use a fork, you use a spoon.
I use a fork, but I would rather use a spoon.
Rice, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always use a fork, even though I know a spoon would be better.
Yeah.
I just, some reason, I
Sometimes with
default
rice, I
to-
will go spoon.
Yeah.
I don't. I default to the fork. I use fork on about everything. And
I
I
think
think,
we-
to
I think we
myself,
use the-
sometimes it's
yeah.
unstable, and I'm going, why don't you just
Why
get
don't
a
you
spoon?
just spoon?
Yeah.
And what do they call the in-betweeners, the spoons? That
Spork?
Spork, there you go.
Is it a
That
spork?
is
Yeah.
the biggest waste of
Yeah.
utensil ever.
Yeah,
I don't
they
like
throw
those.
them
Well, that and the plastic
Because
knife.
yeah,
Don't
because the fork part doesn't really stab
It
anything.
don't even put the plastic knife in there, because if we have to cut anything, it's not going to work.
Snap.
Like,
Right.
unless you're trying to butter a piece of bread or something, maybe.
Yeah.
True.
Works on an omelet.
Um,
It does.
Let me ask you this: what about, did y'all do school lunches, or did y'all take your lunch to school?
I did a combo.
Yeah, I
took
did
when I was
too.
younger, I took my lunch because
Yep.
I didn't like school food.
Correct.
Oh, you picky.
And then when I got into high school, obviously I quit.
You know, a lot of our life is the same.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
I wanted a good old peanut butter sandwich.
Yeah. Hey, we had how about the old slice of pizza from
Yeah.
the
Oh,
cafeteria?
I tore that up
few
all the
of-
time.
We had some they were shaped like stop signs, like an octagon. They were kind of weird, yeah.
Used to love those.
Yeah, see, when we got to high school, they had the a la carte line where you could pick what you
Oh
wanted.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
French fries and a piece of pizza.
Watch
That's
out.
healthy.
Watch out.
And then you had the regular line that you could get whatever they were serving, which was usually Salisbury steak or something like that.
That's another thing that's coming
Good
to my
rolls,
world
though.
over at Jacksonville State's the calf. I hadn't been in the calf in a
Oh,
while.
yeah.
And so
Oh,
now,
yeah.
and of course, it's
They got good food.
it's nothing like calves that we were used to growing up. And I got to tell you,
Oh, you kidding me?
went in there yesterday. It was like I didn't
It's
know
good
what to
eating.
do. I was like, "That look, I want that. I want that. I want
when
that."
when Tyler was there, he had the meal plan and good night of life he would eat.
Yeah.
Good night.
I never took my lunch to school. Never. I always bought.
Super
I just
P's
dealt
had the
with
meal
it.
plan.
I
Look
had a
at him.
lunch
He knows
box.
about it.
Yeah.
I had a lunchbox that had the AFC on one side, the NFC on the other, had all the teams' helmets.
Mm-hmm.
Had a
You proud of that?
NFL lunchbox.
You were so fired up.
I was.
Got in a fight at the calf one time.
I did too. I think everybody's probably gotten a fight at the calf.
Got pushed me and I fell back into the garbage can. And it was the kind where my feet are out and my head's out.
So you went that far back.
Yeah, and it made me mad.
What did he do that for?
I don't know. And
Speedy
we
stuffed in the
declared
garbage
we
can.
were going to fight, and word got out in school hey, there's a fight after school. Remember how that would happen?
Oh, yes.
And back then, it didn't matter. You could jump on a bus. They'd let you off at any stop.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's like you got a bus number.
No,
you can't,
yeah. You could jump on and go home with your buddy and nobody even know.
And the word was that we were going to fight at the end of the street in the woods.
And everybody got on y'all's bus?
I think half the school was there.
What, the fight didn't happen?
Oh, no, it happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of times that when it gets hyped up, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, it did happen. But how about the rumor mill? Hey, it's a fight after school.
Yeah,
fight after school.
I got to fight one of my buddies one time, and we were mad. They broke it up too quick, at school. So we played on the same baseball team, a youth league. I said at practice this afternoon, we're gonna finish this. By the end of the day, we were like,
yeah.
You really care if we were like, nah, I don't care.
Right.
So we were back friends by then.
Yeah. Well, and to your point, that's kind of what happened back then. That's kind of what happened back then because the guy that I fought, we were good friends, and we resolved the issue and we moved on. Now it's like, good night. Somebody's getting stabbed or shot.
I'm picturing you in the trash can.
Yeah, I got. Well, you know how you lose your balance.
You hate it.
And I think he might have been messing around, but it took it too far, and then it got heated.
That's normally what it was.
Yeah.
All right, you got to think about this one.
Me and my buddy were playing volleyball and got mad at each other.
Are you serious?
Yeah. In PE.
All right. Took his
swinging.
girlfriend.
Got to swinging.
If you could have any piece of sports memorabilia,
oh gracious,
any piece, it could be yours today. What would it be?
The ball from the Immaculate Reception when Pittsburgh Steelers beat the Oakland Raiders.
Okay, that's a good one, Greg. I'll give you credit.
Wow,
that's really good.
That's real good.
That's really good because I've
I was a
struggled with
huge
this. I don't know what I would do that hit the.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. Why did we go baseball?
Let me ask
we
you
both
this.
went baseball.
No, I went
No,
football.
he went football.
Oh, what'd you say?
You wasn't even listening.
I kind of wasn't.
You think about that trash can.
I know.
with
You
your
know
feet.
what? I wasn't. I was
I'm
thinking
not
of,
telling you. I'm not going to let you enjoy what I was going to get.
I'm sorry. I was
Well,
thinking.
hey, now that y'all both picked basketball, I guess I have to go somewhere else.
I apologize. I was thinking about what I would pick. I apologize.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, but you gave me a ton.
He gave a heartwarming story
You gave
about
me a
it.
ton.
And I think I haven't commented on
You
it, but
said
I wasn't.
that was a good one.
But I
That's
wasn't.
a good one.
But
I had
I
no
wasn't.
damn idea what I was.
Hey, wasn't listening to Lick.
Listen, I am currently questioning everything I've said to Speedy this morning.
Well, that's a little far.
Or I won't. I could have said Joey Chestnut throwing up a hot dog.
For some reason, I thought you said something about the
You would have went. Yeah, that's
good.
good.
You said something about the natural. All right,
Good
go ahead.
night.
Well, I did baseball and you did
So
football.
let me ask you this.
Well, Helmsley, what about
when
you?
you say Hank Aaron Bat, so like he's not the home run leader anymore. That doesn't matter.
Right, no, it doesn't matter.
I'm just asking, just
Good
throwing
night.
it out.
He was the home run leader for many.
He was.
Hey, that's great, man. Yeah.
years.
Oh, what'd you say?
Yeah, what'd you say? I don't remember.
Have you ever done that though? When somebody's talking, you're kind of
about
listening, but
85%
you're also thinking about what you're going to do.
About 85% of the time I do that.
I truly do not know.
Sorry about
that. I don't know what I would pick. I think it would probably fall in the baseball category.
I figured you want some tennis players
yes.
use drawers.
like Feds, Federer's.
Don't
drawers.
wash them. Don't wash them. Give them to me.
You got him talking weird.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hang them on my headboard so I can smell it.
What in the world? Oh me! I don't think about that. I kind of
Jimmy Connor's jockstrap.
it would fall in the baseball or tennis category.
Beyond
for
board
sure.
socks.
But I mean, what tennis memorabilia are you gonna get? I mean, like y'all are talking. I mean, I know
racket,
there's old
probably the
rackets,
winning racket, yeah.
something like that. But
Get his sweatband, his whole sweaty sweatband.
But I looked it up to see kind of what the most popular in the world, and like the first like Babe Ruth jersey.
Babe Ruth's got to be in there. Yeah.
Babe Ruth jersey at one point went for $5.64 million.
Michael Jordan shoes.
I think Jordan's on the list. I thought this was interesting. James Naismith's 1891 Rules of Basketball. That was sold for $4.3 million.
Really?
Wow.
And then you've
That'd
got
be pretty good
this
a
would
little
be neat
Buddy,
too.
calm down.
Championship Muhammad Ali's championship belt
yeah.
in the Rumble in the Jungle.
Mm-hmm.
Or his gloves.
Yeah, the gloves I think would be cool to have those.
Of course, you know me. I don't really trust that that's if they're what they say they are.
How about?
I know that's something about you.
Well,
that's
you
why
got to trust people.
I know.
And people will lie.
They
How about
will.
this?
They
I
will.
don't care anything about this, but it's expensive. Original Olympic Games manifesto was back in 1896.
You don't want that.
No, I just Greg. You're like Speedy. I said I don't care anything about this, but it went for $8.8 million at one point.
Wow.
I'm sitting here. What was it that we talked about that is on Netflix, and it has to do with memorabilia?
Yeah,
what
you
is
were
it?
telling us.
What is that?
You or Rick telling us about that?
Yeah, who told us about that?
I watched an episode or two and cannot remember the
That
name.
boy,
of it.
thank you.
No, but bad memory day for me.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan, 98 jersey, 10.09 million. So, but I don't know.
I don't know why people. I guess.
I'm not a big memorabilia guy. I can't say it now. I'm not a big guy when it comes to that stuff.
I heard a
I'm
thing
not at all.
yesterday. You know, Jim Irsay
got ears.
does he own the Colts?
Yeah, he
Irsay?
does. He does.
He is a big collector of music, like guitars, famous guitars,
Yeah.
and he has like he puts on a free expo where people can come, and it has like people performing live there.
Oh,
Anyway,
cool.
But he's got some really expensive stuff.
Can I ask a music question when we come back?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I actually listened to what you just said, Greg.
No, you didn't. You
I
didn't hear
did.
a word.
No,
of
I
it.
did.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday and July event has arrived with limited quantity deals on top tech to power any passion. Save on select XPS PCs and more powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, get savings on select monitors and accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
On job sites, few things are more important than a solid work boot. At Boot Barn Work, we pride ourselves on knowing that no matter your trade, when there's hard work to be done, your boot should be built for non-stop protection and mobility. Thorogood checks all the boxes. Their Wear Anywhere boots are time-tested and crafted with the highest quality materials for relentless support. For job-fitted boots, Thorogood at Boot Barn Work.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no...
All right, it is 7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is sponsored by 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. SimplySafeBubba.com. When an intruder threatens your home or small business, every second counts, and knowing that you can be covered and protected is something that just gives you peace of mind. And the latest Simply Safe innovation called 24/7 Live Guard Protection is made possible by their new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera.
Watch it.
And now with a first protect monitoring plan, if an intruder breaks in to your place, Simply Safe Bubba monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through the camera. You know, a visual recognition is important. And so you need to check them out right now by going to simplysafebubba.com. Get a special 20% off any system when you sign up for the Fast Protect monitoring. This is a huge offer and only available for a limited time. Again, that's simplysafebubba.com, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. It does give you peace of mind, by the way.
Quick music question.
All right.
If you kind of back to the sports memorabilia, I can't really struggle with that word.
Yeah.
Question. Same question, but you can go back in time. You can go current form. I don't care. You can go to one concert of your choice.
Oh, wow.
At any point in our time. Not our time, but all of time.
Okay. Ooh.
Where do you go? Who do you go see?
Oh, man.
Ooh.
Just one.
Just one.
Just one. And you know me, I'm not
because
really a big
I'm
music
wrestling
guy, but
with the music as opposed to the show.
Correct.
If I was wanting to see a show and y'all are going to laugh and make fun of me, it'd be Michael Jackson.
Okay.
Just
did not see that coming.
Shift in my seat.
Because I've seen of all the other styles. I've never, and he was in his heyday.
Yeah,
the
he
biggest star in the world.
Yeah.
And it was an unbelievable show. I bet it had all kinds.
Didn't
of
think
cool
you'd
stuff.
go that route. Well,
Yeah. That's where I'm going in his prime.
Yeah, I've talked to y'all about how I feel guilty that I'm not a real big Beatles fan.
Oh, I can't.
And I feel guilty for that because I feel like I should be, but I'm not. But something about Elvis, seeing Elvis in his prime, just put on a good show.
That's a good one.
Okay, interesting.
I don't know. I'm just thinking about something.
Is this fat Elvis or regular Elvis?
It's regular.
Okay,
it's regular. Like I said, in his prime before he
started.
started.
That's true. You did say that.
Yeah. You weren't listening. See,
I
you weren't
wasn't
listening to me.
I got you back. Payback.
Do we go this whole hour and never listen to each other?
No, we just have a lot going on.
I don't listen to it. It's not that personal. I just can't pay attention anymore. I don't know what happened. Too many concussions or something.
That's all I had. I just kind of wondered.
Where's yours?
I don't. You know, I'm not a music guy, and I mean.
Well, then
you can't bring one up.
Well, yeah. What the heck?
Well, I mean, I can ask a question that I know I really don't have an answer for. I mean, if I say, there's just really.
I have been to so many concerts.
See, I haven't.
When we were growing up, in the 80s, bands were touring like crazy,
Mhm.
and you live between Birmingham and Atlanta, so you had the opportunity to go to anybody.
Yeah,
You
right.
were any band you liked, you had a chance to go see them between those two cities.
Mm.
So I've seen them all.
I'm really wrestling with an answer, and I just can't come up with
The
it.
first
one of the only concerts. I mean, I've probably been to 5 concerts in my entire life.
Okay, so that was our thing. And I had this box full of ticket stubs that I was like, I'm gonna keep these, but I threw them away. Probably.
Yeah.
But the first concert I ever went to was Commodores, and Lionel Richie was still in it. It's when they were huge, Brick House and all that.
Yeah.
Still may be the best concert I ever saw. It was unreal.
Well, and now you've got
back
me
then people
thinking-
played instruments and actually sang.
Yeah.
They didn't have tracks
Yeah, that's
behind them.
crazy, isn't it?
Well, now you've got me thinking because I said to go to a concert. So my thought is, okay, first thought is think about the guys you currently listen to or the top 5, 6 bands that you listen to in the 80s and 90s. But then when you go show, who puts on the best show, that changes the whole question.
Yeah, that's my
and
point.
so now
That's a good-
now I'm really wrestling with it.
Yeah, because if I want to hear, I like James Taylor's music, and I've seen him about 3 times, but it's not some big extravaganza,
Right. Yeah.
And then I've seen like Motley Crue, and they blow the whole place up and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that's one of the 5 I've been to, believe it or
There
not.
you go.
Okay.
Didn't we figure out we were at that same one?
Yeah.
Didn't Warren open for him? You remember?
Yes.
So,
yeah.
we were at the same one.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wasn't supposed to be there, so my parents, I hope, are not listening.
Did you go to U2 when they were at Legion Field?
did.
Too young
I
to be in
remember
there,
that.
actually.
Yeah, because I was
Yeah.
less than 20.
Oh, yeah. I was not supposed to be in there. Really
No, I was
wasn't.
probably early 20s. But anyway, did you go to that one, Speedy?
Uh-huh.
It was pretty. Again, as far as show goes,
Right.
I mean,
It's
I like
just-
some of their music.
right.
I don't like all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as far as didn't it have like cars?
No,
and
it
all
just-
kinds
it
of
had
just
it all.
Crazy.
Yeah.
thing.
I blame Mason Cawthorn if he's listening.
Well,
It
yeah,
was
that
his
long-
cousin or
good
uncle.
little rock
One of the
music.
two.
Yeah.
We weren't
Come on.
supposed to be there.
It's a really good show, best I remember.
Yes.
Yeah. All right,
Oh,
so is
I
that
couldn't-
it?
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I couldn't
pretty
believe
awesome.
what was taking place.
They put it on.
As a kid, it was, wow.
Yeah, and then you look around, everybody there.
All right.
Who brought this kid here? I wasn't that young, but I mean, I was.
No, I know what you're saying.
My parents didn't know we were there.
Right.
There was no Life 360 back then.
Mm-hmm.
No.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Thank
Rick,
goodness.
Bubba, Adler, all join us for the main show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sad, suffering caravan, everything was just fine. Or as Jim Acosta so memorably put it, the area around that steel barrier was pretty tranquil. See? That's what you get when you build walls, America. Tranquility. And that's the last thing we need more of in this country. More peaceful, bucolic scenes like that. Wait, that can't really have been seen on its point, could it? Now it's getting confusing. We'll have to call Jim Acosta once he gets back from his latest mission and clear this up.
Can you believe what a dodo bird?
You should go if you want to make that point, Jim. And surely you walk. Yeah, I guess you chew gum. go to where there's no wall, and then show us that it's tranquil there. Then you would say it's not necessary. Don't go to where it's working.
You
and
prove Trump's point.
Say, look, it's working. We don't need this. That doesn't even. I mean,
Speedy, can you get that last clip at the end of Acosta's speech where he smiles?
Yeah,
you see that?
how about
grin?
like this one right here? Oh wait, no, that's not.
No, that's not. No,
my bad.
No, that's
my
wrong
bad.
one. Wrong one.
My bad, buddy. Y'all, people
Rick,
that
I don't get it. I don't know if he is moving toward insanity.
Right.
The maniacal position that he's taken is now affecting him. He's got that. What do they call it? That Trump syndrome, where you're so obsessed with getting Trump. Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that look. Does that look not tell you everything? He's like, I've just proven everything right there.
Look, and there's one of his producers in the background on his phone.
Yeah,
Hey,
you
just
know, and
walking
again,
around.
I hate to say it. If I'm at CNN and I'm some underling, I go to get coffee or I hold the camera or, I run tapes to somebody or whatever. I think I'd have to hold my hand up and go, hey, Jim, you're proving Trump's point. It's tranquil where there's a wall. It's violent where there's not walls.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he wants to build more. I think you're helping him.
Picture him sitting around. Guys, here's what I want to do. I want to get down there to we'll go to Texas, get right on the border. We'll just go where they've got that wall, and I want to stand in front of the wall and talk about how really there's nothing going on there. And Was there nobody in the conference room that said, yeah, Rick, I see you got your hand up back there. Hey, Jim, thank you for all you do for journalism. You know, you were a hero of mine when I was in college. We're going to stand in front of the wall and talk about.
Well, Rick, let's think about this the other way.
How tranquil it is around the wall.
Think about this,
because that's what you just said. And I just want to be sure. Maybe I misunderstood. I'm just a lowly.
All the people.
I just run tapes and hold the camera.
Yeah.
I'm probably. I don't. How about I hold cable? I don't even get to hold the camera.
All the people that were working with him.
Right.
And then let's look at the flip side. There had to be anchors that pitched to him, that ran this.
Right.
Producers back in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Management people up the chain. Somebody should have picked the phone up immediately. Said, get Costa on the phone for me. Hey, Jim, that was stupid. Why are we running it? Pull it. Don't air that ever again. Destroy all copies of it. That is the most silly thing, because we're out to get Trump, and you just made his point, you idiot.
You know what I think I would do? I would pull the story and claim that operatives for Trump put that story out, and it's an actor faking being Jim Acosta.
It's all computer generated.
Yeah.
They put his head on another body, and they did it off of a website that somebody's conservative.
And I would say this is another example of Trump trying to dupe Americans into thinking we need this wall. Because Jim Acosta was not there. We don't even know where he is. And I don't know who this imposter is or this actor. Or,
the administration is actually openly thanking CNN for making their point today. What a bunch of goombas.
Your phone calls are next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as a brand new hour is ready to go. It'll start with the national anthem. is 7.5 minutes now past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we are, 29 years and a half into this thing, headed toward our 30th birthday in January. And we thank you for being with us. However you're getting the program, whether that be live or archived, your live options, the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the boldest stations in America, as they carry the Rick and Bubba Show. Another live option is our TuneIn app. If you want the streaming option, just go to TuneIn at the App Store, download that. That's free. Then put in the Rick and Bubba Show and get our 24/7 channel, which includes the live show every day. Also, our YouTube channel has a live option. Eddie Van Adler handles that for you if you're watching us on YouTube. Thank you for being with us. How can I get the show on my own time? Are parts that I missed? I'm glad you asked. A lot of options there, too. The YouTube channel has an archive option for video archives, the entire show every day, including 1 hour that you'll see on Blaze TV as well. That's kind of a best-of hour. Our podcast channel offers a full audio archive of the show every day for you on your own time, including a best-of hour there as well. And the TuneIn app not only gives you the live show, but also plays old shows, archives of the week in their entirety. So all that available to you. Find all those options live or archived by going to the Rick and Bubba website, which is Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. And just when you thought that wasn't enough content, we have a unique podcast every week called Rick and Bubba University. It's been on hiatus for a couple of weeks. It returns this weekend. We'll record a new one today, and we'll tell you more about that as the show progresses. And you can catch that on Saturday and grab that. Rick and Bubba University, a 45-minute unique podcast, not every week, but most weeks during the year. And yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive is now available for you, both on the YouTube channel and our podcast channel. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Super P, our intern, taking phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also, Lord of the Jacket, he is here helping out on the video side, as well as they earn their degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of Pizza in a Cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates, welcome to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. All about life, every day, every step of the way.
Let's go. Right. That way. I wanna love that way. There it is. There's old Trevor Morgan.
How about old Trev?
Old Trevor Morgan. And we got to hear him on the show many, many years ago and got to see him in concert. And if you've never gone into his library out there, he's got some good stuff.
Yep.
He does.
He rocks.
He rocks. So, Bubba, we have a lot to unpack on the program today. I know we have a movie review from you. You and I assume your son went to see Mission Impossible last night.
Yes, Dead Reckoning Part 1.
Okay.
This will be the end of the Mission Impossible series, but it's the first of a two-part movie. The second part will be out this time next year.
How about that?
Oh, boy.
And while we're here, let's knock 2 out.
That's it. That's basically it.
Yep.
I'll give you the full breakdown on that without giving the plot away.
Oh, Bubba.
But I will say this. When you go home, you come out of the movie, you're going to want to unplug everything you have electronic.
Yeah.
That's a little tease right there.
There it
Get
is.
you a notebook for your addresses and your day planning.
Right.
Go back to the old Franklin day planner, whatever your deal was, and get you a nice flip phone.
Can I tell you what's funny when you bring up the Franklin Day Planner? So Sherry was she was real committed a few years ago, and don't miss it. I said years.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, it was probably about 3 years ago. And she was talking, and we were talking with people that we knew, and we were having a dinner, and somebody said, well, I'll tell you, there's this day planner group or whatever that is fantastic. It is the best life planning material ever. And Sherry was all in. Well, that she went and said, I'm in, and then she decided that and I don't think she's ever, not one time, used it, ever. And she can't get it to stop coming to the house. I mean, it just keeps coming.
Oh, listen, those recurring billing things.
I mean, we get a box. We must have. I bet we got. I don't know what. I don't even remember the name of the product, but because the box never gets opened now, it just gets thrown over there with the other boxes. I'm like, baby, maybe you should just start using them. And she's like, well, that just didn't turn out to be a better way to go. And,
don't throw them away.
Yeah, hang on to
She may need them, or I may come get them.
But it's so funny. I said, Sherry, can you not cancel this? She goes, Rick, I honestly don't know how to cancel. I keep trying to cancel it. It won't cancel. So I don't know. So I don't. Maybe it's time to break those back out.
Yeah, it really plays out the whole AI scenario, which our vice president explained. I thought great yesterday.
Oh, wasn't that good? Wasn't that good?
That
Master
was artificial and had no intelligence in it.
Yeah, that's funny. And I stand by this. She may be the only person to get as high as vice president and can't make it on the speaking trail.
That's great.
Like so, she'll get a couple right out of the gate just because of the title. But once everybody says how'd that go, that's when you're gonna have problems.
Yeah. So we'll break that down, and we have a health report today. We have a lot of news. Christopher Wray was at Congress, head of the FBI yesterday, and it was some lively fireworks to say the least.
For sure.
Well,
and I mean some point blank questions. That was really good. And this also the tie-in here, Rick. Christopher Wray, head of the FBI, reminds me very much of the guy from Mission Impossible who's head of the CIA.
Is this going to be our life today?
Yep.
Everything may have a reference back to Mission
I've always thought that.
Right, yeah. Right.
McKittrick, isn't that his name? But they look alike to me. Their mannerisms are alike, and it's a little spooky. I've always thought that.
Yeah, I've told you I have such a strange relationship with the Mission Impossible series. It has been nothing but good to me, but I won't love it, and I don't know why. I mean, every time I watch them, and now see, like I won't go to the movie and see this, but I'll watch it when it comes out and then love it. I have the weirdest relationship with the Mission Impossible series.
I'll tell you
it's
something,
been nothing
too.
but consistent, and I won't love it.
There is a bit of they seem to predict the future in some of this stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember Mission Impossible 2 about the virus they were going to release on everybody. Crimea. And which was one of my favorite ones. I thought it was a good one.
See, I can't. They all are the same movie to me. I don't know which one's which.
I can tell you some basic ideas from them. The first one was when everybody had the mask on the train. It had, the actor that we all love on there playing he was part of the Mission Impossible team, and that somebody had turned bad, and all that.
Not the blacklist guy?
No.
Ron California?
No.
I don't know his name.
I don't.
You talking about Ving Rhames?
No.
The black guy?
No.
I like him.
No.
He's awesome.
So you had to say black guy, couldn't just say
There
that
you
guy.
go, buddy.
Yep.
Can he just be a guy?
Angelina Jolie's dad.
I love him.
What's Angelina Jolie's
John
dad?
Voight.
John
yeah.
Voight.
Okay,
John.
okay, I got you.
He's been on the show before, hasn't he?
He has.
Yeah.
Are we making that up, or are we just trying
No,
to get
we
him on?
interviewed him for the movie.
From Woodlawn.
Yeah, when he was.
I thought so. I knew we were trying to. Yeah, when he was Bear Bryant. You talking about the white actor, Adler? John Voight?
White guy.
That white guy?
White guy, yeah.
16 minutes past the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Show. Thanks for being with us. Glad you're here. Greg is not here. He is over with the rest of the family that can be there, awaiting the arrival of his first grandchild. His son and wife are at the hospital now, and she is either in labor or starting labor, but they have kept her as a patient, so she's not going to leave until the baby's with her. So Shane is listening to us on 104.7 WZZK, and he just heard the science update and had comments. Hey, Shane, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Fantastic.
Hey, I enjoy listening to your show all the time.
Thanks.
In Birmingham, Alabama, WZZK. I was asking, can we do like a science Saturday once a month or once a week with Mr. Bussey? Because there's things that I enjoy listening to, like the GM angle, like we just talked about, or energy equals mass times the speed of light, or even Ohm's law, things like that with Mr. Bussey.
Well, here's
what Shane. You realize by now the speed of light is not a constant.
Here we go.
It fixes some of our math problems, but that's a whole nother show on its own.
Well, here's what I've been urging Bubba to do. Okay, and we tried this with the newsletter, and he wouldn't do it, and so that's kind of outdated now. But now we have our podcast channel, and people love and consume podcasts. I didn't realize how much they did, but they do quite a bit. But there's a bunch of them out there. And now we have a podcast channel that has the archives, but also like we have the Bible study on Wednesday. Bubba could from time to time sit down, record Bubba's science, whatever we want to call it, and we put it out there. And you could go get it, and he could go on and on about certain topics and things. You could send in emails, things you wish you would discuss, and maybe once a month or something, we put one of those out there.
Yeah. James does weather brains. You could do science brains.
Yeah, science brains.
Science with Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
We could have guests like maybe some former astronauts or somebody who, things like that.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I enjoy listening, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, Shane.
Bubba, they're demanding it.
Mm-hmm. Maybe even some international tennis players that like science.
It sounds like a great idea here at 23 minutes after the hour, although 2 hours from now it won't sound as good.
It's not near as much fun.
Yeah.
And let me say this to me. What do you think? And by the way, you have a decision to make on that concerning one Tim Tebow, possibly.
Yes.
Yeah. But I want to ask you, if you were going to do something like that, are you more intrigued about talking about science or tennis, or would you do both?
I'd probably just go with Bubba's World.
Yeah, so just whatever that entails.
Yeah, whatever the heartbeat
Bubba,
was at that moment.
I beg you to do that. I think that would be
awesome.
fantastic.
Yeah. Well,
and just do once a month.
Yeah, I don't want to do anything that'll draw away people from the show. I don't want to cause hordes of
it's
people.
going to add to it.
You're drawing them to our podcast channel. Yeah, that's what we want. I mean, that's it. And
if I could get Bubba's World once a month, my life would be different.
Because to me, what this offered, Bubba, let me tell you another thing that we thought was a good idea, but never did, and that's okay. We got a lot of those, and that was we were going to do that with RBTV, we just never did.
Right.
So
about multiple channels.
We did a whole show about what we were going to do, and the original program we're going to.
That's a lot of good ideas.
Notice we talk a lot.
So the podcast channel, Audio Virgin, has allowed that again, much simpler, by the way, than having to do original TV programs.
Yeah.
Much simpler.
Yeah, well, I don't know if Bubba's World might be more of a visual.
And that's simple too, by the way.
Simple too. Go to the YouTube channel.
That's simple.
Yeah,
Put something on our YouTube channel.
More editing though.
Nah, just let it roll.
Let that puppy roll.
I don't want to get in the way.
You bored out.
I don't want to get in the way back there of Adler TV.
Because here's what happens.
Split time in the editing bay with them.
But here's the deal. What we have now, the show, which we try to do, and certainly we've gotten better over the years, and sometimes people say y'all still haven't gotten there, is that we try to offer little portions of all the things we like to talk about. But at times somebody said, well, me personally, like honestly, if I want to fire the phones up and melt the phones right now, I would talk about a political issue, and we'd start talking about Trump and Wall and Acosta and all that again, and it would melt the phones. But then there's other people that would say, I wish y'all would just tell funny stories. I don't like the politics part of the show. And then there's some people saying, why don't you talk about sport? So what we do.
I thought you were going to talk about UFOs or tractor pulls.
Or pro wrestling.
Pro wrestling.
But we did, so we do little bits of it. But now what these other avenues allow, that if you ever want to say, well, now those that just like this part of it, either somebody from the show or a couple people from the show, whatever, they're going to.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. I was telling the guys in the break, and I don't know about the rest of you. When we were growing up, things were simplistic. Everybody wasn't trying to be sharp. And if you had a series like this, like Mission Impossible, say Rocky, for instance, it was easy to talk about because you'd go, which ones you like better? Did you like Rocky 3, Rocky 2, Rocky 1, Rocky 4? So that was easy to follow. But now they just keep the same title, and then they give you some subtitle underneath. See, I can't keep up with that. That's asking too much of me. I could not tell you one subtitle of any modern-day series, like somebody talked to me about, like Pirates of the Caribbean. Well, they didn't number them, so I don't know which one you're talking about. No, I'm talking about the Black Pearl of Doom. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. Which one was that? And it's like, now that you have to know the subtitle of the main title to know the series. I can't keep up with that. I cannot name you one subtitle. What was wrong back when we used to just number them? Can we not number them anymore?
It would be easier.
When you came to me and said, you remember Rocky 2, I'd say absolutely.
Yeah.
I know. But what if you came to me and said, you remember Rocky, the Return of Creed? And I'm like, which one was that?
I know. Rocky 3 is the one that had Mr. T in it.
Right. See? But what if it was called? You remember Rocky 3? Well, you remember Rocky 3, The Fall of the Dynasty?
Yeah.
And you'd be like, what?
Yeah.
Which one was
The Return to the Roots?
Yeah, right.
Remember Rocky 2, Adrian, we did it?
The subtitle thing, so I don't even, if you ask me what number Mission Impossible I watched like last, I don't remember what the subtitle was. I have no idea.
So the one I saw last night would have been Mission Impossible 7 on our numbering system.
Which it should be.
And they also shot Mission Possible 8 at the same time.
Right.
While all this was being done. So 8 is in the bucket. It's being edited. It'll be out next year.
I love that idea. We got our budget. We're here. Let's just shoot 2.
They and I will say this: Tom Cruise. I'm sure he's about as weird as it gets.
He is.
Okay, I'll just acknowledge that.
But most people in entertainment are.
But he may be even a step further.
Oh yeah. Well, he
believes, but
he's following a religion that a science fiction writer created.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
That alone should probably raise a red flag. But anyway, I will say this: when it comes to making movies, he's dedicated to the cause.
Absolutely.
And I know how Greg hates computer-generated stuff. He's not going to have a lot of that in this movie.
Good.
As a matter of fact, I was just reading because they have a scene where they blow up a lot of things, and they were trying. One of the places they were wanting to shoot this would not allow them to blow up the bridges they wanted to blow up. And so they had to hunt for bridges in Europe that would be allowed to be blown up that they wanted to get rid of. And they said, well, we'll take it out for you, as long as we get to video it. And he's still chasing to make a movie in space.
Is he really?
Yeah. He wants to get on the space station to make a movie.
So explain. So this is one of 2.
Yeah.
But this is it.
Yes. He said that the number 8 will be the final Mission Impossible.
Okay.
In this series he did, which he brought back from the old 1970s. TV show that we all grew up with. It we loved, and it was interesting. And they had they still keep a lot of the comedy that kind of comes out of that.
I am thankful that you saw this and not Rick, because we would know every bit
tell you
of it. But I know you're going to tiptoe through this today.
Well,
but
do you want me to tell you?
I'm
about
anxious.
it now?
I'm anxious on slices of pizza. I'm all that.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'll say this: the movie, and this is no secret. You can go online and see this. The basic plot is there is artificial intelligence that gets out of control. And I will say this, the Mission Impossible series has always been on the front edge of a lot of these things. Like I mentioned before, worldwide pandemics and other things, they seem to kind of be, I hate to say predictor, but they run ahead of some of this stuff. And this one is about AI getting out of control. And it turns allies against each other. You can't trust anybody. And when I left the theater last night, I had a deep feeling to go and unplug and destroy everything digital in my life. Laptops, computers, smash my phone, and go find me a good old American-made car pre-1970.
Okay.
That kind of thing.
Right, yeah, sure.
So you don't realize how much of it is strung together, and this movie kind of highlights some of that and what it can do if you have someone of ill intent who has control of that. We've talked about it before.
We did
practical, but when you have the artificial intelligence now that can do so many computations and draw on so much information off the internet at will, They learn how to do things. They learn how to do a lot of things that, like we go to YouTube and if you want to do something around the house and you can get a tutorial how to do it and kind of learn it. Well, think about AI being able to suck all of them in at one time, the power that it would wield if it decided to turn against you or protect itself.
Yeah, we talked about those concerns, and it looks like we're not alone.
But we have Kamala Harris. See,
well, that's
the
good news.
difference.
Yeah, right. That's great.
And
how about that?
You would like to think that the people that run our government are on top of this, and probably some of the things we don't know are good. And if we did know it, we would be disturbed by it, and that's why they don't tell us. But I also know our government has a tendency to be a half a step behind on things too. So
yeah. Well, you may not have been here that day. You might have been off when the guy was openly talking about that AI could be used to finally pull all of our religions together and write us a Bible that we could all agree on.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it could do. I mean, it will be asked to do all kind of things like that. Like for instance,
that's a biggie.
For instance, yesterday I was and this had no tie into the movie, but I had a moment and I was wanting to just in between things that I wanted to goof off for a minute. So I went and looked up artificial intelligence graphic logos that would be generated. Gave me several sites to go to, by the way. So I go to one, and I put in, because we were talking about the farm name yesterday, so I said, I want to find a name and a logo for a farm. So I put in a name, and
Tell me you didn't put in Beaver Bite Ridge.
Well, no.
Okay, all right.
And it asked me some basic questions. It said, what colors do you like? Then it gave me some choices of logos. Which one of these logos appeal to you the most? And you pick out a few, and you answer a few questions, and you tell it to generate. It spit out about 30 logos, all that were pretty impressive, in about 10 seconds. And you could have chosen any of those to use. And I'm like, wow, could you imagine trying to get that done just by a graphic artist? How long that would take?
Well, that's why did I tell you that my son, who's in the Actors Union now, that's what the writer's strike was all about?
Yeah, but I don't know how you're ever going to keep it out.
Rick and Bubba.
Podcast channel, they're going to put out a day today where they just talk about sports, or they just talk about politics, or they just talk about science, or they just talk about tennis, or you know what I mean. And and you can do that anytime you want to.
Sure,
or not, but it is available. Let's go to Starkville, Mississippi, 96.1. Andy standing by. Andy, go ahead.
Andy,
what's going on, boys?
Brother. Andy.
Hey, Bubba, I just got a quick question for you, and then I'll hang up. What is the speed of a second? When the clock ticks from 1 second to the next second, help me figure out what that speed is.
This is a trick question.
Yeah, I don't
What does it even mean by
It's
that?
not a trick question.
well, educate me. I would say a second.
Yeah, do you know that answer, or you just?
That's the time. I need to know the speed that it takes from 1 second to the next second. How fast is that?
Andy, do you know the answer, or are you searching for the answer?
No. I do not know the answer. I'm trying to.
I thought you measured speed in seconds.
Is he talking about the speed of light in a second?
Oh, well, look at you over there.
I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah.
Is that?
Maybe that's how you figure it out.
I don't know what he's
Now
saying.
y'all are just throwing stuff out there.
I'm not having fun with this anymore.
I'm not
It's
either.
886. 886,000 miles per second. Yeah.
Is that what he's looking for?
That's
I
the
guess
speed
so.
of light, but you're talking about traveling a distance, and he was talking about time, but he was asking, it's like asking, you can just move it up. How long is an hour? Well, it's an hour. That's why we have a name.
We had to come with a standard.
And miles per hour, the light speed is, and it says this miles per hour, and it's wow.
Somebody grab that from Speedy. He's about to get hurt.
No.
I'm just
Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, I just called to encourage Bubba to do that podcast. We would really enjoy it from Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you.
How many people in Huntsville be leaving? You suck the life out of Cassio then.
No, I'm telling you, you don't. The problem.
That's good.
The problem with Huntsville, you've got so many good scientists there, they can just tear you to shreds.
So you're
on
saying
anything
the,
they say,
the emails that followed it, like I wasn't right, you didn't have that right?
Yeah, but they're not Bubba with his glasses
Here's
on his nose.
Here's a tweet, Rick. Where do I sign up for Bubba's Science Podcast?
There you
it's
go.
out there.
All you have to do is go to the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. You don't know what's going to drop in there. All right, we make our way back, and I guess this is going to be a reoccurring theme. It's just like
watching pro football on Sunday, and we thought, man, how cool would it be to be in the NFL?
Yes.
And none of us made it.
No.
But we have a gentleman here now who has made it.
Yeah, if you remember, if you're an NFL fan, especially if you're a 49er fan, one of the great stories is the story of Nick Mullins that happened this year in the NFL. And Nick is from our part of the woods where we lived. As a matter of fact, some of my neighbors started sending me during the first game that you started. That's the Dysons. I live on the same street of the Dysons.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and they started sending me so many pictures of you as a little boy running up and down around our neighborhood and going to ball games and Little League and travel teams and and all of that.
Dysons go way back.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's
so,
awesome.
Yeah, so anyway, I have sons that one of them is the same age as Jake, and then of course I know the other sons too from all of us hanging out doing things together. So that was a big night. I bet you the Dysons sent me a dozen pictures as I was watching that game.
All our phones heated up,
and then I started sending it off to the other guys. So they're listening right now. So if you want to say hey to them,
Yeah, we'll.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. I don't know what's happening, why it's just now really flipping a switch out there, but I'm now daily getting 2 to 4 emails of people saying, all right, Burge, we know you do a little better. Probably because, like most of us that struggle with our weight, you probably waited about 7 months to see, is he going to stick with this? Okay, and I'm not going to pursue it if he's not going to, because usually the large community we don't. And so he, like I said, you can take like what Billy Sunday said about our spiritual life and apply it to large people in our health. And hey, look, they're doing better. You know what you say? We'll see. If they can stick to it. But anyway, so now I'm getting a lot of emails. What are you doing? And one of the things that I'm reminding everybody, I said, I'll tell you what's playing a good role in all this and an important role is Field of Greens. A guy I emailed with last night, he was like, gosh, when I was getting older, I really wasn't prepared for really my lack of energy and the things that need to be done. And I said, look, I'll tell you the things I'm doing, but I want you to know that one of the things I do every day is make sure I'm taking Field of Greens, because that's that fuel that we need, and it's the best of any of the products that are kind of in this category. There's other people that have tried this, but normally they freeze dry some of the fruits and vegetables in the capsule, and this is a powder, and they hand pick the fruits and vegetables they use, organic, and they don't just randomly throw them at you. They go, these help your heart, these help your lungs, these help your kidneys. And you're basically, if you picture your body being some sort of vehicle, you're putting in premium fuel. And, of course, then the body says, thank you very much. This is what I need. So if you haven't tried it yet, I would strongly encourage you to try it. Go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba, get 15% off. I use the one in the green canister. I know they have some others that involve berries and things like that, but the one I use is the green canister. Fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba, get 15% off.
All right, Rick, I placed an order this morning.
Yeah.
I figured with my schedule here the next few weeks and trying to get a hold of everything, I needed some Field of Greens.
Well, and I will tell you this. You do.
I ordered some.
Well, here's the thing, and it's not inexpensive.
Use the promo code Bubba.
It's not inexpensive, okay? I acknowledge
Bubba,
that.
I know.
But here's what you say, though, okay? Here's what you say. All of us in life, and I don't have a problem, I do not like paying for things that don't deliver.
Yeah.
I hate that. Yeah. I don't care how much it costs. If it didn't do what it's supposed to, that was a waste of money. So, and then I hate things that cost more than they deliver. They deliver, but not to the level they're asking you. Right. But then you have things, and Field of Greens is in this. This has the impact that it's having on my life. It's worth every dime that I pay.
Well, I will say this: I had a Field of Greens run during our UAB season.
Yeah.
And I could tell a difference. And I thought, and now we've had some time off, and I'm about to crank back up, and I thought I got to have it. Just go order it, Helms.
Yeah, I can tell a big difference.
Speaking of food, Bubba, not the most healthy choice, but even though people claim there are healthy versions of pizza, are you going to give us your rating on Mission Impossible 7?
Rick, if you go to see Mission Impossible,
thank you for that, Rick.
I'll say this. You're going to see what you expect to see.
Of course.
Okay, you're going to have fight scenes.
Reliable.
You're going to have shootouts. You're going to have car chases.
Runaway trains.
You're going to have trains, planes, and automobiles. You know what you get with Mission Impossible. But I thought it was excellent. I give it 3 slices of pizza with pineapple on top.
Okay, wow. Wow.
So you're
not an
an
upside down one. Not an upside down one.
No.
Let me say this.
I will go see it.
That means you go see it. You'd pay to see it again.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's good.
So,
that's good.
but now let me try a harder question.
Okay.
And it's probably not fair because you're probably like me. They all run together. Would you say it's any better than the others? Just about as good as the others? I can't tell one's better than the other.
I don't follow it close enough to talk about Mission Impossible 5, what it was. I don't really remember it. But I thought the first one was good. I thought the second one was really good. The one with the virus, it was going to kill everybody. I thought it was good. The Rogue series was good, where they're looking for him. But I thought this was good too. I mean, this is the thing about Mission Impossible. You don't have to watch them all for this one to make sense.
Okay. Yeah,
but they are some themes that run
Characters
from the
like
beginning
that.
and some relationship issues between the Impossible Mission Force crew and their bosses. Alec Baldwin was the boss of them in the movies, a few of them. But it's good. I really enjoyed it. It was a pleasant surprise how good it was.
Rick, I know that you.
I was worried it would not live up to the hype.
Yeah, really you go to the theater more probably than anybody on the staff. You go.
I've had a big break, but no overall, yes.
Right, Bubba. What's the overall movie theater experience now? I mean, because from somebody I don't know the last time I went to a movie. I'll stream something. I'll watch it at TV. I'll wait for it to come out to where I can rent it at home. Is there a big difference? Is it what was it like?
Well, I enjoy going to the movie theater. I enjoy the the feeling of it, the group. Now there wasn't. We went to an early showing, and it was just Hunter, myself, and one other couple in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that was the opening night,
and it was pretty much the whole theater was pretty much.
That's the beauty of the day, matinee.
Yeah, they were. I mean, they don't do things like they used to at our local. We used to have ticket people outside. You don't do that anymore. Everybody goes inside. Same people selling tickets or getting you popcorn and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And so it was a little weird. Now I know some of the theater chains are updating their movie theaters, and they're really turning them into these,
luxury.
Where they have these luxury things where they bring you food to your thing, and your chair vibrates, and all that kind of stuff.
All that looked good, but it's almost like they're making them too nice. Meaning those of us that are sleep deprived, you're setting us up for sleep. I mean, Big Papa's going nighty night. You can't make me this comfortable. What are we in Delta One?
And by the way, happy anniversary, happy 20th to the other couple was watching the movie. We had
okay.
When
1,
we left.
2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
How do you stack this up against his other movies? Like compare it to Top Gun, like as far as your love for Tom Cruise.
Well, I would say it's not really a love for Tom Cruise, but I enjoy the movies. Top Gun is excellent too. I didn't have any problems with it.
You got to sit down.
It's no
today.
Days of Thunder.
You got to sit down to today and watch Top Gun or Mission Impossible.
Oh,
What
that's a
are
good
you
question.
going?
That's a great question.
I might watch Mission Impossible again.
Okay.
Just because I saw it and I'm fired up about
The
it.
original Top Gun I like better than the others.
But we know
Yeah,
that.
we got it.
There's
Greg.
only
We
one
know
other.
that.
Well, Greg, you don't like
I'm
any
talking about
sequel.
like the Mission Impossible. I think
I see.
his favorite movie to me. That's it.
Have you watched Mission Impossible?
No.
Well, you
Okay.
told me yesterday. Hey, you told me yesterday it was Cocktail.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I completely forgot about that one.
That's great.
Yeah, what was he doing?
I don't know. I'm upset.
Risky Business is still hard to beat.
Yeah.
Days of Thunder. I watched it the other week.
That's another good one.
I don't want to come off.
Robert Duvall's what makes Days of Thunder.
Yeah, you're right.
Can I tell you what I think my problem is with myself? Do you ever not know yourself as well as you need to? And it's like, hey, Bert,
Harry.
you're not as complicated as you wish you were. Okay, I try to find myself saying I really appreciate a great story. I really appreciate some outstanding dialogue. I love these kind of things. People go, that's one of the greatest moments in movie history. The dialogue these people were given, as opposed to a bunch of explosions and special effects and all that. But at the end of the day, I love those action movies every time, so I'm really not as deep as I pretend to be. But I won't give myself to an action movie for some reason. It's like I'm always reluctant to give
I'm the
myself
same
to it.
way.
I don't know why.
I've never seen any of the Fast and Furious.
No, not one. Have no desire to see because I'm not a big car
I've seen
guy.
parts of them.
My favorite car movie would be Gone in 60 Seconds.
That's a good movie.
I didn't see that.
That's a good
What
movie.
about Baby Driver?
Rick, not really into that one.
Yeah, that came out there. That
I
title.
didn't get it.
You like that car movie with Mater in it, didn't you?
Oh, that's funny. I understand the movie. I've had people tell me. I've had people tell me the movie Baby Driver.
That is a good one.
The Baby Driver is actually good, but I said, well,
I don't
that
get it.
title just doesn't
Yeah,
work.
the title keeps
I
me
ain't
away.
watching that. If you call a movie
That's
Baby
the
Driver,
worst title
I ain't
of a
watching
movie
it.
ever.
I'm not watching Baby Driver. I'm sorry.
No.
I mean, you what a terrible idea on a title. But something, I don't know what it is about action movies. First of all, I'm not going to watch any Fast and Furious because in general, I think every action movie I've ever seen, and you're the same way, Greg, because I've heard you say it.
Oh, yeah.
That the car chases are too long.
Yeah,
Let's take that car chase and you could reduce it by 50%.
You're right.
And it's about the right amount of car chase I want. They go on and on and on and on. It's
They
like,
do.
I mean,
You think it's finished? Oh, it ain't, Rick. It ain't done yet. I'm jumping a bridge. Well, I'm back on the road.
yeah. Oh, Greg, I got to go on a narrow road where there's no way for me to pass.
I'm gonna hit a few mailboxes. Got to bring them
Well,
up.
you're going to have some of that in this.
And I enjoy it. I mean, but there's not a Mission Impossible movie that I've watched I didn't enjoy.
But Rick,
I just won't go out. I told Helms in the break. It's like this little possession receiver that wins more games for us than this highly touted wide receiver that's on all the posters. And I'm just so enamored with him. And then I'm forgetting how many times he drops the ball, how many times he fumbled once going in the end zone at the 5-yard line, hot dogging. And this little possession guy, he wins game after game after game for us. And I always love his performance, but for some reason I don't get excited about him. Doggone it.
I know. I can't explain it.
I can't explain it. But he always comes through.
Always.
Right. I mean, how about Mission Impossible? It's dependable. It gives you what you want.
Yeah.
If I sit down and get hung up in it, I'll. Now, the one I like is the first one when he was in there hanging on him, he couldn't touch the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that scene. That's the
Phone
only scene
calls
I
are
remember.
next.
And a drop of sweat comes off. He has to catch it.
Yeah. That guy's
866.
over there going.
We Be Big. We'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The whole Dyson family. Miss you all. Love to see y'all soon. For sure.
So
Well, Nick, let's review how you got there. And then we have a lot of questions about playing in the NFL. You're at Spain Park High School.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even you're the quarterback your senior year, but you didn't start prior to that, right? At quarterback.
Yes, sir. Fair enough.
And you had committed to UAB. You ended up changing and going to Southern Miss. And you did very well there, even though Southern Miss was kind of at a low point when you got there. I would say they hadn't won a game about 3 years.
Correct. It was a uphill battle.
And you got in there. You got to start your freshman year midway through the season, and they saw something there, and you helped to turn that program back around to a respectable football team.
Yeah, it was committed there knowing that it was going to be an uphill battle, but we went after it and got a lot better year after year, so it was a lot of fun. Southern Miss special place.
Set a lot of records, broke some of Brett Favre's records while you were there, passing. I know you had a 300-yard game as a freshman that Brett never had. And then you head into the pros, and you end up at San Francisco on the practice squad, right?
Yes, sir, yep.
And then mid-season, with the 49ers not having the year that they wanted, you get a shot to be the starting quarterback.
Correct.
What a ride.
Yeah, it's been a journey. I had a pretty good college career, I guess you could say, and then I got a chance in the NFL, and I didn't know how long it would last. So I'm really just trying to extend that career as long as I can.
There you are playing right there, by the way. You see you on the screen. You're throwing passes against the Raiders right there. Yeah, there you are right there.
Yeah, that was a fun night. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Is that strange to watch yourself doing that now?
Yeah, it is, because during the season you don't see much TV stuff. But I actually got home and watched a game with my dad the other night just to see, a different perspective, I guess you could say. It makes it more, I don't know, when you're playing out there, it feels just like football. But obviously on TV, it looks like more of a production, so it's kind of cool.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, and Bubba touched on it. Obviously, when you're in the heat of the game, it's now football at the highest level in the whole world.
Big and fast guys.
Big and fast guys. But,
big and fast. For sure.
but what you were just talking about was what I wanted to know, because you grew up watching the NFL like any boys in America who
used to wear the jerseys and play out in the yard. We've seen pictures of you wearing them playing out in the yard.
Yeah. And then you just said it. If you're in the game, so because you've been on the practice squad, you know the team, you know the coaches, it's your job, and then you're in the game. But when you sit down, because the little boy in you now sees just the 49ers, you see that uniform and you think, all right, no, that's me. I'm not watching another NFL quarterback. I'm actually did it feel weird when you could see it from that perspective?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's
even more so than when you're actually in the game.
Yeah. I mean, the whole game day routine, as far as like before the game, you eat your pregame meal, go to the stadium. I mean, that routine is pretty similar since like high school, So like that whole process is pretty similar. But when you sit back and see the uniforms, the jerseys, who you're playing against, that stuff is pretty cool.
Yeah, and of course
that was the Raiders. The Raiders you were playing against.
Yeah. And they even went back to the old school Raiders with the silver numbers, which kind of added to it, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. It was actually the last Battle of the Bay since the Raiders are moving to Las Vegas, so that was kind of cool to play in that game for sure.
What about
you had kind of a breakout performance there too on Monday Night Football, which is a fairly big stage. I would say it didn't get much bigger than that.
I think the coolest part was listening to Joe Buck and Troy Aikman call it.
Yeah,
it's classic. The Fox broadcast. It was pretty cool.
Because you get none of that. You're on the field, you don't hear any of that.
Yeah, you don't even think about it.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it dawns on you, wow, so Joe Buck was actually saying my name and talking about what I just did.
Yeah, it's like, why is he saying my name?
That's kind of weird, But when you got out there, obviously practice squad gives you some idea of what it's like, but, I'm sure there's a lot of professionals that in practice maybe they don't go the way they go in the game.
Yeah.
And then you get out there. Was there ever a moment where you were living out the famous phrase, be careful what you wish for?
I mean, that's kind of one thing I like. I had some teammates tell me, like, the speed of the game, like, hey, whatever you do, know that it's going to be a step faster than what you're thinking. So that's one thing I was not scared of, but very aware of going into the
prepared.
Game. Yeah, definitely. So you know what you're doing, but you don't know how fast it's going to be compared to what you played in college or whatever.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible Study archive now available for you on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. If you did not catch it live or didn't catch it yesterday, we finished the Revelation chapter 14. All right, so to the phones we go. Let's go to Ben out of Birmingham. Ben's listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Ben, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, sir?
Great, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Hey, I was just wanting to ask you, I was talking about the car crashes being too long. What's your thoughts on John Wick? Like the newest one is basically a fight scene from the beginning to the end. And then the other question was, what's your thoughts on Sound of Freedom?
You know, the first one, I will not give myself to John Wick. It's the same problem. I don't know what it is.
I'm the same way.
It took me forever to watch Jason Bourne. It's like I'm just not drawn to these movies.
Jack Ryan.
When I know that I should be. Jack Ryan. I
haven't watched the Jack Ryan.
I don't watch.
Good.
I honestly, Ben, don't watch any of them, and I know if I watched them, I would probably like them. But for some reason, I just won't. They don't interest me. But then if I get bored one day and I watch one at home, I'm like, hey, that was a pretty good movie. That really entertained me.
Rick, long fight scenes can also be like car.
No, you're right. You're right. And
Well, I'll say this in the John Wick series, and I saw one or two of them. If you don't like shoot 'em ups, then this is not the movie for you. The shoot 'em up rate per minute on those movies have to be the all-time high.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a big gore guy either. I don't like a lot of gore. I don't like a lot of filthy language, and of course, if there's if
Speedy prefers it.
if it's riddled with sex scenes and things like that, which a lot of these action movies don't have that much of that.
Yeah,
in it,
I
but-
don't recall
Yeah,
that one.
yeah.
Now the Mission Impossible ones don't, because
Yeah.
Tom Cruise knows it will hurt. What they can do. I mean, there's love scenes, but they're not dirty.
Yeah, and what's going on
Love.
with and you asked about Sound of Freedom. I don't know if you ever caught the podcast. I was in North Carolina speaking for a church that was kicking off the strategy from themanchurch.com. And that night, a guy got up and spoke with Lantern Rescue. And he had to use a fake name because there's countries all over the world that are trying to kill him. And there's been several attempts to try to kill him. And he used the name Mark, which is not his name. But he actually goes in and rescues these children in real life. The very thing that Jim Caviezel is portraying in that group in this movie. And I know the movie is picking up a lot of momentum, and it's bringing awareness to this wicked and evil child trafficking sex trade, which is we can't even our minds can't even believe that something so heinous is so prevalent. And now the part about the political part about it, I still don't fully understand. I tried to research again the other day that some political agenda about it, and y'all said it has to do with the Epsteins and
the QAnon stuff.
Yeah, the QAnon stuff, and
say
it reflects negatively
Hillary
on all
people. And
yeah,
stuff.
and so
not particularly that, but that type of.
They think that this is bringing awareness to that these people might have been involved in stuff like that. Why would the left not like this movie? Who's for child trafficking and the sex trade?
I haven't seen the movie. They're almost acting like it's portraying stuff that isn't happening.
Well, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
We talked to that guy. I don't know if you if you ever listened to it, and the things that he's seen and experienced, you will not believe it.
Evil.
But it really is.
Yeah, and I know your two of your sons went to see it. You said it shook him up pretty good.
It did.
Because he can't believe that's going on.
No, but he's glad he went and saw it. But he came home and we sat down and had a long conversation about what he discovered through the movie. Does what's his name? Here I go. Lethal Weapon. What's his
Mel Gibson.
Is he behind this too in some way? Do you know?
I know that Angels
they're doing another Passion deal.
Right, but I didn't know if he was in the back behind the scenes in this. I don't know. I saw him at some showing of it. I wasn't sure if that's another reason why people.
Well, him and
critical.
Caviezel, have a long relationship because of the Passion of the Christ, But I think that I know Angel Studios, that production house is behind it. That's done The Chosen and some other stuff. So anyway, it's gaining a lot of momentum, and a lot of people are discussing the fact that it's actually doing better at the box office than some of the marquee movies.
It is doing real good.
Yeah.
And lanternrescue.org is the website if anybody's interested in going and helping them.
Unbelievable.
It's unreal.
Let's go to Dustin in Florida. Dustin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just want to drop a dime. I sent email. I sent Helmsy an email. I was just pumping gas, and when I crawled out of my truck, there was a guy with a PA speaker the wires were hanging out of his window, and it was just blaring the Rick and Bubba show.
That a boy.
It blew me away. I thought I left my truck on, and I heard it just going nuts, and I was like, "What in the world?" And yeah. I mean, God bless the fella. He I don't think he's right, but
no, that's all right.
Doesn't
sound like Do you realize how many people that aren't right have been used by God to advance this show?
Yeah, I do have firsthand experience. But yeah, just want to let y'all know that actually just happened in Paxton, Florida.
I love it. I love it.
Stuff.
Let's go to is it Al? Al also in Florida. Al, go ahead.
Hey, I was talking about Tom Cruise. Where y'all land on that old All the Right Moves, that old football movie?
I like it. I like that.
You know, I remember the title. I don't.
I'm like you. I can't remember the movie.
Yeah.
No, I've seen it not too long ago. I love it. That's when he was young.
One Tom Cruise movie you have to watch today. Go. It's A Few Good Men for me.
Yes, absolutely. Me too.
That's always a good one.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Is that what you go to, Greg? Or are you back to Cocktail? Speedy?
Oh, boy.
My favorite
That's
him is
tough.
the original Top Gun.
I'm it's either that or
it's A Few Good Men for me.
Me too.
Yeah, no doubt.
I probably watch one of the Mission Impossibles.
Yeah.
But it's because I'm into that.
It
Right?
seems like I don't know which one.
it seems like every time I turn
Impossible,
on the TV, Edge of Tomorrow is on.
Wait, I wasn't thinking Outsiders. You know, he didn't have a very big role in that.
I saw Rob Reiner, and I don't know if I said this on there, being interviewed about A Few Good Men and Jack Nicholson's monologue in the courtroom.
That's great.
And he said he kept doing it the way it was real, even when they were shooting the other people in the courtroom. And he was like, Jack, you don't have to do the monologue like you're on camera every time. And he basically, tried to do his best, Jack Nicholson. He goes, I love to act, Rob. And he's rare. I get dialogue this good. I'm going to do it this way every time we shoot it in here. And he said he would just do it over and over and over again.
So how are y'all on War of the Worlds?
Don't like it.
Don't like it at all.
Didn't like it.
Didn't like it at all.
Double thumbs down.
To me, and this may sound stupid, I consider that movie a Jack Nicholson movie more than I do a Tom Cruise.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Of course, Tom Cruise is the main character.
He is, but he's not. I like Jack's character. He's more memorable and has more lines
I hear you.
that matter.
No question. Tom Cruise, by the way, don't overlook. He did have some funny lines in that.
No, it's a good movie on both sides.
What about when he does an impression of Jack Nicholson?
Yeah.
When he's saying, I think he wants to tell us that he did. And he does a little impression of him.
Which is good.
Yeah.
Tropic Thunder. That's my favorite.
I forgot about that. That's a weird one. That character he plays.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you saw this. I even put something out on Instagram when we got back from France. Sherry Burgess is in love with the products from Naturally. It's clean. Look, I went to the home of the culinary arts. Do you think that Big Papa didn't come home with food all over my clothes?
I'm wearing it, baby.
So look, the beautiful thing, if you're tired of cleaning products that you use around the house, always smelling like nasty chemicals, and you'd rather be using something that not only smells better, but was made out of natural products that you could trust as well. Well, if you're like us and you're like, yeah, does that product exist? It does. And it's Naturally, it's clean. Now, here's the good news. We're not trying to guilt you into a product that is all natural, but then the product not be very good. Now, this is better than what you're using, and it just so happens to be good as well. They're made with hospital-grade cleaning solutions that are going to smell great every single time. Bob Vila said Naturally It's Clean has the most eco-friendly carpet stain remover on the market today. And, you can take that to the bank. I think Vila's used a lot of them. I love it. I showed you that I love it. We use it at home. Their essential starter kit will get you everything that you need. It features 4 of their most popular products. It's one of their top-selling items. We got it. You should, too. You get 15% off for a limited time when you go to naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba. Now, they're made in the United States. They support the conservative values. A lot of times you're like, I'm tired of sending my money to these companies that keep trying to tell me I got to post some flag or something on my. No, none of that is going on. And they offer free 2-day shipping. And these are made with plant oils that do a great job cleaning, but without all the terrible smells and without things that you really may not want around your house. So go right now and get naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba. Get 15% off that essential starter kit, naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba.
And so that's one thing I had to prepare for and just kind of react on the run. But, yeah, it's definitely faster, and it's always a challenge.
You know, with Coach Helms over here, I know you have the baseball background.
Oh, yeah.
And you see a lot of that when you're playing football. Your creativity, your delivery, stuff like that. It's kind of neat to see you and how you can kind of get creative on getting rid of the ball. They talked about a little bit of that in the broadcast, the sidearm, that whatever.
Well, first of all, me and Helmsy had some glory days at Spain Park. You know, I was a younger guy, and so me and Helmsy got some good work in back in the day.
Middle infielder action, turn two.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go. And
Helmsy took credit, by the way, for your start.
Hey, he deserves all. He deserves it.
Yeah,
I did not.
Right, yeah.
Couldn't do it without him.
He said he called it back then. You know,
Yeah.
no, I'm kidding.
He said, "Hey, you're a pretty good baseball
I
player."
said it didn't surprise me. I did say that.
You did.
You're a pretty good baseball player, but I
Appreciate
kind of
that.
see you in the NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But you guys were talking about arm angles and different things like that. I mean, I think our coaches actually talk about that a lot. That's a trait that they look for in quarterback prospects is arm angles. You know, it's you're not always going to be able to throw it like directly over the top. Right. Batted balls is a big, especially me being a shorter quarterback. That stuff is looked at a lot, and it definitely goes back to the baseball background. Just different body movements, different arm angles, and things like that. So that comes from playing multiple sports growing up, definitely for sure.
Yeah, because now these big defensive ends and stuff like that, they're taught to pat it down or whatever, and you've got to read that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they're big and fast, so they're either running at you or they're waiting on you to throw it. So it's one of the two. So you got to find the other way to get it around them.
Yeah,
but it's true, and Speedy hit on it. I mean, we've always had quarterbacks that weren't as big as defensive linemen, but at one time you had your two tall Jones every now and then. But there was a time that even the taller ends and linemen just weren't very skilled at batting the ball down. It seems like now they work on it, and they're better at it than ever because they bat balls down all the time.
The athletes are getting better every day, I feel like. The best of the best out there. It's grown men playing football.
For money.
They're
serious about
it. So you can imagine how serious it is out there. So, they're getting more athletic every day, big, fast, strong at the same time. So the D linemen, they're the ultimate
unbelievable.
package.
When you were about to make your start on Monday Night Football, did you feel that pressure any, or was it just football and you never thought about it, or did you go, oh Lord, please let the first play be a handoff?
Yeah, well, no, it's actually that was the funny thing. The first play was a pass, the first game of my career really, and so I knew that like 2 days before the game, so I knew the play call, I knew everything before 2 days before the game, so that's all I could think about leading up to the game. Sorry, how is this first play going to go? It's a pass. How is it going to play out? They could do this. They could do this. How's it going to play out? That's like all I could think about before the game. So once I got the first pass, I was like, all right, let's roll. Let's get it.
We can do this.
Yeah.
We can do this.
Let's go. 6.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world on various platforms, including but not limited to the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the live TuneIn app. Stream it live wherever you are on the TuneIn app. Just download it. It's free. Search Rick and Bubba Show. Get our 24/7 TuneIn channel. Watch us live on YouTube or watch the archive on YouTube. Or catch the podcast archives every day. That's available for you. A best of hour can be seen on Blaze TV as well. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, makeup team Rick and Bubba. Our intern program features Super P today and Rick and Bubba University banging out a degree in common sense. That now a superpower. I be Rick, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
And I be Bubba. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us at the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Bubba, I do want to mention one thing in passing, and we've been doing this a lot lately. Maybe we are becoming on this day in history people, but these days have become so big you can't ignore them.
Well, I was thinking the same thing. I don't want to be this day in history people, but there are some momentous, what am I trying to say? Momentous days that need.
No way I'm going to help you. I got to
they
watch
need
this. Right,
they
yeah.
need their own. They need to be recognized.
Well, in this one, Bubba, dear, no pun intended to your heart. Today in 1937. Are you ready?
I know what it is.
Krispy
I've already
Kreme.
read it.
Krispy Kreme was founded.
Yep.
What
a day.
Well, I've told this story before. Just trying to be a good husband. We were on Highway 98. I knew exactly where we were.
Huh.
We were running along the Gulf Coast.
I was about to say, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We went by a Krispy Kreme. It was on our right. I remember exactly where it was. I was rolling toward Destin from Panama City. And I saw the Hot and Now sign. And I said, oh, wow, Hot and Now. And I went on, and my wife said to me, we'd only been married probably less than a decade. She goes, what is that? I said, what did you say? I'm rolling toward Destin, okay?
Okay.
It's behind me now,
Uh-huh.
okay? And she says, what is Hot and Now?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, you've never gone through a Krispy Kreme drive-thru and got the glazed donuts while they were still hot, just coming out?
And now?
And she said, no. I turned around. I found the first turn-through.
Yeah, had the U-E.
I U-turned, and I said, well, let me tell you something, my love. That day is over. We will have them, and you will love them. And we went through that. We went through that drive-through, and I opened that box. Just a little steam came out, and she reached down and she grabbed that glazed donut, hot and so gooey, and she took a bite of it, and she looked at me and she says, "What a strange place I find myself. I love you while I hate you at the same time." Because I know this isn't good for me, and I wish I was better off not to know.
It is good,
right?
You know,
good.
I said, but how can I claim to do my job that God's called me to, and you not have that?
That's right.
You can't live your life not having that.
What a moment.
What a moment. So that was it. Bubba, you mentioned that AI is prominent in the new Mission Impossible movie. As a matter of fact, we're hearing about the Mission Impossible movie. Well, I've heard about it ever since I got here today. Yeah. And Bubba,
been in several conversations.
Bubba is super excited, and one of the things in it is AI. Correct?
That is the plot.
Well, I have good news for you today. Our Vice President, the Master Communicator,
yes,
Kamala Harris, is going to explain to us today. She's going to tell us what AI is.
Well, a lot of people don't understand it, and that we'll go
Right.
to Kamala Harris, VP,
Here we
to
go.
straighten it out.
Here we
All
go.
right.
And I think the first part of this issue that should be articulated is AI is kind of a fancy thing. It's, first of all, it's 2 letters. It means artificial intelligence. But ultimately what it is it's about machine learning. And so the machine is taught. And part of the issue here is what information is going into the machine that will then determine, and we can predict then, if we think about what information is going in, what then will be produced in terms of decisions and opinions that may be made through that process.
All right.
Boy, I really feel bad for those of you that was your first run at AI. First of all, she's just 2 letters, and she tells us what it means.
Right.
You know, it's a new fancy thing. I mean, that's
artificial.
Well, it's from that movie we say, what you just said.
We're all
dumber.
Where's the clip?
I don't know what we titled it. I don't know what we titled it.
Well, I would say that
no, it's not that one, 'cause it's too
explanation
short.
is artificial and it lacks intelligence.
Yeah, it does. Not sure what we called it.
Try 551.
551. We'll try that. There we go. Well, no, that's what I just had.
Try 762.
Okay, all right, we'll try that. Okay,
I think it's going to be good.
Do you want to play it, then play this after?
Yeah, let's do it.
I think so.
There you go. We'll just listen.
Yeah.
Play it again.
AI is kind of a fancy thing. It's first of all, it's 2 letters. It means artificial intelligence, but ultimately, what it is it's about machine learning. And so the machine is taught.
It's not a joke.
And part of the
Why does she laugh right
here is what information is going into the machine that will then determine, and we can predict then, if we think about what information is going in, what then will be produced in terms of decisions and opinions that may be made through that process. And I think
what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
That's so good. That's a great line.
I gotta.
That is
I gotta use that more.
That is one of the great speeches, by the way.
I don't even remember what.
We'll say 'em
Does anybody remember what story it was from?
It's Billy Madison, I thought, right?
Is it?
Yeah, when he's taking trying to get his degrees.
Either Happy Gilmore or Billy Madison. It's the same movie, basically.
It's kind of like Mission Impossible. They're all the same movie. I can't remember the subtitles.
But they deliver.
They deliver. Yeah, I don't even remember the plot of Billy Madison.
Billy Madison goes back to school. That's the one.
He's a rich kid.
It's from Billy Madison.
Okay. Somehow he's got to go start at kindergarten and work his way through.
Right.
You know, so he can inherit the company or something. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, somebody in email mentioned that Ben Shapiro describes her when she's explaining things as a kid giving a book report on a book she hasn't read.
That's good, by the way.
Look, and I know what that's like because I've done that.
Oh, yeah. You're right. And that is a great explanation of the way she
I want to see what this one is. We've got another one in there called Dumbest Thing. I want to see what that is.
Yeah, I think that's Will Smith. I think. I don't know.
And that's about the dumbest thing I heard any fool say ever.
That's pretty good too.
Yeah, a little Bagger Vance for you.
Is that what that is?
I think it is.
Yeah, that's pretty good too. Yeah. Of course, I wonder if he's played that to himself when he did that on the the Oscars.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back.
Yeah, he's probably heard it since then.
Yeah, right. Yeah. 15 minutes past the hour. So any of you that were not quite clear on AI and what it's all about,
just remember it's kind of a fancy thing.
It's a fancy thing. It's only 2 letters.
Yeah.
And those letters stand for artificial intelligence.
Right.
And there's a machine, and we put stuff in that machine, and we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Up there. I was going to put him in the game second, but when my first teamer didn't work, I had to go to my backup.
It's always good to have a backup.
Well, we've learned always
unless they transfer.
Always load 2.
Yep.
Yeah. So I guess that
Thank you.
Finally what I did is I pressed Jalen Hurts. Now what is it? I hear he's in some sort of portal. What
there's
is
a
that?
portal.
Transfer portal.
Okay.
You enter, and once you're on,
He's in a portal.
Yeah.
We're about to launch him. I mean,
once you're in the portal,
Right.
the NCAA official portal, then
got you.
coaches are free to contact you.
Understood.
To try to get you. So now, not only do you have to recruit players once, you have to recruit them again.
Mm-hmm.
Once they hit the portal.
So what it is, I go out and try to look at freshmen, but I've always got my eye on anybody in the portal.
Yeah. And
Okay.
then, Rick, you got senior transfers out there.
Right.
You know,
Right. Okay.
so-
There's a lot for
and
me.
they
to
don't
keep-
have to see it. So.
There's a lot for me to keep up with, isn't there?
It's got much more complicated. I think I know what the NCAA was trying to do, but boy, they've created a mess.
Well, they've
basically created a free agent market for
But-
college players.
No, there's no doubt. No doubt about
They'd
that.
already done it with the senior transfer. Now it can be
Right.
anybody.
It's it is what it is, but
and then they go, and even though some of them are supposed to sit out a year, now they're challenging that.
well, the thing that gets me about it too,
I think we just need to divide up teams every year at the
Right.
beginning of the year again.
Right. Well, you
Put everybody in a college draft.
You hit it too. We're also now asking a person who we all know how mature that young men can be.
Oh yeah,
We're
18-year-olds?
We're now asking young men to decide whether they're just in the process of becoming a starter and it's a process, or do they really need to leave because they're being treated bad or they don't have a chance. I mean, think about this. It may be that you were going to start where you are anyway. Now, not in this case. I'm using a bad example. The Jalen Hurts situation's over here. But now you got people that go, well, I'm not playing yet. I'm going in the portal. Yeah, and it's like, well,
Or y'all signed a guy that's highly talented. I'm not going to try to beat him out.
Yeah,
But,
I'm going to the portal.
Well, I've seen some. I think it's probably a good option for them. They've been somewhere 3 or 4 years,
Yeah.
and they're not moving up the depth chart, and they feel like they could go somewhere else and, in a different setup, fresh start. I don't blame them for that. I
No,
really
no,
don't.
no. Those scenarios I agree with. But now you got somebody who may say, well, all right, I got here as a freshman and I didn't get to play. Now my sophomore year, I'm not playing. I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm in the portal.
yeah.
And you go, well, guy, that used to be a lot of people didn't play till they were a junior or even a senior.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
But I'm out. I'm going to the portal. Bubba, we do have another charity charge today. Rick and Bubba, Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today. At participating locations of Buffalo Wild Wings. Today you can be sure that mainly you look at the Birmingham, Alabama area and throw in Tuscaloosa and Pell City. But be sure and ask if they're participating location. 10% of all food sales today will support the Helena Miracle League. And if you've never been part of the Miracle League that is in your community, if you have one, you are missing out on a blessing. But the Helena Miracle League, they're in the Birmingham area. They want to raise money for a Miracle League field so that all who participate in that are not having to use somebody else's field. There'll be a field that is set aside just for the Miracle League. So 10% of all the food sales today will support that great cause at participating Buffalo Wild Wing locations. So hopefully you'll get out and have lunch and dinner at these participating Buffalo Wild Wing locations today. We'll update you on how well you did here in a day or so after today. So, and we're going to have lunch at one of the locations today, too, for everybody who can go.
Yeah,
So there
absolutely.
you go.
I look forward to supporting these charities for sure.
Yes. Bubba, this is probably the
I might support them twice.
This is probably the easiest charity work you and I've ever done.
Absolutely.
Right now.
Well, look,
on the
that's
charity.
that's the key. Match up need with ability.
Right.
And you put those together, that's a winning combination.
We'll also look back a little bit. I know the Kickoff Hour talked about a little bit that Greg is a grandfather
How
today.
about that?
Papa Burgess, Ellis William Burgess, another William in the long line of Williams, came into the world on Friday, 7 pounds, 10 ounces, 20 inches long. We updated you that on all the social media platforms, but we'll also go back and kind of review that a little more on the main show as we move forward. The stories from the weekend.
And Rick, we have a scary story coming out of New York. We could have something else on the endangered species list. It could be a plastic bag.
Okay. Yeah, you're right, because common sense is not on the endangered species list anymore. It is now an endangered species.
I think it's gone.
I was going to guess that, but no. It didn't survive. Yeah, it didn't survive. I think it's already gone. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. So coming up today, we will record another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We'll be chatting today. Is it, how you say his name? Is it Husing? Mm-hmm. Scott Husing will be with us.
Yeah.
And a great, a lot of times we talk on the show so many times about, and I know we all feel this way, we have those people that have served our country and they've been in all these forward positions and they've fought and they've clawed and they've been exposed to traumatic events, all so we can all sleep tight at night. And you start thinking, what can we do for them? Well, you'll get an opportunity to find out some things that we can do, and we'll be interviewing him about an organization that he has put together and is raising funds for. Of course, he wrote the book Echo and Ramada, which is firsthand stories of the Marines in Iraq's deadliest city, and so that's a great book, and we'll talk to him a little bit about that. But we'll also talk about some cool things this weekend. So be paying attention for that. Bubba, we got you are about to give us a health update, and yesterday you went in for what, another scan?
Yeah,
actually Monday.
Yeah, it was our fourth CAT scan following up our cancer diagnosis. And for those of you new to the show or not familiar with this, I wanted to set the stage for this a little bit. It was discovered that I had a tumor on my liver last fall, after I went in for emergency gallbladder surgery. And we went back in, had that tumor taken out. It did not require radiation. It did not require chemo at the time, but I was put into a protocol where they just keep an eye on everything.
Yeah.
And that required a CAT scan and a blood test every 90 days for a year. And I completed my fourth one yesterday, Rick, and it was all clean.
That's great.
So that's a big praise report today.
Amen.
And in broadcasting, when we were coming up through the ranks, there was a concept that you didn't share health problems with the audience. You didn't bleed on the audience, they called it.
Yep, you're right.
But we've always kind of had a different approach here. We try to be real. We use our real names. We share the good and the bad with the audience, and I'm thankful for all of you that have taken this on and made it part of your prayers, and those prayers have definitely been felt. I even had a lady yesterday, as I was walking in, tell me that she had been praying for me, and it lifts your spirits, because there's so many people dealing with this, and it's a part of the world we live in now.
Yep.
And but 4 good scans, this means I get to go to twice a year now, Rick. So that's a big step, and everything was clear. And the term, and I want to get the terminology right, is currently in full remission.
Amen.
Now, they don't say you're cured till I think after 5 years.
Right, yeah.
But we'll take full remission.
Amen.
Sure.
That beats,
That's awesome.
Hey, we got something else we got to deal with.
Well, and the fact that you reached a stage now where you only have to go every 6 months.
Yeah, that's big. But I really appreciate our doctors and everything they're doing. And the technology that's involved is just amazing. I know healthcare costs are high.
Oh, my goodness.
And we all deal with that, and insurance and all the quags that go with that. But we live in an amazing time when they can do these things that, a few decades ago you didn't know. And really, in my particular case, if I had not had a gallbladder attack and had not gone in to have that taken care of, we would have never known about this till it would have been too late.
Yeah.
So just very blessed.
Yeah.
Feel very, very blessed today.
Yep. So there you go. That's a great update, and
we'll take it.
Yeah.
Good job, prayer warrior.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure.
Thank you, and keep up the good work.
Yes, absolutely. And there's so many wonderful people out there. They really are. And yeah, you're right. You were talking about the way our approach to the show always has been, do we have fun? We do, but the whole we're putting on a fake deal and we're all a bunch of actors, and we're only going to talk about inch deep, mile wide stuff. I think if we had taken that approach, like we said, any of the many things we do, if we had decided to do just one of any of them, really including the silly and the whatever, I don't think we would still be here, because I think the burnout factor.
Yeah,
I think life there's as real as you can be. I think that kind of draws us all together, because you're like, oh yeah, I've been through that too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so have they, as opposed to this person really doesn't ever say anything, so I assume everything about them is nothing like my life.
Right.
And I think here you're like, through all the different things and all the different members of the show and all the years, you're like, you know what, we've all kind of walked through just about everything that we all walk through, and hearing even the lighthearted spin on these things as well as the serious, to me that that's the way I would want to hear a show, and like I find myself now, honestly, just perfect example. There are certain things in life that I once was very interested in that I'm just not that interested in anymore. for whatever reasons, whether that be spiritual growth, whether that just be age, whether that be whatever. And so when the places that are still doing the exact same thing they've always done, I don't watch or listen to that anymore because I'm not interested in it anymore. If there was more variety there, you know, I would probably still be in there going, well, I'm not all into that topic, but I really like that one. So if you, and, you know, and I know for salespeople that's hard. Because they really, for them, it'd be simpler if they could just tell you who we are in one sentence.
But
well,
it hasn't helped us in this industry because the industry is set up to like what you're talking about. You're in a genre. You plug into those radio stations. You can get hundreds of stations doing it. But when you do something as odd as we do, and I mean that in a good way. It doesn't fit for everybody, or they don't see the value in that. But not only, Rick, you were talking about the burnout with the audience. I think it's been the key for us not to get burned out over the years.
100%.
Because we do politics, and I am interested in that, but I don't want to do it every day, all day long. I love sports. Don't want to do it all day long, every day. We want to talk about different issues, sometimes spiritual issues, sometimes goofy stuff. We make fun, we have laughs, and then we talk about, you know, other things that are very important. So I like that variety, and I think that has been one of the keys why we have been doing this for 3 decades now.
100% right. I think if you put that in a nutshell, what we've said is if we didn't do it the way we do it, I think the audience would burn out and or we would burn out. Because I think that's what keeps it fresh for the audience and for us.
True.
I think
And look, it's true. There are people out there going, look, guys, just be political. If you just be political, we could probably find many more stations.
Oh, yeah,
many
we've
more
lost some
platforms.
stations because we're not political enough.
And then there's people saying, drop the politics. Just be funny. If you just be funny and drop all the politics. Then people saying, why do y'all talk about anything other than your spiritual life? Just talk about that only and put together a bunch of Christian networks and things like that and just do that. Or, you know, and hey, well, I'll tell you what you guys are. You ever thought about maybe a future in sports radio? And no, I would not know what to do if I literally had to come on and say today I don't have any choice but to talk about sports.
Right.
I like
days
it's kind of like our calendar. It's
Yeah.
kind of like our calendar. I want to talk about sports when I'm actually interested in it, not when I feel forced
And
to.
it varies,
because that's what everybody wants from me. You know, it's most of the stuff, and I know it may even come across as a little selfish, and I don't mean it to be. I think you should really look at it not as being selfish, but being a lack of talent. Okay, and
I'll second that.
Yeah, and that is we're really not able to talk about things we're not interested in. We're just not that talented. I mean,
and we don't do a real good job talking about things we are interested in.
Yeah, and then there's the inability to communicate what we'd like to say. You know, but I mean, but it's this show is as close as you can get to real.
Yeah.
We were doing podcasts before podcasts ever existed. We were doing reality entertainment before that ever existed.
Yeah.
We've been way ahead of the game on this.
We were doing this show before the internet existed.
I heard people talking about some podcast they loved, and I said, we've been doing that for years. It wasn't on that, but it's the same format.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg's first grandbaby was born.
Ellis Sweet.
And Greg, you know what's kind of good, because I told everybody about, you know, how you usually have a positive attitude. When you and I were talking on Thursday, we talked about this on Friday's show, and you got the call that, you know, she likely was going to end up going to the hospital to have the baby. But, you know, we've all been there before. You have all these false alarms. And you were like,
we're about a week early.
You were like, here's what's going to happen. I'm gonna go home. Then don't know whether I should come in tomorrow, and then I'm going to end up, it's going to be Sunday.
Yeah.
And thankfully, the plan that was put into action was the correct plan.
Yeah, it was. Everything rolled right on through.
So Ellis William Burgess came about a week early, and it was of course I had the.
It was incredible.
Yeah, and I had the assignment of getting Mom and Dad there after the show, and because Sherry, when we were on the show, she said, I'll get everybody together.
And Mom was fired up.
Boy, I'm going to tell you what, it was, you know, because it is odd, you know, because we played back Taylor when he was 5 on the program.
Yeah, we did that Friday, by the way.
Oh, yeah, he was getting texts from his buddies. He was going, oh, not again.
And it was interesting because, in all fairness, you know, you have a new baby, and you know, Sherry had been sick, but she was fine. She was cleared. But her big fear the whole time was, will I be denied access to the baby? And if I am, I certainly understand. I'm gonna come in. And of course, immediately, because I love to do stuff like this, I immediately get the baby.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I'm just like, because I wanted Sherry to see me with it. And I said, boy, he is as snuggly as I thought he'd be. Yeah. I'm over. I said, man, look at this little baby. Sherry's just standing there like that. And then finally, she got the green light. They had some masks and stuff in there too.
Yeah,
but,
at least they had to wear masks all the time.
Yeah, and got to hold the baby. And I was telling Greg, and y'all, I heard y'all talking a little bit about it on the kickoff hour. So pardon me if you've already said this, but one of the things that just looking in the eyes of people. Now, when you say young, this is just how old we are. He's 27 years old, and I guess she's somewhere around the same age, I guess. And so they're young, yes, but they're not like teenagers who have a baby or something like that. I mean, they're adults, and this is the appropriate time to be having babies. But so when I got there, Taylor was almost, and I can't imagine how it was when the baby first got there. His face was the perfect mix of, I'm talking about sheer joy and excruciating terror. Yeah. I mean, they were both together. You know what I mean? One time he just looked at me and was like, and he was just like, it was kind of like, how about that? Look,
we all remember that.
Yeah, oh yeah, look what we've done. And then I think, and he said, because I texted him on the way, and he said that I texted him the most comforting thought for him.
Yeah.
I said, your dad and I did this. It can't be that complicated.
That's true. We pulled it off.
And he said, I got to tell you, that was the most calming thing you ever told me.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I said, look over here at this couple.
Yeah.
I said,
I use the same motivation to learn to drive a straight shift.
Right.
Hey, everybody else can do it.
Right.
I can too.
That was my first time to ride a roller coaster. I thought about how many idiots actually do it.
Yeah.
I thought it can't be that difficult. So
now,
yeah.
when you started down that big hill, you thought this is a terrible mistake.
Right. Yeah. Especially when my uncle drugged me on one when I had no business being on one yet. But anyways, uncles will do that. But I was, that was one of the things that, the thing that hit me is, how when you don't know your role, when something happens in a family and it's not easy. See, for you it's easy. I'm granddad. That's simple. Yeah. I couldn't figure out what I was. And finally, Sherry said, Rick, you're a great uncle. I said, you got to be kidding me. And then all of a sudden, the biggest moment for me, the biggest awakening, Greg looked at me and he said, and he didn't say anything, but I'm going to say it this way, to clarify what that meant. And now this ain't gonna mean anything to anybody but Greg and me. But when I say it, it'll mean something to you, even though you don't know who this person is. You've heard us mention him. He said, Rick, let me put it in perspective. You're Hootie. Yeah. You're Hootie Burgess. I said, I'm Hootie Burgess?
We used to go hunting with him. He was our great uncle.
He said, you remember Hootie and all that gang that were the brothers of our grandfather? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, that's who you are now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm Hootie.
He's Hootie.
So
now you know where you roll it.
Hey guys,
Greg is going to be
the way I looked at Hootie. I thought Hootie was like an old man.
Yeah.
Well, when this flips around, Greg can be Tootie.
Yeah. Hootie. My gosh, y'all, I'm Hootie.
That's right.
And so
great uncle.
Rick, you're Hootie.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
But it was a celebration.
But now you know.
We had a room full of Burgesses there, didn't we?
Oh, it was sheer joy.
Mom got to looking around. She was like, all of them are here.
Yeah,
that they started.
Right,
every generation.
Yeah,
so
that was cool. And and the name William, that's part of his name, has been in our families from what can be. You don't know how accurate this stuff is, but from what family members have been able to go back, goes all the way back to Jamestown.
Yeah,
William. There was a William Burgess. Rick and Bubba Show, the sound of the phone troll theme. Those of you watching on YouTube, so you can't hear that. So know that the phone troll music is playing, and Super P is ready to go. And he'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and the topic belongs to you. You make the comment, you ask the question, you bring in the information to the table. We're doing this in 30-second hits. The buzzer hits you at 30 seconds. Then we go to the next caller. We will not take meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, baby predictions, nothing like that happens in a phone troll. This is designed for questions, comments, information, and go. All 10 are available. While you are dialing, some things that you need to know. Have you ever thought about maybe doing a marketing plan with the Rick and Bubba Show? You hear all these products we talk about on all of our different platforms. Well, if you'd like to know more about a marketing plan with us, you can just simply go to rickandbubba.com and find all the information there, how you can contact our salespeople. And if you need help in the local markets, let us know. If you want to do a national campaign, email this, rickandbubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. That's Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. You also can find that information there at rickandbubba.com. And looking forward to going to Montgomery this Sunday night. Landmark Church, themanchurch.com will be continuing. They're working on the strategy. They're going to continue to plug men into the small groups. It's free. Anybody can come. We're going to start at 5 o'clock their local time in the land of I-92, WLWI, if you want to join us. Landmark Church coming up this Sunday night. If you want to see other gatherings that are taking place, just simply go to rickandbubba.com, look at events. If you want other members of our team speaking other places from the Man Church, go to themanchurch.com and look at those events as well. John is standing by Cahaba Heights.
John.
That's in Birmingham, Alabama, where you hear us on 104.7 WZZK. If you want to join us, dial up now. John, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Oh, good. I just want to say, Bubba, you are intelligent.
John,
pretty good.
Thank you for that. Not the best Shatner impression, but he had the tempo, didn't he?
He had the tempo.
He had the tempo, but
Bubba?
maybe the man of 1,000 voices can do it.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
That's not even.
That's him.
That's him having a stroke.
That's
not him.
You are intelligent.
No.
Bubba.
No. Why do you got that going?
You are intelligent.
He doesn't have a bad cold.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Why has he got sinuses?
It's not Rudolph.
Right. Let's go to Jerry, Piedmont, Alabama. Jerry, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Listen. After that description of AI from Kamala Harris, I think we might have another candidate of who might have left the cocaine in the White House.
Well, you know what? That is a great statement.
If it had been over at the Naval Observatory, it definitely would have been a problem.
Oh yeah, Jerry, you come in a little hot, but you delivered today, my friend. Yeah. So that's been your best call in a while, by the way.
That's a good one, Jerry.
That's a good line.
I've noticed Jerry too, and I love this about him.
I've met Jerry.
Yeah.
Jerry will test it out with
really?
the call screener first.
Oh,
And if
really?
he gets a laugh, he wants to go on. If not, he'll say pass it on, which I like.
He's
that.
usually pretty
That's
solid.
good.
I like that a
Yeah,
lot.
he does. He does.
He's facing
Lynn, I-92 WLWI, Wetumpka, Alabama. Lynn, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Hey.
Bubba had me tickled earlier talking about saying y'all didn't want to talk politics because it was serious, and I'm like, are you serious? It's not now. It's hilarious. It's like a comedy show.
You are correct.
That's true.
Yeah, when we look over in our category of serious and comedy, the current political environment, we don't know which category to put it in.
Yeah.
But sometimes I have a hard time sometimes, and as you notice, I seem to be able to overcome it.
You work through it well.
Laughing at things that make me sad.
Yeah.
And
well, I think laughter is all of our defense mechanism.
Right. Yeah.
And I'd rather laugh than cry.
When you look at the state of our political environment right now, it's got more sad than it has joyful. But I'm like her. I think if you don't laugh, you'll just cry. You've heard the term, we're laughing to keep from crying.
Yeah, that's true.
So yesterday, Bubba, you talked about that there would be an opportunity for the FBI to be kind of put on the griddle a little bit. And how did it go the way you thought it would go yesterday?
Oh, yeah, Rick. It was exciting. Now, Christopher Wray was appointed by Donald Trump to come in and clean up the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
And he, still has some issues there, apparently. And he was before Congress answering questions yesterday. We have several really good cuts for this. You want to start with Matt Getz, 5A?
Yeah, 5A, Adler. Pull that one up. And did we ever learn how to say his last name?
It's Getz.
Is it Getz?
Yeah.
Okay, Mike Getz. Because I've always struggled
Matt
with that name,
Getz.
the way it's spelled.
Yeah.
Mike Getz.
Yeah. So here he
Matt
is.
Getz.
We destroy names.
Let's just hear from MG.
I'm sitting here with my father. I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction.
He is reading the Hunter Biden
email.
Text messages.
Yeah.
that were on the laptop.
Now, who's doing this?
And Matt Best.
Okay.
I'm sitting here with my father. I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Sounds like a shakedown, doesn't it, Director?
I'm not going to get into commenting on that.
You seem deeply uncurious about it, don't you? Almost suspiciously uncurious. Are you protecting the Bidens?
Absolutely not. The FBI does not and has no interest in
You won't answer the question about whether or not that's a shakedown, and everybody knows why you won't answer it. Because to the millions of people who will see this, they know it is. And your inability to acknowledge that is deeply revealing about you.
Okay, yeah. Matty Getz got mad, didn't he?
Yeah,
there
was a lot of excitement.
It's hard to take him serious.
I would say that somebody else say that.
It's the forehead.
You know, some people's face makes you just not like them.
Well, that's what I mean.
That's what we're landing on this.
Yeah. Well, I know that's incredibly shallow, and it's not even the way we should be.
This is how we discuss politics.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but yeah, the hair, all of it.
Did you hear the left's defense on that though? Is that Hunter's sending that, but we don't know if his dad was really beside him. He's probably just using that as leverage. He's probably just making it up.
Yeah, I don't know how to break.
He's still shaking down.
No, I know, but I'm just saying
Party member.
that their spin is funny.
Right. I don't know. Well, this is where you look to the left and go, I think you're missing the point. It doesn't matter whether his dad was actually there or not. It's what he's saying in the verbiage. That's what this is. What we're
shake down.
Let's go to Jim Jordan, and this is also. We're hearing from Jim Jordan a lot lately.
Hey, Jim.
And he's talking to, is this Jerry Nadler?
Yeah, Jerry Nadler.
Oh, I can't stand
He replies
Jerry
to
Nadler.
him during the hearing.
I hate the name.
And we'll
Nadler.
continue this kind of work essential to the safety of our nation. I thank the chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Just for the record, the pronunciation of the former assistant director in charge of the Washington field office is D'Antuono, something that ranking member might have known if he'd actually shown up at the deposition like I did.
There was a lot of that yesterday.
And then I'm with you, Bubba, and I got the same emails that you were getting. The folks who listen to this show in Huntsville are not all that excited about Jordan wanting to send the FBI to Huntsville.
Well, I think he was making the point he wants to get it out of D.C.,
Right.
and the second largest FBI facility in the world now will be in Huntsville, Alabama, outside of Quantico.
Yeah.
So I think that was part of that. But, back to what Matt Getz was saying, we have these texts and these communications, several. Remember Biden when he did the video where he said, I was sent to the Ukraine and I had this defense money, but I told him we're getting rid of this prosecutor that was corrupt. Mm-hmm. That was the prosecutor looking into Hunter Biden and his tie-in to the oil company over there. And that's why he was corrupt, because he was investigating the Bidens. And he said, I'm not going to give them the money. And, well, you done promised it to us. The president said so. He said, call him. You remember that whole speech he gave?
Yeah.
That alone is much more damning than the phone call they impeached Donald Trump on.
No doubt.
And they won't even look at it. See, and that tells you just and look, Christopher Wray, too, I know he has to be somewhat neutral on this to not be political, but he has to admit, I wish he would have said, we're looking into it or something.
Right.
But his total uncaringness of that does speak volumes. I hate to admit this. Matt Getz is dead right on that.
He's like, wow, your attitude about it's what's got everybody. I mean, what do you?
This should be deeply disturbing to not only law enforcement, but every American.
And to Speedy's point, what the left is basically doing, let's say that what Hunter Biden was saying, and I'm sitting here and I've got a knife in my hand, and I'm going to come knife you if you don't do exactly what I told you to do. And all of a sudden the left goes, he doesn't really have a knife. Well, that's not the point. I mean, it's
y'all. The Biden clip where he says he got that prosecutor fired is damning enough for a whole investigation, a prosecution, probably an impeachment, and he said it himself, and he's on tape bragging about it. There is no doubt.
Yep.
Our policy is being dictated by people taking bribes, not what's best for us as Americans.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's holding you back from learning?
And so I got Ukraine. And I remember going over convincing our team, or others too, convincing us that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, I said, I'm not going to, or we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion.
We got all that's that English side of all of it, but there's a ton of William Burgesses throughout the entire family.
Yeah, a bunch of them.
Grandfather, father, Greg, and just
William was a pretty popular name.
Very well, yeah, and it's that but it led to the argument between my grandfather and my dad till he passed, and that was that Dad has a shotgun that was actually his, because everybody's name is William, and when they registered for all these little league raffles. And Dad won a shotgun, 20 gauge, that my grandfather, to his death, claimed that Dad stole from him.
Yeah. He was the William.
He said, "You don't ever."
So
he said, "Bill, you don't ever put William down. I put W.C. Burgess." And Dad said, "I put W. Burgess." He goes, "No, you always sign it, Bill. You've got my shotgun."
So where did the Ellis come from? Because
that's the family name.
That's actually an older name.
Yeah, Kelsey's grandfather.
I had a great uncle that was. I had an uncle that was an Ellis.
Yeah, you're right. It's her granddaddy. So he's got two family names.
Yeah.
And it was y'all nowadays the way they are about. I mean, if she would have wanted to, of course we wouldn't have. Everybody could have stayed in there while she had the baby, but Lisa was in there, and then her mom, and then Taylor. So me and Randy, that's Kelsey's dad, we were stuck in the waiting room, getting updates. And then finally we get up to go get some coffee, and we're walking by the door, and we just stopped and stuck our ear to the door. We heard the entire thing. Heard push this, heard the first cry, heard it all.
That's fantastic.
Heard everything. We were getting play-by-play. And the nurses kept coming by looking at us going, what do you got? Well, they're so laid back now when it comes to childbirth.
I'm going to say something that's kind of an...
I'm surprised it wasn't broadcast nowadays.
I know.
Yeah. Internet feed.
But we did, and that was the coolest thing. I heard the minute he cried, we heard all of that.
Well, I will tell you,
we were down in that waiting room sitting around. We were just completely isolated. Nobody's giving us much at all.
Well, I'll tell you that
and they're having cigars.
The way women act over babies is unbelievable. But I will say this, and I'm not afraid to say it. I know most newborns sometimes there's some similarity with most of them.
Yeah.
And certainly and not all newborns, in my opinion, are beautiful. Now you'll see when they start getting oxygen on them and all that, and then they start looking. But I'm gonna tell you, this kid is beautiful of babies I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's
I'm saying, you know how sometimes he didn't have any weird colors on his face.
Yeah. Rick, you've been living in a bag full of water. That's tough when you first come out.
Well, when Taylor told me he watched that moment, because they come out purple because they've been breathing water, and he said to watch when he started crying, and he goes, "I'm going from water to oxygen," and watch the color come to him. He said, I watched him. He said he turned a different color right in front of me when he started breathing oxygen.
It's a miracle right there in front of you.
Yeah, and then they both said this: anybody that have any idea about this process, and you think there's no God, you're just an idiot. You think that this all just something that we all just figured out and evolved on our own and made happen. What an arrogant, stupid statement. All right, well, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
29 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive now available to you. If you want it, it's on the YouTube channel and our podcast channel. All right, so as we come back, we'll finish up. So this is that clip Bubba talked about going into the break, and it's an old clip. It's been around a while. But you hear then Vice President Biden making it very clear how he and Hunter and how they operate. This is in Ukraine, of all places, when he was talking about those that wanted to go after his son. And this was a conversation that's been around for a long time. Yeah.
So remember, Trump was impeached because he implied that he was looking for political dirt on the Bidens when he was talking to the Ukraine. Tell me if this sounds like it is bribery dealing with our foreign money.
So I got Ukraine, and I remember going over convincing our team, or others too, convincing us that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, I said, I'm not going to, or we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a got fired.
Well, there you go. So we squeezed him. We squeezed him to protect Hunter. I don't know what else you can.
Pretty much.
They're not really even hiding it. So, and then there seems to be a double standard when it comes to how you're prosecuted in this country. A lot of times based on your last name. So here's a clip. Who is this on this one?
This is Representative Wesley Hunt talking about the FBI oversight and the Christopher Wray hearing and all that.
Here's what the American people know and believe about the FBI today, sir. If you are a Trump, you'll be prosecuted. If you are a Biden, you'll be protected.
Yeah, and it does feel that way. And
do we have any facts that can say opposite of that?
No, we don't.
Have there been any raids in the middle of the night to any of the Biden associates or his lawyer, maybe?
Right.
Haven't seen that.
So now, if y'all want some more, I want you to think about how Biden sounded when he was being very clear about how they squeezed somebody that was going to prosecute
Real
us.
clear,
right. Compare the way he talks now. Here he is trying to call Russia out on how to end the war, and then we'll work our way to his riveting speech on climate change, and then we'll have an important topic that we've tried to talk about forever. But here he is trying to talk about how Russia could end the war tomorrow.
One country cannot be allowed to seize its neighbor's territory by force. Russia could end this war tomorrow by withdrawing its forces from Ukraine, wrecking its international borders, and ceasing its attacks its inhumane attacks on Russia. By Russia on Ukraine.
All righty.
Dial it in there, Joe.
Yeah, come on, buddy.
We got it right before we was done.
Now we move to climate. He's in Lithuania talking about worldwide climate change. Of course, it's all man-made. It's not. You can't even debate anybody on that anymore. Of course, somebody's about to. But so I don't know what he's talking about turning back naked. But
hey,
Hunter, I think he's talking about Hunter Biden's laptop.
Okay. So here he is.
The world has changed.
Oh boy, here's that voice.
Will we turn back?
Yeah.
Naked, unchecked aggression today to deter other world would-be aggressors tomorrow? Will we staunch the climate crisis before it's too late?
What about naked?
I can tell you, if you're in the Baltic states, Lithuania being one of them, you border Russia, you ain't worried about climate change right now near as much as you're worried about the Red Army.
He continues, and Greg, it's this thing that you love when he acts like people either think he's lying or they don't think he's serious.
Yeah, I'm not joking.
He says things
He
says things that are not
He
necessary.
does it all the time.
Who's opposing you?
Who objected? This crowd.
All right, so here it is. He does it again.
We all must summon the common will.
Oh boy.
To to actually address the existential threat of accelerating climate change. It's real. It's serious. We don't have a lot of time. It is the single greatest threat to humanity.
Let me ask you this, and Adler, you can roll the B-roll here.
Watch this motorcade after telling us it's the most serious threat in the entire world ever.
Yeah, this is the biggest threat we have, and if you want to at home count the cars in the presidential motorcade, I'll save you that. It's 39. Wow. 39 heavy vehicles.
This man just told people in Lithuania, of all places, that the greatest threat we all face right now is man-made climate change, and then left in a motorcade of 39 vehicles.
Unbelievable.
So
could you have cut that to 15 to try to save the Earth?
You know, the Earth is being damaged. Listen, the President of the United States is going to have some people with him. I got
no
that.
question.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But if you're destroying the Earth, which apparently you are with all these vehicles because everybody is, couldn't you cut it back? Give us a nice, say, 15.
Mm-hmm.
You cut it in half.
And then, of course, I think we can get this in, and then we can come back. We're all told that this is science that has been decided.
It's real. He said it's real.
And all scientists agree. Here is Australian geologist Ian Plimmer.
We have been cooling down for the last 4,000 years. So if people say, oh, the planet's warming, well, it's all about when you start the measurements. If we look at the last 38 years, there has been no change in temperature. If we look in the last 150 years, we've had 3 warming periods and 3 cooling periods with a total warmth of about 0.6 degrees Celsius. Now, I wonder why it warms. I mean, 1850, there, what happened then? Oh, yes, that was the end of the Little Ice Age. Do you think it's going to warm or cool after a Little Ice Age? Of course it's going to warm. So if you start taking measurements from 1850 in the Industrial Revolution, we have been warming. If you take measurements from the medieval warming, we've been cooling. We've cooled about 5 degrees since then. If you take measurements from the Roman warming, we've cooled about 5 degrees. So as soon as someone tells you, oh, it's warming, the reply you give is, since when?
That's the key. When do you start measuring?
Our national media right now is obsessed with telling you this is the hottest year ever. Every channel's doing it. Every meteorologist is doing it, which, by the way, they have no idea about climate. They do weather. It's a big difference.
Yes.
And they're experts on climate. Every single one of them is telling you that, and it is not true. Not true. You heard that evidence right there. It is not across the board accepted that we are having global warming. As a matter of fact, Rick, we were talking about it. Our spring here where we live was one of the mildest I ever remember, all the way into the first week of June.
Yep. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, exciting news. This Friday, Blaze Media is teaming up with the Family Leader, and they're going to host the first presidential forum for the 2024 primaries and get our first look at all the different people. Now, here's the best part. The forum is going to be moderated by none other than Tucker Carlson. Going to be his first public appearance since he's left Fox News. And after Tucker is done, now this is what's important to Blaze subscribers. When he's done asking the candidates the questions that we all want to know, Glenn Beck from Team Blaze will join Tucker on stage for an exclusive interview just for Blaze TV subscribers. So if you're not a subscriber to Blaze TV, and you really should be anyway because of all the great content that's there, you're not going to see this. So you don't want to miss this. So subscribe to Blaze TV today by heading over to blazemediasummit.com. That's blazemediasummit.com. Use the code SUMMIT and you'll get $30 off. Remember, the Presidential Summit is free to watch, but only Blaze TV subscribers get to tune in for Glenn's exclusive interview with Tucker Carlson. So go to blazemediasummit.com, use the code SUMMIT, and then you're in.
we're set up for the we're down to the Final Four in the NFL. So we will have the NFC and the AFC championships coming up this weekend, but we know who's in it now after the games that happened yesterday and Saturday.
Yeah, the Rams and the Saints will compete for the NFC championship. The Patriots and the Chiefs for the AFC, and they Rick, we've got really the best matchup. We have the number 1 and 2 seeds in both conferences playing, so we have the best teams. It ought to be the best games. And what is somewhat ironic about these matchups, both teams have, or all 4 teams have played each other earlier in the season. So both games will be a rematch of sorts. And both games earlier in the season were really, really good games that went right down to the end. So that looks like it's going to make for 2 good games. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that. We might end up with a blowout. Who knows? But.
Yeah, well, I didn't see much of the games this past weekend, but I just saw bits and pieces. Like I say, I thought I was going to sit down with 2 of my sons and my wife and watch the Chargers-Patriots game, but by the time I got home,
it was already over.
You didn't miss none.
Yeah, I walk in thinking there's still plenty of game left, and everybody starts hollering, it's 35-7, Dad. And my wife said,
"Well, the Saints. The Chargers won the second half, Rick. That's good. They beat them 21-6 in the second half.
You talk about after everybody had said, let's don't get anybody hurt for the championship game. But what was funny is my wife, who comes in and out of all this, she was complaining that the boys had talked her into watching a game, and she said, "Well, who this blue and gold team? They're terrible." And she goes, "Why are they even in the playoffs? They're terrible, Rick. This is not even a game." And I was like, "Well, honey, they." Then I tried to sell her on Phillip Rivers being from Athens, Alabama. That got her interested a little bit.
There you go. All them kids.
We had him on the show.
Oh, yeah.
Then I threw out the 8 kids. Then she got sad that the wife and the 8 kids have come all that way for what could be his last game to watch him get drilled. Then that made her sad. Well, she goes, "Well, now that really hurts my feelings."
Well, Rick,
I hate it for those kids.
The Chargers had a great year.
She always wants to know the stories.
Yeah. They had a great year considering where they've been the past few years, but. And I think this is the 6th time that they've lost to the playoffs to the Patriots. Here's the key to the Chargers. You need home field advantage and stay out of cold environments, because when you go to the Northeast this time of year, it is not good.
And don't back all your DBs off and play a zone that Tom Brady picks apart.
It worked with a running quarterback last week for 3 quarters, and not as much with Brady, because they just went to the running game and plowed you.
Right.
Yeah.
So it was.
You didn't have enough meat in there.
Yeah, but there's something about, and I like Phillip Rivers, and he's been on the show and wore a Rick and Bubba shirt on the NFL Network, and I really like him, and I pull for him, and I certainly hate the Patriots. But the Chargers can only go so far. I did not, but none of us. It's like, there's something about that helmet and that uniform. It can only advance so far. I don't care. I don't care where they play. No, none of us think. I'll tell you one thing today: the Chargers gonna hand it to somebody. They don't have that kind of mystique. They just never have. They never will. Somebody says, "Well, I tell you what, this ain't even gonna be close. Chargers gonna wear somebody out today." You just don't.
You get in that warm weather where they throw the ball all over the field. They'll run some points up, and they've got a defense now for a change.
But none of us.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Rick and Bubba University students, Super P, and Lord of the Jacket, all banging out a degree in common sense that now, of course, is deemed a superpower. We thank you for being here, either live or archived. All the different ways you can get the Rick and Bubba content on your own time or live can be found at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Join me in welcoming back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much.
No, so wrapping up last hour, the bottom line is this. When someone tells you, well, all scientists agree that man-made global warming is a real thing, you can say, well, apparently not all scientists. So what you're saying is your preferred scientists believe that. Let's all tell the truth. Not all scientists agree, and it's still an ongoing discussion. I'm not saying coming down one way or the other, but to say that the
because I don't know, and neither do anybody else that's out here blurting around about it.
No, they don't. And again, and we are pointing out, and we continue to point out, those who claim to believe it, bizarre behavior on their part if they really believe it. Bizarre behavior.
Yeah, I mean, if they really believe that, if all the meteorologists we see on national TV believe it, they need to be riding a bike to work.
Bubba, then we move into another story that has us all perplexed today. Did anybody think that any of the actual murderers from the Manson family would ever be set free?
No.
Rick, I don't see how anybody that goes out.
How do you ever get free?
And don't forget, she was originally given the death penalty before they overturned
and it was all commuted in California because they did away with the death penalty temporarily. Rick, for the Manson family went on a killing spree and killed 7 people over a 2-day period in L.A., most notably at the time Sharon Tate and her unborn child.
Ugh.
And the Mansons were all brought in and found guilty of these murders. One of the girls in this, the youngest one at the time, Leslie Van Houten, or is that
I heard
another?
somebody say Hooten the other day, but I've always heard Van Houten.
Yeah, I have too. Leslie Van Houten. She has been granted parole after 53 years in prison. Now,
she's come
Gavin
up many
Newsom,
times, and they usually block it.
Usually, she's been blocked many times. Even when she was granted parole, the governor overrode the parole board and would not let her out on 3 different occasions. But Gavin Newsom has said he will not fight her parole this time, and that she will be moved to the process of getting back out. She'll be on parole, and she'll have to do some kind of a halfway house thing to begin with. She will have a 3-year maximum parole term, and she could be discharged after that. She's now 73 years old. But she was convicted of stabbing one of the people who were murdered 14 times in the back.
Well, now, Bubba,
her defense was she was already dead.
Don't be too judgmental.
Right.
12 of those stabs in that body was already dead.
Right.
Look, and here she is with a cross carved in her forehead, or X or whatever that
now,
is.
Again, this person should have been put to death by the state. No doubt about it. She forfeited her life by the taking of the lives that she did intentionally, with planning in advance, and carried it out. So, but California, in their wisdom, commuted all of that, and now she is going to be back out among you.
I know it's a dangerous world out there, and it's so dangerous that maybe a 73-year-old Manson family member, it's not a big deal, but it doesn't feel good. I will tell you, the Mansons...
It's just got kind of a dirty feeling about it, Rick.
It doesn't feel good. First of
you
all...
could be out at Walmart checking out next to Leslie Van Houten.
Yeah.
And I hope she's not buying knives.
Right. Our perfectly holy, wrathful, but at the same time gracious God, if this woman has repented, found redemption, and her spiritual soul has been saved, I would celebrate that.
Good for her.
However, sin always matters. Throughout Scripture, you see this. and she should continue to pay the price on earth, not in eternity if she's repented, but on earth for what she did. And she is not in some kind of mild category.
No,
okay.
Rick, no.
Everybody out here, and look, and I'll tell this.
It ain't parking tickets, guys.
I'll tell Governor Newsom this. I know you want to be president. I think you can do it without a Manson family vote.
And he has turned her down before.
Yeah, like
but not
3
now.
different times.
Not
But
now.
you're right. Nope. The Manson supporters. I don't think you really have to worry about them.
Bro. Hey, Gav, you're all right. You don't need the Manson.
They're probably not going to vote.
You know, back when you turned her down, that was the right thing. Don't crumble on that because you want to be the Democratic nominee.
Does he?
You don't need the Manson family vote.
Let me ask you,
Our supporters of the Manson family.
Does he think this helps him politically by not doing this?
Well, Squeaky From's going to vote for him now.
Oh, that's awful.
Well, what does this mean for the others? Because the one died of cancer, and the others, Tex and the other girl, they're all still in there.
Well, it's good news for them.
But now Tex is in trouble because he was the go-to guy on both murders.
Yeah, break down the role.
Bodies laying everywhere.
Break down the role of
every
those.
name y'all were mentioning.
The other two girls?
Every single name. Now, some of y'all are so young you don't remember this horrific event, but when you mention these names, my skin crawls.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to terrify children of the 70s, tell them a Manson family members.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
We'll all freak.
The other two on the left there, we were showing a picture of them. What were their roles in this?
They did some stabbing.
They did.
Oh yeah. I think they were because again, all kidding aside, a lot of their argument on her now is that she did stab somebody, but they were already dead. I don't know how you argue that. But,
I mean, who hasn't done that?
Yeah, I mean, she knew.
Who are we to judge?
But they all actually participated.
You stabbed
And
somebody
either both
14
of them
times.
or
Well, in
just
all
one of
fairness, when I started stabbing, I think they were already dead. Yeah, but the fact that you just stabbed a human body that many times, that really bothers us.
Yes.
We don't like to have you kind of living around us.
I believe you would have went ahead if she'd been alive. You'd probably still done it.
Can you imagine though? Say she goes out, okay? She goes out and they give her full access to life again, okay, out there in the world. Do you remember the old lady on your street you were kind of scared of?
Oh.
Can you imagine?
No.
That when that old lady on your street, I wouldn't go take apples off her tree, would you?
No.
What if she walked outside one day and you saw her up there and she was like peeling the peach and had a knife? You'd be like,
Well, you remember the hatchet lady up there in White Plains?
oh yes, I do. Yeah. Don't go to old lady. What's her full
Don't
name?
forget too, they carved the word war into the victim, and then wrote in their blood on the wall, "Death to pigs."
See, they were trying to set up that it was done by blacks.
Right.
To
They-
start
the whole
he had
helter
preaching
skelter
of this
thing was to
race
start a
war.
race war. Yeah.
Wow.
Charles.
Wow. Charles
ordered
cat.
everything done, but he didn't actually do it.
Right, but it's not good. You're not a good person.
No, Charles had a long list of things he had done.
No, these are bad things. Bad.
Yeah, I can't even imagine this is even for consideration.
If you want to see,
and I hope she has been rehabilitated. I hope she's a good person. I hope she's found Jesus.
Let's
sit
hope
in
so.
that cell and rot.
The next
for what you did.
You can have a different eternity, but here on earth, you need to pay that.
Yeah,
you pay that one on.
And it sounds like
common sense has left.
And like you say, you should have already been
Yeah.
killed. Your life should have already been taken.
Mm-hmm. Which originally that was the verdict.
Right.
Yeah, about she's been in jail 53 years, about 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Hey, don't go down to old lady Van Houten's place.
Yeah,
Was that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I'm not a conspiracy theory guy.
Here we go.
But have y'all heard about like the CIA and MK Ultra like training Charles Manson and actually providing him with the drugs?
What are you doing?
And telling him like,
get off the internet.
Don't take the acid. You give it to your followers. You tell them what to do. And have y'all?
It looks to me like Charles was taking it.
Yeah. What was the purpose of that, by the way? What was the end game in this? You know, so many of these conspiracies don't have a really good end game.
You stump a lot of them.
Was it Coffee Wars? You know, one of them were the Folgers.
It was Abigail Folger was one of the ones murdered. She was the heiress to the coffee empire.
How about that?
Mm-hmm. And then Angela Lansbury, her daughter, was actually getting involved with Charles Manson. She was like, I don't like this guy. Stay away from him. And then later the murders happened.
Angela Lansbury?
Murder, She Wrote.
Was that the ultimate, seriously, for parents, is that the ultimate I told you so?
Yeah. Listen, don't forget. One of the
I
Beach
told you those
Boys.
Manson people were bad. I told you.
See? One of the Beach Boys was hanging around
You're
with him.
telling
The drummer.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
they were
right.
all doing acid.
Dennis.
A part of waking up, Folgers in your cup. She got caught up in this?
Oh, yeah, she was one of the victims.
You know, they all went to that hippie ranch. You know,
yeah.
you saw, and it was portrayed in that movie One Night in Hollywood or whatever.
Oh, yes.
Where they all went up there and did drugs together. And that's where Manson went and recruited his bunch.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All over the field, they'll run some points up. And they've got a defense now for a change.
But none of us believe
Didn't
in
see
them
it Sunday,
like
but-
winning.
Even back in the Air Coryell days.
Yeah.
You know, Dan Faust, they were setting all kinds of
Oh,
records,
yeah.
and they'd always get beat in the semis or something.
Yeah, they can only, like I say, the Chargers can only go so far.
Yeah.
None of us think they can ever.
Well, they
get-
made the Super Bowl one time, and the 49ers beat them like a drum.
It was horrible,
Yeah.
and that's one thing I was
They
thankful.
made it before that too.
I found
How many
my-
times have they been?
I found
I can't even
myself.
remember in the
I know
Super
that.
Bowl.
Yeah, they went the one time.
I remember
Junior Seau.
49ers
The
beat the crap
49ers.
out of
I'm talking about drubbed them.
And then I think they went again. I
Didn't
can't
they?
remember. Did they play Carolina?
But that was outside the Dan
I
Fouts.
think they played Carolina.
years,
Oh
wasn't it?
yeah, it was after the Fouts.
Yeah.
yeah.
But-
Fouts and them never made it. They were always right there at it.
But what I'm saying is this, and like I said, Greg, there may be one game I'm forgetting. I found myself in a dilemma because I like Phillip Rivers. I cannot stand the Patriots. But then there's that side of me that is a casual NFL guy that says, yeah, but Rick, if you've only got 2 more football games left in all of football other than the next Rock and Spring League that's coming up, if this is the end of the NFL, college is already over, and this is going to be the end of the NFL, you want 2 good games left.
Yeah.
Or 3 if you talk about we have 2 divisional titles. So not divisional titles, but conference titles. So I'm sitting there and I'm going, okay, Rick, it's good that the Patriots are winning because if the Chargers win this, they're just going to get drubbed next week or in the Super Bowl. And one of these games is going to be – they're going to give you a bad game, so get it over with now. That's
true. And Rick, I'm not anti-Saints.
We've got the best Final Four.
Right.
And we should see 2 pretty good games, I hope, and then we should see a decent Super Bowl.
Well, I'm not anti-Saints, and I certainly love Drew
dat?
Brees and what he does.
Who dat?
And,
Who dat?
You know, have such respect for him. But to me, when I think about the possibility of the Patriots and the Saints in the Super Bowl, that just I'm like, I need a fresh look somewhere.
I'm with you.
know what
I'd
I mean?
like to see Rams Chiefs.
Well,
That
or
would be
one
fun.
or the
'Cause
other.
The last time
Somebody
they
in
played
there.
was a fantastic game.
Yeah.
One of my favorite parts of the Chiefs game was when Andy Reid had to go and get on somebody in the stands for throwing snowballs.
Yeah.
If y'all missed that was funny.
I did not see that part.
That was funny.
I didn't see any of that.
White Hat was reviewing a play, and then somebody just slung a snowball at him, and then and like Helmsy saying, he walked over. Andy did, just walked over, and you could hear what he was saying, but he was mouthing to the stands or whatever, and then.
He wasn't happy
in
about
his dry delivery, the way he is,
funny.
and then kind of went back over and started calling plays again.
They pulled up a replay, and I don't remember if it was Joe Buck or Aikman or whoever's calling the game. So, well, there's one perpetrator we have on film right there. And they show he's just heaving it. He's got slinging it.
Hey, and he's the man with everybody around him. Like, hey, did you see that?
So,
But I mean, I thought snowballs was all in good fun. Is that illegal
Andy
in the
Reid's over there
stadium to
screaming,
throw
use
snowballs?
your head. Come on, use your head. I mean, he's screaming at the guy.
Here's what I love. I love that forever that guy gets to have a lunch, and somebody finally says, "Hey, tell him about the time Andy Reid jumped on you."
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're a
Yeah.
fan,
Yeah.
if you're a fan and the head coach calls you in the stands, you got a great story for the rest of your life.
Right.
You know what I like about the Chiefs, though? You watch them; they've got so much motion, so much eye candy going, and you got Mahomes that can run that, pass run option, and it's just fun to watch. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts out there.
All right, to the phones we go. Earl has got us on 94.5 in Jackson, Alabama, and he'll get us started.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go, 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All right, so another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is back after a 2-week hiatus. There'll be a brand new one this weekend. Be sure and make a note to catch it. It'll be a great conversation. We'll tell you more about it tomorrow after we've recorded it today. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study now, that archive now available. You can get it today on our YouTube channel, our podcast channel. In front of us today, first of all, this one we won't land on very long in sports, but LeBron James announced he will return for his 21st NBA season. He was thinking about retiring. He's not going to, so that announcement's been made.
Didn't he say one time he wanted to play with his son? And his son's an incoming freshman at USC this year.
Well, he's going to have to. Well, of course, I guess he could play 1 year and then go. Maybe
I think he was thinking he'd play one, maybe two tops, and then jump to the draft.
So anyway, I don't know. Maybe that's his goal to do that. That'd be a cool thing to get to do.
It would be cool.
And I don't watch enough of the NBA. Well, I don't watch any of it. So he's not to the point of being sad now. He's still playing all out. Right?
Oh yeah, baby.
Well, as long as it's not sad, then keep on rolling. If that's what you want to do.
Yeah. Somebody said he was going to try to play baseball.
Very
Birmingham.
Yeah, very, very interesting that I told Bubba about this. I caught on ESPN, or I guess it was ESPN I was watching, but it was either a storied or a 30 for 30 or an E60. I don't know the difference.
They kind of intertwine.
Some documentary.
Do
y'all hate the ESPN that has all the stats around the screen?
Yeah, I do.
I can't stand it.
Yeah, I don't.
Which one is that? News?
I can't look at that.
I don't know. Yeah, sometimes there'll be a good E60
It's
on
too
there.
busy.
I have to watch it through that.
It's too busy.
It makes no sense. Does anybody look at that and go, "Ooh, I'm glad I saw
People like me that have mental challenges on things that are too busy, you think I can look at that?
You know what I'm talking about.
I can't look at that. That's like a puzzle. But anyway, so what's next? Word search for me. But
word spelled backwards.
This was the story because I guess the ESPYs were last night.
Yeah.
So anyway, this was the documentary. It was kind of a combination of the very first time they did the ESPYs, which happened to be also when Jim Valvano gave his speech.
Okay.
Why he was dying with cancer.
Yeah.
So it must be this particular documentary because it was mainly about the first ever ESPYs. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And am I missing something?
No,
Okay,
just your explanation.
No,
funny.
you are missing something. We'll tell you when we go to commercial.
Okay.
Yeah, but your explanation.
Yeah. So anyway, you always see everybody laughing at you, and you're like,
No, it was not you.
I have those moments
Rick,
all the time.
Rick,
What did I say?
If
What
you
did I
would have
say?
known, you would have laughed too.
Yeah.
Oh no, I got that. But when you're the
you thought it was
person,
you.
when you're the person talking,
Misspoke.
Yeah, you think okay.
No,
I
I just want you to know you didn't say.
I
that.
just
It was-
said
you're-
something
you're on.
really bad, and I don't know
It
it.
reminds me of the Randy Moss little clip.
Yep.
Have I said anything stupid today? But anyway, Dick Vitale was in this documentary, Modern Time, and he looked old and he sounded old. And because he was the one who they said would do the Jimmy V speech if Jimmy V could not physically do it. Because he was in bad shape when he gave that speech. I didn't know how bad, and they cover all that. How he got up there and gave that speech is a miracle. But anyway, and they talked about it was the first ESPYs, and they allotted him 2 minutes. And remember, he made the comment when they started giving him the light, they need to wrap up. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah. You think I'm gonna pay
my
any
body's
attention?
full of tumors, and you think I care about this 30-second light?
Yeah.
And then they interviewed the producer that said had to make the call, say leave him alone, don't go to break.
Yeah.
And,
That's probably a good call.
Yeah, it was a good call. Yeah, and so anyway, but I noticed that Dick Vitale, when he was being interviewed, he sounded old and he sounded struggling, and he's announced today he has vocal cord cancer, but he does hope that he can be back for the season next year. So I guess they're hoping they can do something.
You know, he's 84.
Is he really?
Well,
Yes,
he looked and sounded
years old.
He looked and sounded 84 in the documentary.
When you hear him talk, you think, well, he has something wrong with his voice. I mean, I've always thought that he had some kind of problem, if not. But I'm not surprised by that at all, the way his voice, he struggles to talk.
I thought it was because he called so many games and screamed so much.
That's true.
That his voice was just tired.
Mm-hmm.
He gets excited.
He says, of course, that no one is surprised because of what you just said, Bubba, that his optimism is very high. That's just who he is. And he has bouts with melanoma and lymphoma already, but he won both of those. And one of the things that he talked about, because he did talk about that,
and one of Jim, is it how you say his last name? Jimmy V?
Jim Valvano.
Yeah, Valvano. That one of his daughters ended up being saved when she got cancer by the very research that the Jimmy V Foundation was doing. Because that was his whole thing, if you remember. It probably ain't going to save me, but maybe if we can start funding cancer research, they're on the edge of a lot of breakthroughs. And so what I'm going to do in the final days I have left is I'm going to try to get enough money raised so that other people won't die like me.
Yeah.
And so and then they interviewed people, Robin Roberts, one of his daughters, Dick Vitale, that said a lot of what they had, the Jimmy V Foundation and the research, is the reason why they're still alive. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
But anyway, so they seem to think that there's a chance that he can overcome this and still do college.
Don't they think it's something that can be treated?
6 weeks of radiation, they hope. And they said this particular cancer has a very high cure rate. So that's good.
That's maybe good. So.
So they think no surgery or anything, just radiation. So if that's all that he has to do, and that does work, he should be okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was out there today too. It was, and one of the things I didn't see any of the ESPYs, except a little bit. I saw the end of the Lamar Hamlin deal, which was very moving.
Yeah.
But what I know,
see Dylan Mulvaney up there.
I didn't.
Where?
I didn't know whether
she's in Peru.
Were you being serious?
I didn't know how to say this or what, but it was funny to see the first ESPYs. By the way, did you know the celebrities that were on the first ESPYs? It was funny.
No.
Dennis Miller, didn't know that. Yeah, but anyway, it's almost like when you get to the point where you decide to embrace, I want to be sure that all causes are acknowledged. You really can't do a show. I watched the ESPYs for maybe 10 to 20 minutes, kind of flipping back and forth. I never, ever saw one moment of the ESPYs that was not talking about some cause.
Really?
Never. It was one cause after another cause after another cause. It was never sports highlights. It was never – I was like, are we ever going to give an ESPY to somebody who had a great season?
Didn't Kelsey MC part of it?
I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see very much of it.
I'm not sure.
And the Lamar Hamlin thing was very moving. Don't misunderstand me. But if that had been all we did, it may be one other. But it literally is they almost started talking about the athletic achievements coming out of the break and would show you them sitting in the crowd.
Right.
Then it'd be another cause.
Right.
And I was like,
a lot of calls.
Well, think about that. Once you open that door,
Yes, that's true.
then somebody gets mad because their calls didn't make it.
That's right.
It's one of the things we've had to deal with over the years. We can't do every single request. And how about this? Probably 75% of them are all worthy.
That's right.
And but I mean, if the show is all it is here's another calls and another calls and another calls and another calls, there's not a lot of
calls radio.
There's not a lot of program left.
You get calls decents,
and then you can't really help causes because everybody gets tired of hearing about causes.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. All right, Earl, you're on. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I got a two-parter here. One probably a Bubba question, one's a Greg question.
All right, go ahead.
First for Bubba. Bubba, if the people are being furloughed on the layoff, the government shutdown, can they apply for unemployment? And if they do, when they get paid, they have to give the money back. That's the first one. And if it's non-essential employees, why in the world is Congress still working? That's for Greg.
That was for Greg.
I believe they got it backwards. You're right.
I don't know how that works. Do you?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah. And Greg, do you agree that if we're saying non-essential, Congress shouldn't be?
They ain't doing a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a bill to put Congress in that non-essential group. I guarantee if you cut their money off, the deal will get done.
Oh, we'll get on it.
But naturally, they have exempt themselves from that.
Oh, of course.
Sure.
Yeah, just like they did from Obamacare.
Yeah.
Daniel in Columbus, Mississippi, listening to 96.1. Daniel, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, fellas. How's it going?
We're good. I hope you're all right.
I'm doing great. Well, I was on Saturday night. I was watching the Tennessee-Florida basketball game, and just guess who was calling that game?
Oh, no, trust me, I was covered up with emails and people, add me to Twitter. People were going crazy. I know it was Beth Mullins, and I don't know if this is true or not. Somebody said she called an air ball airmail. Is that true?
I didn't hear that one, but if that was, that's pretty rough.
Oh, he's going to take a shot up there. Oh, that's airmail. That's airmail.
Is that the new hip way to say it?
I don't know, maybe.
I don't know.
Well, we got to get a touch. Right here, Helmsy. Go sidelines here. We're at Tennessee and Florida. That means volunteers and the Gators.
I bet in basketball it might be worse.
Yeah, because you guys talk a lot.
Yeah, the pace of it.
Oh, my gosh.
I like that three-man weave. John in Alabama. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Speedy, is he there?
Yeah, he is.
His dog issue with his packages. Go to the pet store and get some bitter apple, or they have spray that's bitter, and put some bait packages out there for them. They'll tear it up, and they will be not touching it for a while.
Oh, that's well.
A lot of
okay.
work.
Okay.
I hate to do this to you, buddy, and that's a kind call from the guy. When I had retrievers, they chew everything in sight.
Yeah.
Chairs, everything. And we tried bitter apple. It's almost like they mocked us. It's like they said, hey, a chair tastes a little bitter, but I'm still in.
Yeah.
It ain't bitter enough.
Maybe there's something good in here after the bitter part.
But,
But it might work. It's worth a try.
This is new, though. For those of you that don't know, our two dogs here lately, they've started chewing packages that the delivery guy brings. And it started with, we had ordered some Advocare Spark, and they got in it.
Oh, gosh.
And I don't know. I don't know if they think every package has a spark in it or not. I have no idea.
Hopper dog.
But the other day I ran through and there was a gift that was mailed with some clothes in it, and they were running through the yard when I pulled up with the clothes in their mouth playing tug of war
You
with
love
it.
that. Yeah.
And I thought for a second, man, that's a towel. How'd they get that? And then I got a little bit closer and realized that was two pair of pants that they had.
Got out of a package.
Yeah.
Didn't you say though? Didn't you say you had a dog that behaved well, and then there's a bad influence dog in the house?
Yeah. The older one has always done well.
It's like humans, isn't it?
It's just like humans. Watch out who you hang out with.
Well, you know what? I was able to talk to my boys about it. I said, see, this is what happens when you hang out with the wrong people. Before you know it, you got clothes running through the yard with them.
Right.
He had never done that. And then little Leo came along about a year old, and he gets into stuff, and now the old one, Jack's in it.
And Jack should have been wisdom for the young guy, not been influenced by the young guy.
I sat him down, talked to him the other day, and he looked at me almost like he could understand. And I said, see, look what you've become.
Hey,
and he would just look up at me.
Also, a perfect example, it's hard to finish strong.
Yeah,
it is.
There you go.
See, old Jack's not finishing well.
No, he's not.
He's not finishing well.
No.
We continue.
Frustrating.
Let's go to Nathan, also out of Jackson, Alabama, listening to 94.5. Go right ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number, and thank you for being with us today. So as we work our way back, we've had a lot of good news today, but unfortunately, as most days are, not everything is good. So do you think we're okay to talk about this now? We got something from the family.
The green light.
The green light. Talk about this now.
Yep. It was very heavy on our hearts when we started today.
Oh,
It was kind of difficult to start without mentioning it.
It was. We, over the years, there's been so many people connected to the show that you've heard about, and a lot of them great stories involving them that are not, on part of the staff, but they're connected to everybody, and they're our friends and acquaintances, and then people that we get a chance to work with. But, for years and years and years on this program, you've heard us reference the Lenore family. And Lenore Farms, and we've made the joke about Speedy, being an unofficial Lenore, and this family, they're just, you've met people before where you kind of wish you were better better people like they are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they're very selfless people. They love to serve. They love to take care of people. They've been so good to all of our children. And, it's one of the things I heard somebody say one time, says, you always have a special place in your heart for people that are good to your children. And the Lenores have been so good to our kids. And back before any of us had any place to hunt or whatever, they would open up their family land and let our kids come and learn how to shoot and, kill. I know that one of my sons killed his first deer ever at the Lenores, and many others were given that opportunity. And anytime we were like, hey man, we have nowhere to hunt, can we come over and hunt? They would let us. And they've just been so good. And Tommy was down at the farm, was my next door neighbor, Tommy Lenore, for probably 12 of the 15. Well, no, probably 10 of the 15 years that we've been down there. Maybe a little less than that, but the first several years. And Camp House is now his old house, and so we just love that family, and we've talked about them so much. And unfortunately, yesterday, one of the Lenores passed away, and suddenly, in a shocking way. And you've heard us talk about Tommy and his brother Lance, and Lance has been talked about and been up here on the show before.
Many times.
And unfortunately, Lance. And Speedy, you got involved and actually went to the hospital. Apparently, it was don't let me misspeak, a cardiac event that unfortunately took his life.
Yeah, that's what it seems to be. There'll be an autopsy to determine that for sure, but that's where everything's pointing. Yeah, it was around dinner time, and I didn't have my phone, which, Greg, I know you'd be proud of me. I wasn't sitting there with my phone. It was on the kitchen counter. And I missed a call from Tommy, but for some reason, my Apple Watch caught his text, and it was call me now. And so we did. I called him, and he told me, "Hey man, just be praying. This is where I'm headed. We got a call from a coworker. Doesn't sound good. Lance collapsed at work, and they've tried to revive him. EMS is there. They're continuing to work on him. He's at the hospital. I'm grabbing Dad. Suzanne, his wife. We're in the car. We're headed that way. And when you get a call like that, you just sit there and you just stare at the wall. Like, did that just happen? Am I just getting a call like that? You're trying to process it. And so I was talking with Terry, and I couldn't sit still. She's like, "Well, I know you want to go." And I'm like, "Well, yeah. If anything, just to let them know I'm here. I don't want to be in the way. I'm not a family member, so I don't want to get involved with that." But I arrived at the hospital, and it was just terrible news that they were not able to revive him. And so dealing with that with the family, who's been through a lot.
Yeah, they have.
It was just really tough. But I'm glad I was able to go and just let them know I love them. And but you're right with Lance, and everybody's trying to process it. The family's in shock. Friends are in shock. The whole community where they live in the Jemison, Thorsby, Clanton area are in shock. And so, just talking to them and trying to process it all, it was very emotional. And on the ride back to the house, I just sat there and reflected a lot about Lance and how much he did love the boys. And I think every one of my boys did take their first deer down there. And Dale and Lance and Tommy and everybody's like, "Hey, don't you worry about what that deer looks like. You let that boy take a deer." It was that kind of family. And growing up just heavily in sports, a lot of times kids don't have summers now because they play through the summers. And my kids didn't have much free time in the summer, so their winter, their hunting season was their summer. And so we would go down there and just disappear for the weekend. And they grew up down there, called Lance Uncle Lance, and Tommy Uncle Tommy, still to this day. And Tommy's boys, Philip and Will, do the same thing to me. And so just a wonderful family. And Lance and I, this past hunting season, were talking about the first time I ever went down there. And he actually contacted the show and invited us to come hunt. And it was raining, y'all. It was raining so hard you could hardly see on the interstate. But I was just so fired up about going. Y'all remember those days where we were so obsessed with it?
I do. Yeah.
And I remember getting off the Jemison exit off of 65, and it was raining. He's like, "But I don't know about this." I'm like, "No, we're going." And he was like, "Well, we got a shooting house," and he was explaining everything to us, and that's where it started. That was like I want to say it was in the late 90s. And ever since then, we've been extremely close. But everybody is just in absolute shock, and the family's asking for prayers, as you can imagine. There's just them trying to deal with it,
Yeah, and like I said, they've been a part of this show for almost as long as it's been on there.
I know. Just couldn't believe it when I heard it last night.
Yeah.
No, it was, and it's one of those things where, because so many times, unfortunately, you hear somebody's in trouble, and most of the time, thankfully, it has a happy ending, and so you're sitting there going, well, they'll get him revived, and then they'll take care of whatever the heart issue is, and he'll have a long life after that.
That's right.
And then you hear, well, it was fatal. So
right.
So that was, and like you said, the Lenores have been through a lot.
They have.
Even they were one of the families that were really impacted by the pandemic because of Tommy's wife. Got very, very ill, and we didn't know if she was going to survive.
Yeah.
And praise God, she has. And and health issues with his dad, and and
he's fighting.
And Tommy's had his own health issues.
Yeah, he has, and they lost their mom a number of years ago to a heart attack. But she had a lot of health issues, and struggled the last few years. But just a loved, to your point, just a loved community. I've always told Tommy he needs to run for mayor. You can't, between being a coach and a student, a coach and a teacher there in Jemison and others, the Lenore family is just known in that community, and they're known of just being so loving and so just such a, I don't know, just a servant's heart,
giving.
And
it's always
just,
giving.
and it's just, I'm blessed to call them close friends, and we're hurting with them for sure.
No doubt.
It was just such a contrast for me yesterday too, because we were on such a high from getting a good report and knowing, we serve a big God, and while I had good news, he was taking Lance home, and you just go, wow, wow.
Yeah, it does make you reflect though on back to the important things in life and how quick things can change on a dime. And it did for that family yesterday and those that love that family.
Yeah, and as you said, the good news is they are loved by lots of, having a place down there where the Lenore name is known. How about this? It's 100%. I have never, ever met anybody connected to that part of our state where we have our family land, and I'll be like, now you may know, I don't know if you know them or not, the Lenores. Of course I know the Lenores. Yeah. Tommy coached me, and whatever, and the Lenores, and I did that, and so everybody there knows them, and so they are surrounded by a lot of folks who love them and appreciate what they've done for all of us, and now it's our time to give back and help them.
That's right.
And not that they've ever asked for that, but. You do it because it's the right thing to do, not because they would ever ask you for it.
And Lance was a prankster. He loved to mess. Doubt. He loved to mess with the boys, and so he would mess with my kids, and I loved that. But it was in a fun way. But he would always have a good time with him. He always had a funny story, and was just the life of the farm when he was there. It just doesn't seem real, to be honest with you, and it's just one of those things you're trying to process.
So how old is Lance?
He's 54. He's my age.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
young.
So he's right in there with the rest of us.
Yeah,
and
always been very athletic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, that's a big shock to that family yesterday and to us because of our connection to this family, and especially Speedy, who's very close to them. So remember that family in your prayers as they grieve. The good news is they are strong people of faith.
Boy, they are.
So they understand who God is in this, and the good and the bad, and what He has to say about it. So that's good news. They certainly not struggling with any disbelief, and they know where the only hope lies. So that's the good news. So remember them as they grieve. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big's the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A lot of the guys that I watch on YouTube,
they do a lot of gun reviews, and they're getting monetized, like all their videos.
Of course.
Some of them get completely taken off. There's got to be a clause somewhere in some law, in some little courthouse that's going to screw this whole thing down to the ground, because it's driving me up the wall. Because I go to look at one of my, the people I
What is he talking about?
I have no idea.
So at one point, I guess you're saying
you're
unhappy that some of these videos you watch are being taken off the platform they're on?
Yeah, and did he throw the monetized thing in there because he thought this is how they make their living? Is that what he means by that too? It's unfair to them as well?
We're working our way through it here.
Yeah. So
that's the problem when you're on somebody else's platform. They always can take you off for whatever the winds are blowing that day that they feel like they need to.
Let's go to John, Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. John, go ahead.
Hey, guys. The other night I was watching TV, and I saw a commercial, Ford or Chevy, but it's Jerry Reed playing the Eastbound, and they're hauling stuff. And they've got a Shoney's Big Boy on there. And I've always what happened to your guys? What did y'all do with the Shoney's Big Boy?
We gave it to the guy that was shooting a Ford commercial.
Yeah, he said something about we using a Ford commercial. No, matter of fact, I saw it up above the city of Birmingham during the Christmas holidays, by the way. Craneworks put it out. They've been storing it for us. So we got to talking. It's in storage because when we moved to the new studio about, 11 years ago, we were not able to set it up just anywhere here. Now, there's a new plan, and I love the plan, but we ran into a logjam here, no pun intended, that we would just set Shoney, Big Boy, right there, or we put him where the drums are inside. Only problem is you can't get him through the door.
You know why? Because he's a big boy.
Because he's a big boy.
You have to cut him down to get him in.
How would you get him in here? I love when we said the part one time, and I got excited too. Let's bring him in through the loading thing. But the loading thing, there's a door to get it in here.
It'd be great if you could put it in the storage room.
I think we could just set it in here.
Yeah,
and it'd be fine.
agree.
But you can't get it in here. How do you get it through the door?
On the bigger picture, there's some restrictions to those kind of things up here.
Yeah.
In this,
But that base it sits in, I want to go look at it.
Unless we declare it a decoration.
Yeah, right. Have you seen the side of his head?
Yeah, it's hard. I forget until I see him, and I go, "Wow, you got a big head."
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah, but the base, if we could, I think it's bolted on. If we could take that off, and then somehow, like getting a couch to the door.
Yeah,
the way you turn it.
The way I remember, and I could be wrong.
The base is made on it. It's set down over.
You set down over it, so the base is part of him. Yeah.
I'd like to try to.
Somebody could make this happen for us.
It may be, but I think we should drop all to try to put it outside because that's not going to happen.
No.
If there's a way to get it in here, that would be great. But I
you
don't know
need
how
a
to do
Honey,
it.
I Shrunk the Big Boy.
Right. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Aaron is on a bus. Aaron, go ahead.
Hey guys.
Hey.
How you going?
We're great.
Good.
So I'm a Sparkman band, and we're on the way to the Governor's Parade in Montgomery.
What did you just say?
He's in a band.
You're in a band. Okay, I thought you said I'm Dapper Dan, and I was like, well, give yourself a nickname.
What
All right, go
band?
ahead.
What band are you in, sir?
Sparkman High School.
Okay. So y'all are headed to Montgomery for the inauguration?
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Are you gonna play something hip? What y'all gonna play?
We're playing Grand Old Flag.
Okay. All right. Well,
Because don't they have a parade and everything?
Yeah, it was interesting because we've started practicing for lacrosse now, so we ended up over at the high school where my son plays and I coach. And usually you don't encounter the marching band this time of year.
Yeah.
And we were trying to practice, and I looked, and the band was. I'm not making this up. They were marching around the track playing.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to somebody, "What gives here?" And they said, "I think they're practicing to play in the Governor's Parade."
Oh yeah.
So I think our high school.
That's quite an honor to get to do that. That's awesome for you guys.
It is. Mark is saying he thinks he knows how to get the big boy inside the studio. But guys, I just don't know how he's.
Don't give Speedy fake hope.
Yeah. All right. So Mark, what would be the solution to get a big boy through a small door?
Well, you don't bring them through the door. You take that glass, where you guys sit. You have those two big glass windows.
Oh no.
That's glazed glass. So there's a bus bar that holds that glass in. Just take the glass out, bring them through the window, and then put the glass back in.
Oh, I see.
Does he know we have bulletproof glass?
The problem is there's two layers of glass, and one of them's bulletproof, and it took about 8 guys to put it up there. I doubt
really
we're gonna
heavy.
take it out.
It is heavy. Very heavy.
I want to try to get his head through the door. I think, personally, the Good Time Gang goes have lunch and go look at Big Boy and weigh our options and then see if we can get him in.
You never get
Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Lines are available. Whatever you want to talk about, whatever you want to bring to the table, you can at 866 We Be Big. And Super P, the intern, is ready to go. So as you are dialing us up, and we're excited to hear from you, let me run down a couple things for you. So Monday night, looking forward to being in Montgomery, Landmark Church. Man Church starts at 5 local time. And men, you're invited to just be there. And if you're not involved in one of the small group curriculum, they're going through I think they're going through Real Men. Is that right? One of our curriculum from themanchurch.com. And we'll be plugging you back into those small groups, and so you can find out about that too. That coming up, and I'm honored to speak there coming up this Sunday night. Looking ahead, some other man churches going out July 22nd. First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. They've been in the discipleship strategy for a couple of years now, and this is their next gathering. It's a men's breakfast, and that'll be happening at First Baptist Church. Andrew Varvutis will be speaking there. On the 25th, Rich Wingo headed to Linden, Alabama. He'll be at Linden Baptist Church. Here's what's beautiful about that. This is going to be an association of churches that are gathering for their meeting, and then Rich will offer the message and also explain what we do at themanchurch.com, and the association is going to encourage these churches to plug into that for their men's strategy. So that's on the 25th of July down in Linden, Alabama, Linden Baptist Church. If you're part of that association, you'll be there. Rich Wingo will bring a great message. On the 28th, Blake Prime, Emmanuel Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. They're starting the discipleship strategy, so make plans to be with him. And then Austin, Texas, on August the 4th, they've bought a couple of our curriculum, and they'll be plugging their men into that as they have a kind of a men's conference to tell the men about that at City Reach Church in Austin, Texas. Now, it's, again, I'm on a commercial airline trying to get there for that evening if everything runs smoothly, but I've allowed myself about a 3.5 hour to 4 hour window for the, of course, airlines to run late. Then on August 6th, First Baptist Church, Starkville, Mississippi, 96.1, Scott Goroski. What's Eating Scott Goroski? He'll be talking to the men there and getting them ready for the Strategy 2 in the land of 96.1. So to the phones we go. You can find all that by going to themanchurch.com under upcoming events and look for one near you. Get out, enjoy the evening, and plug in. Let's go to Angie. Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. Angie, go ahead.
Rick, Bubba, Speedy, just wanted to thank you all. I got my girlfriend Angie here. We're road tripping from Birmingham to Buffalo, New York. Whoa. First-time listener for her, long-time listener for me, and just wanted to say we appreciate you guys. You're going to get us through this 14-hour road trip.
Okay, so...
we'll do all we can do.
So you're telling me this is you introducing her to the show through a 14-hour road trip.
That's correct. We had the podcast rolling yesterday, and we're going to roll it the rest of the way through after the live show.
Okay, that was my next question. You got a timeout from Helmsley. My next question was, are you prepared with more content? Because the show, I know at times seems incredibly long. It's not going to cover 14 hours, and you're going to struggle with that. But you're saying, no, you have archives and other content from the show ready to go.
That's right.
Okay, good. Well, can I just ask you, can she hear us right now?
She can.
Okay, well, can you tell her to look outside at flowers or something? Because I'm wondering, I kind of want to ask you how that's going. How's it going? Is she? Seems to like
it. It's going all right. Yeah,
it's going good. It's been a long drive, but your podcast's great. I listened to it yesterday for the first time.
Okay,
I love it.
Okay,
and we're gonna get through it.
Okay, so Angie, you feel like you may like this show, and you think this is something y'all could let's do together, and it'd be okay.
Yeah, I think so. It's something new. I'm originally from New England, so I've never listened to something like this.
That's
but
all right.
It's always good to get a different perspective and things, and I like it. It's enjoyable.
Okay, good.
I would like to know, ma'am.
She sounds like a keeper, doesn't
she? I know she does sound like a keeper.
What stands out to you about the show? Like what's your first impressions?
Very energetic. I love the music and the ads that are in between. It really makes the show lively and nice to listen to. And it's entertaining, like the topics that you guys talk about. I love your accents too. I think that's awesome. And yeah, overall, I give it a 10 out of 10. You know?
Wow, a 10 out of 10 from somebody from New England. My goodness.
She's peaking too early.
I think this show would be huge in Boston.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too.
I don't know what the hold
really
up
do.
is.
Yeah, if you're not singing Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I actually had Angie. I actually had a guy yesterday ask me a question. He said, "I noticed on the show y'all use this word mock." And I said, yeah. He goes, "How do you spell that?" And I said, M-O-C-K. He goes, "That's what I was afraid of." He said, "You're right. Y'all say it M-A-W-K."
Yeah.
And I said, "Well," he said, "You do mean mock, right?" And I said, mock. I said, "Yeah, you mocking somebody like a mockingbird." And he was like, "Oh, that's what I was afraid of."
Yeah,
that's what.
So that means they have mockingbirds,
right? Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
So Angie, thanks. Glad you're here, and sounds like a keeper, brother. I think you're in good shape. You'll have a good trip.
No doubt. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, have a good trip. Do you think she's ready for like a best of CD?
I think Willie and Wanda, she needs to listen to that.
Oh, yes.
Pull that
probably
up.
a good introduction.
Mm-hmm. That's a good
Bubba and the little person at the concert. Got to pull that one.
Car wash.
Yeah.
I quit playing it because Speedy kept getting in trouble, so I
Is
just
that
left
true?
it out.
Well, just so
Some people don't like it.
I know. You don't have to mouth
Some
it.
people.
Well, I was behind the
I didn't
mic.
know there was still pushback.
Yeah.
If we play that bit, we get pushback.
Sure.
There's some
Are
people.
you serious?
Some people.
But
don't like
we can't be held accountable for how times change.
Hey,
That's a moment in time.
can you give me like
It is a
5
good
seconds
bit.
of a bed and I'll tell you, or you just go to break?
Well, we're almost there.
I'll tell you exactly who it is.
I think I know.
Okay.
I think I know. That's all right. I mean, there's
But
no
Greg
ill
brings it
intent.
up all
You know what I'm
it.
talking
Well,
about?
I mean, because I start to play it because I get it requested like crazy.
You of all people
Greg's
showing caution.
eat up with requests.
I was about to say, how about Greg?
yeah.
Greg, you of all
Eat up with
people, you of all people showing caution. It feels weird.
Yeah, I guess I'll stop that.
Right. Before you
It
know
just doesn't feel right, honestly.
Before you know it, you'll draw back on a peg comment. I mean, we'll lose you.
Yeah, that's true. I
You know-
got to know what I do and what I do well.
You gotta know what you do and what you do well. That's sad.
I'll stick with that.
Would you love it? Your state. Rick,
that's it.
Rick, I keep hearing this word mock. Can you spell that for me? And when I spelled it, like I thought he was an idiot. I was like, you know how to spell mock.
When we take off, Rick, when we take off in Christmas, I'm playing nothing but midget bits.
That's good. That's great. Hey, thank you, buddy.
You'll have to deal with that later.
Hey, by the way, the guy that just called in with the girlfriend head north, Logan Burnett. I know him. He just texted me.
Is
Said,
that who
hey,
it
that
is?
was me and my girlfriend.
So you know this person?
Yes. Well done, Logan.
Did you coach him in
Great,
track
great. Yeah, just friends. Yeah, they're Tyler's
his
age.
son,
There's
probably.
Tyler's age. They're Tyler's age from the Helena area.
How about
and
that?
Know his family and.
Well,
all
good
that.
deal. He'll give a good word then.
I'm trying to think. What was the name of your team? I can't even remember now.
Sidewinder, Rick.
Yeah,
I knew
Well,
it was a snake.
that was the baseball.
I knew it was a snake. I just didn't know.
Helena Pelham area.
Yeah. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba. There's still more to come. Like maybe you're traveling all the way up to Buffalo. And the Rick and Bubba show will be back right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba will also start with a look around the wacky world. All this original programming. We have the movie with Sandra Bullock on Netflix called Bird Box.
Now, I'm kind of out of the loop. I saw the commercials, everybody blindfolded. I don't really get what it's all about.
Well,
I'm out of the loop.
Speedy finally got me to understand it when I thought about the movie where it had the guy from The Office that played Jim,
Yeah.
and he was in it, and
Quiet Place.
Quiet Place. So you had to be quiet or something would get you. And this one, it's the same movie, but you can't look because if you look, something will get you. One of them takes away your ability to speak. This is taking away your ability to see. Because if you look, it'll get you. It seems like it's the same movie, just with a different whatever.
I thought where we had that movie, See No Evil, Hear No Evil.
With the great Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor. But let's go back to this. So now,
Funny about
and Bubba, you're on record
that, sometimes these things, as horrible as they are, and you certainly wouldn't want this to happen, we are probably making, and this is real insensitive what I'm about to say, and if it bothers you, email Bubba, that sometimes for the betterment of society, we may have gone too far allowing stupid people to not take themselves out of the gene pool by being stupid.
Oh, yeah, I stand behind that.
So here's what's happened. Police say a Utah teenager in Salt Lake City crashed into another car when she covered her eyes as part of the so-called Bird Box Challenge. So
That's a challenge. I'll tell you that. If you've ever had a challenge, that is one of them.
So we now have a bunch of Nimrods out there saying we watch Bird Box, and we can't quite come to the conclusion on our own that we shouldn't blindfold ourselves and attempt to drive in traffic. We can't figure that out. We think it might work out. We can't say, hey, this is just a movie, and we probably shouldn't copy what's in the movie because we don't really have the fear that if we look at something, then it's so wicked and evil to draw us into its wickedness and we'll kill ourselves. That's a movie. That's not really happening. So there's no need for us to blindfold ourselves and attempt to drive.
Right.
But they are doing it, and Bubba, we've had to come out and announce. Oh. We've had to come out and announce.
Let everybody know.
Let everybody know that drives, please do not drive blindfolded. We got to announce it.
Now, Rick,
because some people say,
Rick, there was this really neat movie.
That means there was somebody. If you can't see me on Blaze TV, if you're listening, I'm trying to tie. They get it about right here, and they hear the warning, and they drop. So, gosh, I was just about to blindfold myself and drive, and I probably would have if I hadn't heard that warning.
Right. Exactly.
Now, I've seen some drivers I thought were blindfolded already.
That's a fact.
And I will say this for this movie. This has really given us and opened up a whole new line of things we can yell at referees.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, that's good. The Bird Box.
Bird
line.
Box?
Yeah.
By the way.
This ain't the Bird Box Challenge, Blue.
Oh, that's awesome, Bubba.
Hey, Sandra Bullock, did you miss that one?
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Write all these
Hey,
down.
Blue, Sandra Bullock, sneaking up on you. I wish you would look at it.
All right, so, all right.
Then we'll be done with you.
Don't encourage that.
But just, good. I mean, there's a whole ton of things you can go with now.
Have y'all seen the movie?
I've seen
it, but I kept. I told you it was on a Friday afternoon where I had worked early Friday morning, so I kept nodding off during it.
So you went to sleep watching it.
I did, but I would wake up and think I hadn't nodded off. I may need to watch it again because I think I missed it.
Here is the quote,
but I get it.
Here's the quote from the Layton Police Department. That must be their area.
Hey, Blue, Sandra Bullock could have called that one.
Her and them kids.
By the way,
you know what? I'm gonna find a game to go to this week so I can yell.
By the way,
at
I heard one.
That's a good one.
I heard a new one I have not heard, and it's a little off color. But anyway, so
well, that makes them a little better at times.
Greg,
because let's all
if it's
admit
a real
that,
bad call, Rick.
You know, in this
I
era,
told you this one. I think Friday.
You did.
In this era of political correctness, you really can't yell out all the Stevie Wonder things you used to. You know, it's just people look at you in the stands. You know, it's not as much fun.
Well,
we needed something new, and this will definitely breathe life back into it.
This is. I think I can tell you on the air without saying it the way it's said.
Hey, Bird Box, he traveled.
Somebody be the first to do that. Hurry.
Oh, man.
6 steps, Bird Box, 6 steps. Though I loved you in Bird Box, you're a terrible ref.
All right, but anyway.
The Visions ain't that bad. Take a look.
Quote from the police chief. Are y'all ready for this? Quote from the police chief. Lieutenant Travis Lyman. Are you ready? This says it best. Lyman says it should serve as a warning he never thought he'd have to give. Don't drive while blindfolded. He said, I never thought I the code Bubba.
cult of personality. It is 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Interns in Rick and Bubba University, banging out a degree in common sense. Super P and Lord of the Jacket. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buses.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged to serve you, and thank you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Walk in together through the... Well. I love when the left gets caught in their own little traps in the world that they built here in our society. CNN, Bubba, has to apologize. They've had to come out and apologize to everyone's sought-after spokesperson, Dylan Mulvaney. Do you want to hear the clip of when they commit the heinous error?
Yeah, let's hear it, and then we'll talk about what they've had to do.
All right, here we go.
We even talked to a bar in Chicago. One bar was telling us basically they're not going to serve it because they don't like the way Dylan Mulvaney was treated after this whole controversy started. He, of course, is the transgender person they were going to sponsor and go along with Bud Light. They didn't like how Bud Light didn't stand by him after all this.
Ryan, it's really interesting and great that you got the temperature from people you're talking to. It's one of it's
the culture
it's
war.
Something.
It's the culture wars.
Well, CNN had to apologize Wednesday after the correspondent allegedly misgendered trans woman and biological male Dylan Mulvaney. Multiple LGBTQ Twitter activists ripped the network Tuesday when Ryan Young reported on the ongoing backlash against Bud Light for making the trans activist a brand spokesperson. After Young referred to Mulvaney as he twice
not once
during
but
their
twice.
report.
Not once but twice.
She said they apologized for the error.
Well, can I understand this world? Well, I don't understand it, but I understand. But the thing that makes Dylan Mulvaney to me unique in all this is Dylan Mulvaney can't seem to make up its mind. Dylan Mulvaney has told us that Dylan Mulvaney would like to be called male, then female, then neither. So
excuse us if we're a little confused and maybe misgendered.
Can I just tell Dylan we're a little confused? You confused us.
And you seem to be too.
And I like to see come off that Dylan name. I like to see you drop that. I don't know a lot of women named Dylan.
Here we go.
Put Dylan on our product.
Look at this.
Dylan, and you may have seen the latest
Good find,
TikTok floating around, Rick.
That's disturbing.
Wow.
Dylan announced, okay, surprise, I'm in Peru. Talking about how beautiful it was, said they that him, her, she had seen a lot of llamas, and people there were so kind. She said she felt safe there. A little sad that she had to leave the country to feel safe, but that will get better eventually.
Can I tell Dylan this? I feel safer that you're there as well.
Yeah, I feel good with that. I feel
We're mutually safe.
Still to this day,
stay there. That's fine with me.
I'm glad he feels safe.
Has 10 million followers on TikTok.
Wow.
It's just attention. This person just loves and craves attention.
Starve for it.
By the way, I don't know if you saw the latest Bud Light numbers. Now out of the top 10, number 14 in beer sales in the U.S.
Crazy.
After being number one for how many years?
Over 20 years. About 21, 22 years.
14, Rick. Do you know how many, some of the beers in front of that you've never heard of?
Can I just tell all of you that maybe you're like us, you're a little older, you got your business, it's going well, and you feel the pressure of all this, don't bend to it. It's all fake. It's a fake world. There's people that even pretend that this is something they're celebrating, and they're not. This is nothing but people catering to mobs, hoping they'll go away, and pandering. But when you get down to the product, just stay out of all of it. Just have a good product.
and tell everybody why you have a good product.
Yeah.
You don't have to cater to all this.
From an emailer to the
Just
show,
sell beer.
it said, it is funny, guys. The one time CNN reported something accurately, now they have to apologize
Oh,
for
that's
it.
funny. Isn't that hilarious? What a good one. What a good one.
I don't understand why Dylan is allowed to dress up and claim that they are a woman, but we're not allowed to just say a word. Like, Dylan is free to be a weirdo if
Yeah.
Dylan wants to be
Yeah.
a weirdo.
Of course.
But
But I
I'm
can't
also-
be a weirdo.
I'm also allowed to say that's a dude.
Yeah.
Freedom.
Yeah, as long as I'm not
everybody
harming
just-
you.
Yeah, exactly. Totally.
If we can all identify as anything that we want to, then but at some point, as we're finding out, you run into things that become mutually exclusive. So you get to be whoever you want to be, but I don't.
Well, let me ask you this: when you
See, if
the
it's
term-
really whatever, then people should be able to call you really anything they want to, and it be fine, because they may just say, "Well, that's not really the world I'm in."
Yeah,
you know how
I don't
liberals
mean you any
love
harm.
their words, and
Oh,
you know
they love a
they
word.
came up with the misappropriation.
They
You remember
love a word.
when somebody from one race actually does something that somebody from another race started, like wear hoop earrings or something.
Actually, it's appropriation, which is really confusing.
appropriation.
But it's really confusing.
Yeah,
Very
you would think
confusing.
it would be misappropriation.
But but Dylan acting female, isn't that gender
Absolutely.
appropriation or
That's right.
misappropriation in this
You're
case?
right.
I mean, I don't understand how one thing is a pass and one is not. There's no logic. There's no
None.
rule to
But-
it.
well, this-
It's
it
just
goes
what
back-
they want to do. Everything's fine. Anything we object to, we're evil and mean.
Now, Rachel Dolezal can't pretend to be black.
Yeah.
Even though she
Oh.
does, identifies with that culture and that's what she wants to be. She's not allowed. Now, if you want to change genders, you can do that.
I mean, that
But see,
really.
it makes no sense.
There was no
Now,
consistency.
we're offended. If I want to dress up like Iron Eyes Cody and wear a headdress and say I'm an Indian, they're not going to let me do that. If I want to be another gender, I can do that, or no gender at all.
I know
whatever.
she picked Iron Eyes Cody of all the Indians.
That was good,
well,
though.
he wasn't even an Indian.
He wasn't.
He
by the
was
way.
actually
Italian.
misappropriated.
He actually was. Which kind of goes back to my example, I guess. Accidentally, I hit it. But yeah, you remember the commercials when they throw trash on?
Oh,
Yeah.
that tear come down his Italian face when I thought it was.
But isn't that kind of weird? I mean, because to me, what's her face being black is closer than Dylan there being a chick.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's like we allow people to appropriate.
Well, they went crazy.
some.
Alec Baldwin's wife claimed she was from Spain, and she really wasn't. She lived in Spain at the time, but she wasn't really Spanish. Claimed she was. Oh, they went nuts over it.
By the way, that was one of the things that got called on the trip, because anytime you're in Europe, all of Europe will come into play and people be talking. And every single time somebody would ask me if I'd been to Spain, I would say no, but I kind of like the music. And Sherry said, and we're done with that.
That's enough.
Okay, you don't do. Yeah.
Three Dog Night may not reach everybody in the world,
but it's like
it
it's
was a good one.
It's almost like if you ask me that, I can't keep myself from answering that.
I know.
So y'all been to Ireland? Yeah, y'all been. Have you ever been to Spain? No, but I kind of like the music. Uncontrollable. Sorry.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do.
Just
to stop
comes
that.
with it.
There's nothing I can do to stop that.
That's just going to blurt out.
Right.
No way around it.
But yeah, well, when you get into the world of we can pretend and I can declare, and it's all emotion based and logic is asked to leave the room, then it's impossible to be consistent.
Right.
Because
It
you have violated the foundation of truth, and once you take the foundation of truth and you say truth must exit the room, what's left behind is chaos. Wait a minute, so you can pretend to be a gender you're not, but I can't wear a sombrero? What are you talking about?
Or
I mean,
what if I like that culture and I grew up in it and I just like it and I dress like it?
Yeah.
Because
Not allowed.
I'm not allowed.
Now, if you want to dress as a woman and tell us to recognize you as a woman, then you're allowed to do that.
Let's go to
But
Halloween costumes.
do not come in here and tell us that you like to be sweet.
Right.
No.
Look, if you can only wear certain Halloween costumes too.
Oh yeah,
you'll be canceled.
Right.
One person that seems to be getting away with this is Sean King, the race
he's
activist.
actually white, yeah.
He's a white guy, but he's pretending to be a black guy, but he's dogging white people, so I guess the left is giving him a pass because Talcum X here keeps getting away with it somehow.
What did you just
Talcum
X?
X?
Talcum X? Are you serious?
Instead of Malcolm.
name.
Instead of Malcolm X.
Funny.
That's good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'd never thought I'd have to give that warning. So
most things that end in challenge usually are not nothing you want to try.
No.
You know what I mean?
No, you're right. Well, Rick, if you're horrified at plastic bags, why not blindfold yourself and drive?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it all seems to go together to me.
They have the Bird Box obstacle courses as a challenge.
What are we doing?
It's just
What are we
never
doing,
doesn't
guys?
stop.
All right, we had another wacky world that we couldn't get
Marco
to.
Polo?
But we can come back and put it under another heading. I think we can. It's a doozy.
He was in the backfield, Bird Box.
That's it. So, Bubba, let's say hello to a new intern that has joined us. Now, what is your name? What's your real name?
My real name is Thomas Engel.
Thomas Engel, and you come to us interning from what university?
The University of Alabama.
Road rough game there at the national championship. But
Yeah.
But the good news is you'll probably just get to go try again next year.
Yeah, more than likely.
All right, so you're from U of A, and you're here spending time with us. Are you familiar with the show at all?
Yes, I've been listening since preschool.
Since preschool.
Wow.
So where are you from originally?
I'm from Jasper, Alabama.
Jasper, Alabama. So we were talking about ways to get you a nickname. Now, of course, because the audience just likes it, one of them that'll be considered by the audience will be sockeye salmon.
That's understandable.
Because of a commercial that's running right now talking about Alaskan sockeye salmon. But we'd like to delve in to see if we can find some others. And one of them may revolve around something you told Helms about you and caffeine.
Yeah. Because of the medication I take, I can't have caffeine because it mixes wrong with my medication and makes me very aggressive.
Ooh. So caffeine makes you very aggressive.
Will you whoop a man?
If I need to,
Watch out. Really?
I'll pop a Pepsi Max and it's over.
So if somebody needs to be dealt with, I give you a Pepsi Max. It's on.
Yeah, 5-hour energy, something.
Just point him in the right direction.
Well, let me ask you, how many people did you whip before they said there's something going on here? It may be the caffeine.
Right.
Nobody, luckily.
Okay.
Really? So
That's good.
So no to caffeine.
Yeah, no to caffeine.
Okay. So have you ever had?
It's like a gremlin, Rick. Don't feed them after dark.
Yeah.
Intern 5-hour energy. What about have you ever had a nickname yourself before?
I've had many.
I've had many.
Oh my goodness.
I've had, I have a blonde streak in my hair, so I've been called skunk before.
Skunk.
Yeah.
You have a
Skunk
blonde
Baxter?
streak in your hair.
Can I see it? I can't. I turn you.
Watch your headphones there.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
he
see
does.
it.
Oh, he
There
sure
it
does.
is.
That's
Yeah.
Skunk Baxter.
I thought you were doing that on purpose. So that's just always been there.
Yeah, that's a birthmark.
Really?
Yeah.
How about that? All right. So skunk, or Greg wants to call you Skunk Baxter.
Hey, whatever works. But yeah, it's interesting. I've also been called just Fred.
Fred?
Not even part of my name, just Fred.
Somebody just called you Fred.
Yeah.
Right said Fred?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much the major ones.
All right, so I got an email from one of your family members.
Oh
boy.
Man. She probably gave you a list.
So, Greg, you need to listen to this line.
Okay.
He loves conspiracy theories,
Okay.
koalas,
That's weird.
and has a vast knowledge of things that surprises us. Whatever that
Like?
means. Past nicknames, Bubba, Fred, and Thomas J.
Yeah, I guess from a movie.
Bubba Fred.
No, Thomas J. I forgot what movie that.
Oh, I know what that.
Anything to do with WWE, you're in?
Oh,
Yeah.
you like a little wrestling?
Really?
Yeah,
Wrestling. Is it real to you, damn it?
It is. It's still real to me. Yeah.
On the phones, it's real to me. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I've traced back the history back to like the early
Greg?
late 1860s.
Wow.
So what about so have we ever had an intern named
Was
Smack?
Ric Flair then?
Greg, think about the caffeine thing and the wrestling. Have we ever had an intern named SmackDown before?
No, I don't
What
think
about
so.
SmackDown decaf?
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We thank you for being with us today. As we work our way through another one and hit the stories of today. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Greg, I know you and Lisa have been loving the Helix mattress, and for good reason. It is customized to the way that you sleep. I mean, they ask you those questions.
Answer them, and they build it for you.
There you go. You go there and you say, all right, there's some questions, and they're going to ask you how you sleep, meaning do you sleep on your back, you sleep on your stomach, you sleep on your side. Maybe I'm kind of a combination. I'm a stomach side guy. I get a little bit of side, a little bit of stomach, mainly stomach. But anyway, and then they'll say, well, let's talk about the firmness of the mattress. You want that to be soft. You want that to be medium. You want that to be super firm. And then, of course, they have different types of mattresses. They even have mattresses that, if you're big and tall, they have mattresses to fit you. If you maybe have a child that's ready for their first, big girl or big boy bed, they have mattresses designed for children. And they customize them, and they send them right to your door. Right. And then we're going to save you 20%. If you go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba, that's HelixSleep.com/Bubba, save you 20%. You can get truly amazing sleep. Also find their link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. They have them with 10 or 15-year warranties. GQ Magazine and Wired Magazine, once again, have awarded them as the #1 mattress. So HelixSleep.com/Bubba, go there and customize a mattress and have it shipped right to you. And you got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure that you love it. Bubby, what's your feeling on this Cut 6? Anna, what's your feeling on this Barbie movie?
Is it well, I hope that Hollywood is trying to tap into the to a family market. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm sure it's full of various innuendo that would not reflect that. But,
right, sure.
I don't know the actress doing it. She is very sought after right now. She's hot in Hollywood terms, and I'm sure it will be a big, big movie. I do find it strange, though, that it is going to come out very close to the same time that Oppenheimer is going to come out.
I'm really stoked about that.
So you're going to have two pretty different groups all going to the theater together there at the same time.
Is this one of these where parents are going to mistake this for a kid movie?
That's where I'm going. That was my question.
That's a good question.
What is it?
Fair question.
What is it?
Is it adult humor or is it?
Well, I know that I saw. Like, isn't who is it that's in it? Is it Will Ferrell? Is he in it?
No, I think he may have a part in it.
Yeah,
yes,
isn't he like
he does? He has a part
Will Ferrell's like the toy executive.
What in the world?
Will Ferrell's the toy executive.
Yeah, they got some big names.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, isn't he like the guy from Mattel that was trying to keep her from going into the real world or something?
That's exactly right. Yeah, they're like, we don't care about Ken, but Barbie, you got to stay. It's PG-13, so who knows what that means?
Oh, good.
This is going to fall in that weird place where you don't like you've got a little girl and she's into Barbies and you think, well, do we do this? And
surely they're going to give everybody a heads up.
And of course, how much wokeness is in it? You probably going to you're good.
PG-13 is the R of old, so
you're right.
This is going to be
you're
real.
Right.
I watched Mr. Otto the other day.
Interesting. I would have thought you would never be drawn to that movie. But it's a movie basically about
I can't get you to like Jack Ryan.
But no, listen.
This is where you're going. I like the movie.
You got to check it. It's not a bad movie, but they check the woke boxes.
They do.
I'm just saying, we see where we're going. Every movie, we got to do this, a little bit of this.
Well,
I saw there was already one complaint because in one of the scenes there's a world map behind Barbie while she's speaking, and they have Taiwan colored in as part of China.
Of course they do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I see.
Wow. Well, who would have known that?
Well,
everybody looking.
That's probably just a little bit on the nitpicky side. Yeah. I mean, I don't know who would know that, but that has been one of the things I heard. So I don't know.
There you go.
So what do you think? So and then of course I didn't know this actress is Australian, and of course they eat things on the Barbie,
right?
And she makes a mistake forgetting that Barbie means something different in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Shrimp on the bob.
Here it is.
But Barbie means something else in Australia. Did you brief Greta about that?
What does it mean here?
Like a barbecue.
Oh! We've lost her.
Oh no, she's gone somewhere.
I'm so Barbie now. I can't.
Barbecue.
You're right. A Bobby. Happy Bobby.
Little blonde moment.
Yeah, it sure was. Yeah. What does it mean here? You talk about in your own country? You don't know what that means here? So I
Let's
don't know.
put another shrimp on the Bobby.
Yeah. Well, now it's like you talked about, Greg. It's like there's two things that are going on with anything that's new now. They fall all over themselves to check all the boxes, even if it just takes the narrative and makes it even weird.
Yeah.
And not even believable.
Don't even fit.
Right. And then the other thing is time hops. They're obsessed with time hops.
Oh, Rick.
I mean,
you can't
is
if you're not
anything
paying
happened in
attention-
modern day? Did Mission Impossible at least start? Was this a story the whole time? Or did I have to go back in time or forward in time?
and you go back when he was like in FBI college.
Come on,
There was
stop with the time hops.
There was a slight flashback to the villain who he's had a run-in with before, but that's all.
Okay, but it is on every single movie.
The other thing-
it can't just start a story and go in chronological.
It doesn't go
We
linear, does
jump
it?
back and forth.
Yeah, it's not confusing though in the new Mission Impossible because Tom Cruise at one point goes like Wayne's World, you know, and that helps clarify that it's a flashback.
Now that did. I will
That's
give Wayne's
helpful.
World credit for that.
Well, here's the other thing, though, that I've noticed, too, and it falls into this time thing again, too, and that is it's okay, movie people, new movie people. We don't have to see the catastrophic event first. And then you take us back that it hadn't happened yet.
No, every time.
Yeah. Just let us work our way to the catastrophic event.
Every single time.
Don't open the scene with
something blowing up.
With ultimately what is the end of the movie. Yeah. Okay. Can we just get there on real time? We don't have to see that. Like the plane is the first scene, the plane is crashing. And then you're like, oh my goodness, and everybody's screaming.
How'd they get in this predicament?
And then all of a sudden it's a neighborhood and birds are chirping.
Yeah.
And they're like, now we're going to start the movie.
The latest, it
The
was
birds
a
are always
series.
chirping too when we go to present time.
Yeah.
Series based on the movie Fatal Attraction, and they would do time jump, but it wasn't that many years. So my point is, they didn't look different.
Right.
His hair looked a little different in one. So you talk
Really
about
hard to keep
confusion.
up. Really hard to keep
Yeah,
up
it was supposed to be like a 2. The guy looked the same in all of it. If you weren't paying attention, you would get lost.
It's okay just to start a story and let's roll through it. Let's do the beginning, let's do the body, and let's do the conclusion. Let's have our apex there in the middle. We'll talk to you when we come back. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Intern Buzzbox.
This list is getting long.
Yeah, well, we're going to narrow it down. But there's a lot.
Thomas J.
Yeah.
So that's good. All right. So
wrestling.
There's a lot to work with him. Conspiracy theories. I don't know how to went into that.
Now, see, I don't call them conspiracy theories.
Here
They're
we go.
coincidence theories.
Here we go.
Oh, I got it.
That tells you right there.
What
he's
about the
into it.
koala?
How about
Coincidence? I think not.
Greg,
Okay.
how about
The koala conspiracy.
How about intern George Norrie? Coast to
Caffeine
coast.
koala.
The
That
caffeine
one's good.
koala. Caffeine koala. Koala bear. Why do you like koala bears?
They're just my favorite animal. I love them.
That was so real.
That was so real. You love a
You
koala
gotta
bear.
watch out though. You don't need to let them bite you. They carry Hep C. So
Well, you know,
I love this kid.
What's that tree they eat the leaves
Koala.
off?
Eucalyptus.
Eucalyptus. Now we ain't gonna call you that.
That's too hard to say.
they're also known for their skills in magic.
All right, so far.
Napoleon Dynamite.
oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But when he's talking about his favorites,
Wow.
like
Yes,
known
yeah.
for their skills in magic.
That's funny.
So I got sockeye salmon, 5 Hour Energy, Skunk Baxter, Just Fred, Chia Mullet, getting a lot of those because of Chia, Thomas J, Smackdown, Caffeine Kid, Buzzbox, or Caffeine Koala. And then there's Bird Box, of course.
Yeah. That's I would like for his Fred one to be Right Said Fred.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Mm-hmm.
You already got a song.
Mm-hmm.
Anger management.
You're on fire today, Papa. Let's see here.
Yeah. Intern Skunky Rage.
Skunky Rage.
Oh, they're coming. They're just flying. In
Well,
here.
you know why? Because he's giving you a lot to choose from.
Uh-huh.
This guy, there's a lot you can do with him.
Engleberry.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
Intern Bird Box. We're not doing.
Do we like anger management at all?
Yeah, I do like it a little bit.
But is it going to make it? Because I'm not going to
probably
write.
not.
Okay.
Probably not.
Thank you for your honesty.
It's still skunk to me.
Caffeine Hulk.
Okay. All right.
Smack the
All right.
calf.
For some reason, Skunk Baxter is only me.
I know. I knew it would. Just the way it flows.
What is, Bubba?
Skunk Baxter. All right, we'll come back. We'll narrow it down to 4 or 5, and then we'll let you vote.
Skunk rump.
Yeah. $35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. And you can join us right now. Phone calls will be the segment. So let's take a look at Jerry out of the great state of Alabama. Jerry's been standing by and waiting. Jerry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm great, guys. I'm great. Also, just a quick note, Bubba give us a lake update on the house. I'm the guy that called in that has the place in New Orleans.
Oh, okay.
This all started with Quentin Tarantino and Pulp Fiction and the Coen brothers, if you'll recall, back in the 90s, where they showed us a scene, then flashback, showed us another scene, then flashback.
He's right about this.
Drives me crazy. I'm like you guys. I just want to go straight to the meat.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Give it to me at the end.
It was one of those things that might have been kind of mod and even a little bit trendy, but it's been done.
Yes.
We've all seen it. It now just kind of frustrates us. And plus, to your point, Jerry, you're not doing anything unique anymore. This is not a new move. No. This is not a new form of art. And frankly, we don't need it. It's what happened to let's tell a story. I love to hear a story. I like to follow a story.
I want to go back to Cool Hand Luke.
Yeah.
Movies that have a point. If you act up, this is what's going to happen to you. But and nobody can eat 50 eggs.
Right. How about this? Exactly. Bubba, house update. Lake. He's asking Jerry.
Yeah, Rick, I probably need to package all that together,
right,
but
put it all together.
we may have that tomorrow for you. How about that?
Okay. All right. Let's do that. 866 We Be Big is the number. If you want to join us, the line's available for you.
Bubba mentioned this when we got back from vacation as a place to consider for a beautiful vacation destination, Dadeville, Alabama. Luke is standing by. Luke, go ahead.
Hey guys, hey Rick, hey man, I was curious to know, or not curious to know, I was wondering, could you do Confused American in connection to how the left says, can't say anything against transgenderism, but you can't wear a sombrero, so, they kind of have that inconsistency, kind of what y'all was talking about a little while ago.
Okay, so it doesn't fit perfectly in Confused American. Confused American, he's only when easy things to understand, when things will produce a bad outcome. He's confused how that outcome happened. Right. I'm not sure this one fits.
No.
But Confused American isn't just confused. Chaos confused.
Right.
He's confused about if we stop drilling for oil, how did the gas price go up? That's more Confused American.
I changed my gender, now I want to wear a sombrero. How'd that happen? How come I can't do that? It'd be tough though.
To me, it doesn't fit the character pure enough.
No.
Right? Do we agree with that?
Yeah,
I mean, I would be more than willing to do it.
I just like to hear it.
I know. I'm more than willing to do it. I just don't. I don't think it fits what that character brings. Do you agree?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
It'd be like somebody wants you to do Bucky Beaver, but there's no.
Yeah, it's a giraffe story.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to.
A giraffe story.
Right. Give me Dickie Nadmeyer, but he's not talking about football. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem to work.
I'm not a giraffe.
There it is.
But I thank you that the character is funny to you, but I don't think it fits in that scenario you presented.
Sorry.
Brian in Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Greetings, gentlemen. And I was curious how many people have lost jobs for distributors and everything by Anheuser-Busch hiring Dylan Ina.
We saw some guys that were distributors, and they were saying that it has impacted their livelihood greatly.
I'm sure there's some, but a lot of them probably just went over to pick up with one of the other brands.
Yeah.
Because, beer sales has not gone down. It's just who they're buying from.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Mate, that's the Mexican beer is number one now, right? Modelo.
We
needed Greg.
Modelo.
Greg left when we needed.
I know it. Baptist. It's hard for me to know.
Two things that happened with Greg, and Greg's going to help our parents with some doctor's appointments today.
Is
that right? But the two things there. Greg's timing on him when he had to leave the show today. Number one, you got to feel good for the guy that tried to put together that Confused American scenario. Because we were very nice about it.
We were.
We laid it out, I think, really, really nice. If Greg had been here, what would he have done with that? He'd have just started taking pops over there. He'd start firing from the hip, wouldn't he? Yeah. And then the second is we don't know what the name of this beer
Modelo?
is.
Modelo.
It's Modelo.
Okay.
Modelo.
Yeah.
Like Mo.
Yeah, okay.
Three Stooges, Modelo.
It's Spanish for model, and that's not a joke. It's just Model O.
Yeah. Model beer.
Thanks.
The standard.
The fact that you know that, you might want to, you probably get called to office.
E special.
Don't you go to Baptist church?
I do, yeah.
Well,
ran cameras last week, playing drums this week.
did they know you drink?
I wondered. I was
man of
confused.
many talents.
Mm-hmm.
I wondered why I saw you in the balcony.
Yep.
So you ran a little camera?
Okay.
action?
I was
Do it all. I'll be preaching next week.
Yeah. Well.
Not really.
Not next week, but maybe one day.
No.
That's it.
Let's go to Stephen out of Bluegrass State, Kentucky. Stephen, welcome to the show. How are you?
Doing great. How are you guys?
Fantastic.
Hey, great.
Fantastic. Oh, well,
I've got my 5-year-old here. He's a big fan of the show, and he was just wanting to tell you guys hi.
How about you raised him right, didn't you, Steve? Hey, buddy.
Absolutely.
What's his name or her name?
Carter.
Carter. So it's a little boy. Hey, Carter.
Playing a character, or is that a?
Hi.
Hey, Carter.
buddy.
Hey,
Carter.
This is your area, Speedy.
Is he throwing his voice? Or
No,
is that a
no,
child?
it's really
Okay.
Stephen. Speedy thinks you're
I didn't
pretending
know.
to be a
I like,
5-year-old.
hey.
It really is Carter.
Hi, Carter.
Hey, Carter.
Hi, buddy.
Thank you for listening, buddy. I hope you're having a good summer.
Yeah.
And you need to get the water out of that phone.
Yeah.
You think you'd dry out hot as it is.
Guess what?
What,
Carter?
I'm 65 Monster Jam trucks.
You have 65 monster trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
That's
Speedy.
awesome.
Speedy, that was fantastic. That was amazing. Well, Carter, I hope you'll name one of them Rick and one of them Bubba. So thank you for calling, and thank you for listening. I'm glad you and Dad are having a great summer together.
That's right.
And and Dad may have dropped that phone in some water somewhere, but
Rice will get it out. If you don't, go to the pros.
One of the pops was so loud I can't see out of my left eye anymore. I lost vision, and one side,
I really did think he was throwing his voice at first because there was such a pause.
That was an odd
Hey, I have my son
accusation.
here with me. One Mississippi.
Well, why would anybody do that though? Why would anybody do that?
that's what I just.
What would be their motivation?
Why did your mind go there?
Yeah, I just don't know.
That's you know why I went there because that's what you would do.
I know. Well, that'd be good one.
Right. But I mean that, we make accusations. I thought that's an odd accusation.
Yeah,
there.
I know. It was just a pause, maybe.
I mean, I'm picturing Speedy one day being interviewed. So what was it like? What y'all did for a living? I'll tell you, we had to look out for.
People calling in and throwing their voices kids.
We'd have adults call and pretend to have a 5-year-old on the line.
Your translation was remarkable, though. It really was.
A lot of time with the river.
Right. You can tell everybody that's grandparents now on the show. You can tell all the grandparents. Because see, we've left that world of talking with little kids.
Okay, got it.
Right. No, that's really good. Really good. And
that's a lot of monster trucks.
That's a tremendous.
Did y'all like trucks and match cars?
Oh
and all
yeah,
that?
yes. Matchbox cars.
Yeah,
Hot Wheels. What are you talking about?
Yeah, would you go to them, sit down on the carpet, the shag carpet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, let me tell you what I would do with mine. I had a shoebox with them all in it.
Yeah.
Because for some reason my parents didn't have money. We couldn't have that holder that they sold. I guess Dad cut a corner right there. Hey, it's plastic. Can I have the little slots? So I had a shoebox with all my Matchbox cars and Hot Wheels in it. And so we had gravel driveways. Everybody did.
Oh yeah.
Only the people with money paved.
Yeah.
So I went out to the gravel, and what I would do is I would put the gravel back and build roads in the gravel.
Oh, yeah.
And come and oh boy, you talk about awesome. Build a racetrack and gravel and oval.
Oh yeah. Bank it. Put the banks on
What's
it.
wrong with that?
Did y'all ever incorporate that with cowboys and Indians at all, and have those
Well, they're
worlds
from two
combined?
different eras now.
No, well, I'm just saying,
What
I
is this,
had
some Planet of the Apes
I had the
movie?
little cowboys and Indians in the shag carpet. They would sit straight up, and you could set up like this big
But
battle.
what are the cars doing?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, I had cars too that I.
But
played
the cars
with.
aren't involved in that.
No, I'm just asking if
okay.
you ever married those worlds to where you all of a sudden a Matchbox car came in. That little
No,
fight. Yeah.
no, that seems odd to me.
I know. Well,
Yeah,
you're a kid.
That was
Rick.
crossing boundaries.
You're
Right,
a kid.
no,
I'm just
no.
wondering. You're a kid.
For some
I
reason-
didn't build a racetrack of Matchbox cars with Lincoln logs.
Yeah, I admit as a kid.
Well, that would be kind of cool, jumping something.
Well, I admit as a kid, it's weird where I drew lines. But you know,
yeah. I don't know.
I just came out of the woods pretending that I was a lion. That was fine, but I can't have a car in my cowboy and Indian.
You're right.
I mean, because that didn't seem realistic.
Right.
You know,
Why's a car riding through this big fight?
What a weird place to draw your little child line. No, I saw a granddaddy with his grandboy leaving a store the other day, and the grandkid had under his arm one of those like 25-pack Hot Wheels, and I said, hey, somebody's got a day ahead of him. And that little boy looked at me, and then at one point I think I talked about it too long with the kid that made the person nervous.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Skunk rump.
Do you want to talk to his dad?
Ooh.
All right, let's go. I think his dad's on the line.
Daddy.
Did you see that?
Richard, how you doing, buddy?
I am proud today, boys.
It's a big day for you. So now it says here you're in Oklahoma City?
Yeah, I work Child Protective Services in Oklahoma City. I'm originally from Alabama.
Okay.
Was a cop there 20-something years.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so do you have anything you can shed, any light
you can shed on this for us to help with the nickname?
The SmackDown fits because we've been to 4 WrestleManias for his birthday and Christmas over his lifetime.
Oh yeah.
That boy knows more history about that than I ever thought about forgetting.
Right.
He's very determined, and
he's a go-getter.
Yeah,
I mean, his first day. Okay, so you like SmackDown?
yeah, I like SmackDown, and I appreciate y'all letting him be part of the organization.
No, we love it. I'm glad that he would want to, and thanks for trusting him to us. So. All right, so let's see if we can narrow it down. I don't see any
wrestling.
Stone Cold Decaf Austin.
No, that's funny. That's good. That's funny.
It's long, Greg.
It is long, Greg.
We got what about Skunk Down?
All right, let's. Yeah, you know, if we didn't have a contract with Coca-Cola, I'd just go with Pepsi Max.
Yeah,
but
you're right.
All right, so let's talk about what we have and let's narrow it down. All right, you ready, Speedy? Here we go.
Green, caffeine free. All right, all right, here we go. 5 Hour Energy, that's out. Probably, I would think
that's out.
Skunk Baxter.
Yes.
All right.
We laugh at that one every time.
Right Said Fred.
Yeah, I like that.
Chia Mullet.
No.
Thomas J.
Mm-mm.
SmackDown.
Yes.
Caffeine Kid.
Yeah, too close.
Caffeine Koala.
No.
Skunk Eye Salmon.
Do you like changing it, Bubba?
Sockeye salmon.
Leaving sockeye salmon and going with skunk eye salmon?
No, I say stay with sockeye.
Stay with
sockeye. All right, sockeye.
Sockeye salmon.
Skunk Down. Pepe Le Pew.
Do you like Pepe Le Pew?
Skunk Daddy.
Is it too normal? I mean,
it's funny, but I these others are so good.
Yeah, let's drop that one.
Skunky Brewster.
No. Even has a coffee time. I like that. Go ahead.
Let's see here.
Is that pretty much it?
Yeah.
How do you like decaffeinator?
Yeah, I like that.
The decaffeinator.
I like
Intern
that.
decaf.
One wipe Charlie.
Greg, no. Let's go with the decaffeinator, and I think that'll be it.
All right. So right now I've got sockeye salmon, Skunk Baxter, Right Said Fred, SmackDown, Pepe Le Pew, and decaffeinator.
I like those. Do you?
And Squatty Potty.
No, no, not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that at all.
One white skunk.
I think you could take Pepe Le Pew out, probably.
Well, we did take it out.
Well, he just read it.
Did you read it?
I did
Oh,
just
yeah,
read
yeah.
it.
No, that didn't.
Okay, that's out.
Nice catch. I didn't hear it the second round.
All right.
Yeah.
Bubba told him to stuff it.
Yeah, you can take out Pepe Le Pew and you can grab it.
No, I think
I thought it was out. No, I
Grab
wanted
it, clown.
it's a good name, but these others are so funny.
I didn't hear it on the second read through. All right, read them to me again.
Let's see.
I'm not going to say anything that's confusing.
Yeah, you're the one that got me confused, and I missed the Pepe Le Pew.
He's all he's popping up.
Yeah.
All right. Sockeye salmon, Skunk Baxter, Right Said Fred, SmackDown, and decaffeinator.
The decaffeinator. Yeah. All right, let's hope.
How you
Speedy
spell
knows
sockeye?
Huh?
All right, are we ready? It's voting time.
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna vote now. Now we're only voting. Let me see here. I'm gonna
Wasting your breath with that one.
I know, buddy. You have been listening, haven't you?
Yeah, they're not going to play right.
So all right, let's get rid of that. And I'm going to get rid of that and get rid of that. All right, so now we're just voting on the ones that Speedy has just run the list. Run the list again, Speedy. We're voting on this.
Sockeye salmon, Skunk Baxter, Right Said Fred, SmackDown, and decaffeinator.
All right, are we ready? Here we go. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your vote, please? Yes, you're on. Go ahead. What's your vote?
Can you smell what the skunk is cooking?
That's a good one, Bob.
Let's go. Let's go. Let go. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. You know, there's been some products that have come on this old show, and we've wrapped our arms around them and snuggled them up and said, thanks for being here. Relief Factor's been here for a lot of years, and we love them. This is a great product. 4 botanicals, all natural. Every one of these botanicals have, long ago, Speedy,
they had shown promise when it comes to the body's natural inflammatory response. So, Bubs, these scientists, remember we met them? They were talking about anti-aging. They said, what about this? What if we took these 4 botanicals and we put them together in one pack, like I said before, like the Avengers of inflammation, and we tried it. And they were working on people aging then, and they found out, you know what, this really works with anybody that's having problems that's tied to inflammation. And this may be the 100% natural answer for you, like it has been for me and many others. The majority of the people that ordered the 3-week start pack for only $19.95, they see results. So the results so good that they continue to order like I have been doing now for years. So get yours by going to relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, any stories we missed today, buddy?
Rick, several headlines I want to throw at you as we go out. No one claim Wednesday's $750 million Powerball lottery.
Interesting.
That means Saturday's jackpot will be $875 million.
$875 million that will go into someone's life and destroy it.
Wow. That's a good chance it will.
Speaking of the majority.
Rick, I don't know if you saw this story too. It's creating quite a buzz and some backlash. Burger King Thailand is introducing what they call the real cheeseburger. It has no meat, but it has 20 slices of cheese on it in a bun.
Good night. Well, we're talking about cheese toast here, aren't we? I mean, and I'm talking about a good one.
Yeah.
Constipation.
It's called a cheeseburger if you think about it.
No, you're right. But there is nothing in it but cheese.
But there's no ham in a hamburger.
Right.
I mean, don't get me into all
really,
that.
but that's a cheese sandwich.
it really
ceases
is.
to be a burger when the burger's not in there.
Well,
it's a grilled cheese.
It's
stool softener.
All right, let's talk about just for a second because I believe it's.
I don't want any part of that.
That's a lot of cheese right there.
How much to eat it?
Oh, I would eat that.
Well,
I'd probably eat that for $200.
You would?
Yeah, it's just a cheese sandwich.
Okay.
You know, the day we eat that mountain of meat, was it Arby's that put that out that had every meat on it?
Oh, my gosh.
I didn't eat for like a day and a half.
No,
I mean,
let's not get carried away.
No, I don't believe that.
I don't believe that.
No,
either.
I did. I was hurting.
Hey, let me tell you.
say
No,
5
I was hurting.
Yeah, it was.
I
was going to finish it to prove I could do it, and it was something.
It was one of the
give you
few
one
times that I believe I'd eaten so much meat in one sitting that animals were offended.
Yeah.
I mean, like I would walk and animals looking like, "Hey, over the line."
Yep.
Why? Good.
Yeah, we can have a sandwich every now and then.
Meat mountain.
Right.
Oh,
It was a mountain of meat. It really was. I started thinking to myself, I hate to say it too, that I'll never. Well, never mind. But but let's raise our.
Greg's not here.
Let's raise our hands if you do like cheese toast though. Back to the cheese.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
It's
eat
got to be
for
a-
breakfast.
yeah.
It is awesome.
Yeah. So
It's
good.
crunchy. Love it.
So good.
Rick,
Isn't that? I'm sorry. Isn't that just a grilled cheese sandwich?
That's all it is.
Well, but
Who
Not
if there's-
really.
If there's
Cheese
no
toast.
if there's no top,
Yeah. No, there's difference.
Okay, if there's no top.
yeah.
Okay.
Cheese toast, yeah, just a piece
Okay.
of toast with
All
cheese
right.
on it, yeah.
I just was clarifying.
just to letting you know.
And if you
What do you-
get,
yes.
if you do the grilled cheese right, there's butter involved.
Oh, yes, there is.
Love a grilled
Yeah,
cheese.
come on, baby.
Lived off of those for a long time.
Rick, the insanity in San Francisco continues. A battle is now brewing after the San Francisco Chronicle did a story claiming that drug dealers in the city that make as much as $350,000 a year
Good grief.
is getting free attorney fees when they are brought in and caught and prosecuted. They're asking for public defenders.
You're not. Are you serious?
Yeah.
And they make $350,000 a year.
Yes.
So well, you know what? They figure. Look, this here. The government says they'll take care of everything. Give me a lawyer.
Yeah, why not?
I don't know though. If I was going up for drug charges and I got that kind of jack,
Well,
I think I'm gonna hire a good one.
They know they're not going to do anything to them. See,
No.
they're not worried about it.
Oh,
They
I
know
see.
they have the no cash
Ah,
bail.
right,
and,
okay.
More than likely, charges are going to be dropped anyway.
Absolutely.
We have a school district in Michigan, Rick, that is going to retire the Chiefs mascot, the Arrowhead logo, after complaints of cultural appropriation. Again, I still think that should be misappropriation.
I agree.
The Plymouth Canton Community Schools Board of Education voted on Tuesday 6-1 to retire the chief mascot and logo despite big pushback from the community. Tensions were heated at the school board meeting when community members spoke during the public comment period, with people expressing a desire to change the mascot and those who wish to keep it.
And by the way, the ones who have the desire to change it don't really mean it. They feel pressured to pretend it's that wink thing I talked about yesterday.
Now, get this. This is one student who identified.
Nobody's bothered by it, by the way.
Listen, this is what I love. They said one student who identified as Native American, you have to say identified, supported the change because it was a symbol of colonialism.
What? What? Somebody.
They're not the conquistadors.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, that's yeah.
I'm not sure that's right how you say it.
Right.
It was close
Sounded
enough.
great.
Well, you know what I mean?
For the
Spanish
for the
guys
line,
in the metal
No, I
hats.
got
You
it.
know what I'm talking
for the
about.
line to work, you were close enough.
That's right.
What I got right, y'all let me enjoy it.
Right, that was good. But but again, it goes back to what we just talked about this hour. So if I wanted to right now change the name of the team from the Chiefs to the women, but my mascot would be a biological male who identifies as a woman, I can do that.
Yes.
But I can't dress up as an Indian chief. Is that correct?
You are correct.
You're right.
Maybe if you dress up as a female Indian chief, could you do that?
Yeah. Maybe so.
I don't think
throw
so.
that in there.
I don't think so. I think once you put that headdress on, you got problems.
Yep. Yeah.
So
Hey,
and again,
nobody cares about it. By the way, nobody's bothered.
Florida State has pulled the ultimate by paying their way out of this.
Yeah.
But the Kansas City Chiefs, how are they getting away with it?
They just ignore it.
As long as you're winning, you let them lose a few seasons, they'll be under pressure to change it.
I have a quick update, if you don't mind. I know we're going to break.
Please do.
Stephen sent an email just to prove that he wasn't throwing his voice, and he does have a son named Carter. And this is the picture of them watching the show.
Okay, good. Hey, Carter.
In a Nashville
Hey, Carter.
He looks
hotel.
real, Speedy.
He said he just had stem cell transplant, so they're stuck in the hotel in Nashville for a few months. But Carter really is a 5-year-old boy who watches the show.
You feel bad now?
You feel bad now.
A little bit.
Yeah.
And so
that's why we're doing
But
it.
I just wanted to let everybody know that he was real, because a lot of people thought he was throwing his voice.
A lot of people.
A lot of people.
That's what
Many
I heard.
people. I know
That's what
one
I heard.
person.
Multiple.
thought that.
Right.
Or at least said it.
Yeah. Actually, Adler mentioned it in the break.
It's a lie.
I'm just
But
playing.
is that a Rick and Bubba blanket too? Is that what they said?
I think so.
That's great. Thanks for supporting the show, you guys.
Yeah.
That's good. You know what? I'm kind of glad that you got that email, because I think I had a pretty good one-liner to end the show, and really thinking it through, maybe it would have been disastrous.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
That's wisdom. That's
No,
wisdom.
I think it was good. No, I think God helped me.
Oh,
Yes.
well, thank you.
It was. I still think it was a pretty good line, but I think
well, go for it. You got 20 seconds.
I think it was. I
No,
keep
Rick,
thinking this.
don't, Rick. Don't do it.
A little too close to home.
Yeah.
If the location was further away, I'd probably go for it. All right.
That's maturity.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.